Welcome, everybody, to episode 232 of the Thumbstick Athletes podcast. I'm your host, Dan.
I'm Eric.
Well,
Corey.
Corey's in studio for the very special 2015 Thumbies Award episode.
What number annual is this?
This is our third Thumbies.
Third annual.
And our fourth kind of Game of the Year game award show. Yeah, because Corey went back and listened to all of them, right?
Yes.
And the first one was a little more informal than our past three have been, right?
Yeah, it was like episode 39 or something like that, and it was just like Dan saying, like, what do you guys think was Shooter of the Year? And then we just like briefly said, oh, Battlefield 2 or 3 or whatever it was at that point.
Right.
So yeah, it is our fourth awards thing, but our third official Thumbies.
Third Thumbies.
Yes.
Credit to Ken for the name.
Credit to Ken, yeah, who was on one of our episodes back in the day.
UFC. Probably, what, 2-3 years ago?
Yeah, probably. Maybe even more.
Yeah.
Might have been 3-4 years ago.
First year Thumbstick Athletes, you think?
Could have been. But yeah, for those that are tuning in for the first time, we are not games journalists. We don't do this for a living. We, in our, all the games we play, we buy with our own money or borrow from friends or rent, I guess, that's the third option. So we don't get a chance to play everything. We have limited time. We have jobs and kids and that stuff. So not all of us were able to play everything. But that kind of factors into what we choose to spend our time on. So I think that's an important distinction we need to make for our awards as opposed to other awards.
Yeah,
Here.
unlike a lot of journalistic focused websites, our reviews and discussions are less objective and more subjective, based on something we always talk about with the context of time. What you want to play at any given time, and what the marketing sells to you versus what the game is itself.
Right.
So it's a little bit different from what you're used to in most Game of the Year discussions.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things I like about it, too, is that we actually have a discussion on it, because that's something you didn't get. Like at the Game Awards, you just got a winner, and that was it. You didn't get to see any of the... I know we're all a fan of podcasts, and they do a better job of talking about what their Game of the Year is, because the format lends itself to that, so that's a nice thing. So all the categories are on our website, too, if you want to check that out, but it's www.thumbstickathletes.com. I'm sure it's on our Twitter feed at some point where all of our categories were, so... Excuse me.
You right, Dan?
Yeah, without further ado. Yeah, of course I woke up today with a little bit of a frog in my throat.
Ooh, a frog.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Don't you kind of like that raspiness that you get in the
I
back
do.
of your throat when you have
little bit.
like a little bit of laryngitis?
I get that after a heavy night of drinking.
Yeah.
I should have done that in preparation.
You should have drank last night, huh?
Yeah.
After, like, back in the day when we go to concerts, the day after a concert, when you were hollering at the top of your lungs, was always the best, because you could barely talk and you sounded raspy and cool.
Sexy.
Yeah.
Sounds sexy.
Yep. Sexy voice.
Without further ado, our first category. This category, now next year I think we're going to come up with names for all the awards, too. That's another thing I wanted to remind everybody about, yeah. So this category is called Game You Wish You Played. So this is a game that we individually voted on that we didn't get a chance to play, but we obviously wanted to. Kind of self-explanatory, this category. And the winner is...
Oh, boy.
Do you want me to go start with 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Count up.
Second runner-up.
Count up.
All right. So the third game on the list is a tie between Her Story, Metal Gear Solid 5, Kerbal Space Program, and Halo 5 Guardians.
Okay, so that was obviously one we all had picked for number 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Could be, yeah.
Sounds that way. Or no, not necessarily. Never mind.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
Stop it, Corey. Stop
We
it.
should also say the way the points were scored was first place was worth 6 points.
Yeah, you got a bonus point for having a game be first.
Fourth place
I
was...
think the only one of those I had on mine was Her Story.
Okay. Number 2 was also a tie for The Witcher 3 and Ark Survival Evolved.
Oh. Did Ark come out?
Yeah, it's out,
Officially?
right?
I don't know if it came out officially or not.
Doesn't matter.
Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, well,
One of those
whatever.
early access games that everybody will forget about.
People
Yeah.
are playing it regardless.
Yeah. And then the winner for the game you wish you played, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Nice.
Ah, that's a good pick.
Yep.
Nice.
Which also, that was my number one on my list,
So
I can tell you.
was
that off
that
the
Dan
top
and
of my head.
Corey?
My number one, for sure.
I figured that Dan would have that as his number one.
Mm-hmm.
Solely based, for me, I didn't play the last Tomb Raider, and I know you guys spoke very highly
Oh, you
of
should
it.
definitely play it.
Right. For me, it was on my list based mostly on the discussion that we had and the look of it. I thought it was a beautiful game, and it was when it came out, it was the kind of game I was looking to play. Maybe something a little more linear,
Not
with-
super long.
right, not super long, just beautiful and mechanically sound, and that's why it was my number one.
Okay. You want to read off some of the other games on your list?
Sure, I had Kerbal Space Program at number 2, a game I fully intended to get to, but I didn't because I devoted what little time I had left in the year to a couple other games. Until Dawn is another one I intended to play by the end of the year. I didn't get to it. That was my number 3.
I wish you had.
Yep, and just quickly running down, because I had a bunch of these games I really wanted to play before the end of the year, but just couldn't get to. Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, the game that sounds like it's going to be awesome when it comes to virtual reality. Galaxy was one that came out for PS4 and then was later ported to PC this year. The roguelike kind of asteroids-y whatever shooter. Grow Home, Splatoon is a big one. Audio Surf 2 is probably exclusive to my list. I don't think any of you guys care about that. Just Cause 3 was another one. The playground aspect, I think that's all cool. City Skylines, Jotun, Tales from the Borderlands was the last one I could think of. So
There was a lot.
yeah, there really was.
It was hard to pick 5
Yep.
for me. My list, real quick. 1 was Rise of the Tomb Raider. I had Halo 5 Guardians at number 2. Until Dawn at 3. Life is Strange at number 4. And Tales of Zestiria at number 5. So that was my list real quick. Will, what do you got?
At 5, I had Cities Skylines. At 4, Ori and the Blind Forest. 3, Bloodborne. 2, Metal Gear Solid 5. And 1, The Witcher 3.
What do you got, Eric?
At 5, I had Downwell. 4 was Soma, which I actually bought today.
Yes.
So I will be playing that at some point. 3 was Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii U. Whether I like it or not is a different story, but
Right.
I did wish
Would
I
wanna
could
try
play
it.
it. 2 was Her Story, and 1 was Ark Survival Evolved.
Okay.
Dinosaurs.
So yeah, the winner of our 2015 Thumbie for Game You Wish You Played, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Do you think that would be where it is if it wasn't Xbox exclusive? Do you think you would have played it?
Oh,
Dan,
I
if
would have bought
wasn't?
it. No,
Dan would
honestly, no
Dan
question.
definitely would have.
Yeah,
No question.
And will you? Did that play into?
Wait, you played it?
I played it. It's
Oh, that's right.
It's another thing
Okay.
for me. Corey, spoiling?
Would you have? Oh, you played it all the way through.
No.
Okay.
I probably would have even, because Eric offered to let me borrow it to play it for this year. And if I didn't know it was coming out on PC early this year, I probably would have played it. But I knew it was coming out in like January, and my game schedule was kind of full anyway. I knew it was like right around Christmas time. I knew I wouldn't get a lot of time to play it. So otherwise, if it was coming out like even in the summer, I probably would have taken Eric up on his offer to borrow his Xbox and play through it. But,
Yeah.
because it was one that I did really want to play.
It's also funny though because just doing this podcast, like I take what you guys say as gospel more so than any other outlet that I hear from.
Well, you
know?
trust us more. You
Right.
know us. You know the kind of games we like and what we don't like.
Exactly.
So,
Yep.
totally.
Just putting it out there. For whatever reason, I think I'm the only one watching the chat, right, on Twitch. It's not working, so I'm not ignoring you. We're not ignoring you.
Yeah.
It's just not loading properly.
Okay.
I'll keep working on it.
Okay.
right.
Yeah, sounds good. That's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, it's
It really
annoying.
is.
It's really
Typical.
annoying.
Wasn't it the Thumbies last year that we just stopped live streaming because it
Yep.
just wasn't
Yeah, it wasn't
cooperating?
working.
Yeah.
Could be. Okay, next category. Category number 2 for the 2015 Thumbies, the one that got away. Now, this is a game that we did play, but for whatever reason did not get to finish and would like more time to play, obviously. That can be for any reason. The reason's up to the voter. So, I probably should have brought a knife for this instead of using a dull bottle opener.
Dull bottle
Hey.
opener.
It plays into our thing.
Classy
perfectly.
as always.
Yeah.
All right, at number 3, a tie between Bloodborne and Pillars of Eternity. Number 2, Dying Light. And the winner of the one that got away, Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Again,
No kidding.
Winner of 2 awards in a row.
Wow.
probably both Will and I.
All right.
That was my number 1.
It is my number 2.
Okay,
Yeah. Now didn't make my list because I don't play it at all.
right.
Yeah, same here. Well, yeah, I mean, I had Bloodborne at number 1. That's one I really wish I had played more, or could have gotten to play more. I had Invisible Ink at number 2, because that was a game I loved. I just never
I'm
Never played
interested
it.
in that game.
It's pretty sweet.
Is it?
It's really good, and it's not too long either.
What is it?
It's a stealth, it's a turn-based stealth game.
Oh, okay. Kind of like XCOM a little
It's
bit.
A little bit. Yeah.
It's a little bit of everything though too.
Yeah.
There's like RPG elements
Yep.
and
roguelike elements.
roguelike, yeah.
Okay.
It's really really well done.
Yep.
And then I had Heroes of the Storm at number 3.
Don't do that to yourself.
Oh, I wish I could have kept with it. Because it's part of the conversation, still part of the conversation. I wish I could have kept playing it, but I didn't have the stomach for it, so that one got away from me too. So that was my list.
I had Pillars of Eternity at number 1. It's a game I played and absolutely loved, but just stopped. I don't even remember what stopped me from playing it. It might have been The Witcher or
I
something
think The Witcher
like that.
came out while you were playing that.
Which is why I had The Witcher 3 at number 2, a game that turned me off pretty early on for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll talk more Witcher a little bit later on.
I'm sure it's going to pop up at some point.
Yeah. And I had
I
Telltale's,
hope not.
Telltale's Game of Thrones at number 3, which I played the first episode of and adored. But it was one of those things where I was waiting for the entire series to release before I actually got into it.
And it dropped at the end of November.
Exactly.
I had actually wanted to play that before the end of the year, and I couldn't.
Yep, and at that point, I was just invested in other things and didn't get around to doing it. I had Metal Gear Solid 5 at number 4, another game I thought was fantastic, but just for whatever reason, the sheer size of it turned me off a little enough to find something smaller to play. And then I got distracted, of course. In Syndicate, game
Assassin's Creed.
Yep. Assassin's Creed Syndicate, yes. Thank you for
You're
clarifying. Another game that I actually really, really enjoyed the 2 hours I gave it. But another, end of the year game that I was just invested in other things
Same here.
at that
Yeah.
point. So
Assassin's Creed was my second one, but number 5 for me was Dying Light. And that's mostly because you guys liked it so much. I liked it. I wasn't as hot on it as you guys were. But I do wish I had given it a little bit more time, and I do want to repurchase it at some point. Number 4 for me was Ori and the Blind Forest. I think that was one of those ones where it was just bad timing.
Bad timing, yeah.
Because that game has everything that I should love, I feel like. And it just didn't grab me.
Yeah.
I think part of it, too, was that I bought it on PC, honestly.
Yeah.
Right.
And
It's a platformer too, so it's
Yeah.
you can play it with a controller, but I know you prefer to sit on your couch and play your games,
very
so.
much so.
Yeah.
So I think if I had bought it on Xbox, I probably would have played more of it. 3, I had Life is Strange, which I've only gotten partway through the first episode of. I don't know. I'm really interested in that game. I've heard really good things about it. Did you end up playing that?
Oh boy, did
To
I.
completion?
Yes.
Okay. I really, really want to play that. I started playing it with my fiance, which was fun. We were kind of making decisions together, and it was a good time. Assassin's Creed Syndicate was my number 2. Seems like it's going to be in the line with Black Flag as an Assassin's Creed that I actually like. Like Corey, the couple hours I put into it, I really did enjoy. And number 1 was Rise of the Tomb Raider. I've probably put I don't remember, 15 hours, 13 hours in, somewhere around that. But that game is awesome, and it looks fantastic, and it's just, I love everything about it. And I'm excited for Dan to play it because of how much he liked the last one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't give that game nearly as much time as I would have wanted to. So that's mine.
It did come out at a really
Oh, it
bad
was
time.
a poor time to come out. Really poor.
Same day
Yeah.
as 4.
In retrospect, might be the better game.
Yeah, I haven't played it. So
I'm
I
not
can't
going to
compare.
disagree with Eric. I'm going to be anti-Fallout tonight, just so you guys know.
That's fine. I understand.
I'm not, but Rise of the Tomb Raider might be the better game.
Yeah.
Definitely
is.
Very,
I didn't play
very
it.
much more technically solid. Anyway,
Yeah, it's just it's such a good,
It's tight.
It's a great package.
it's a tight
And-
experience.
And one of the things that I love about it too, that I've heard other people talk about, is how it breaks things up in such a nice way. Like you have your main story quest, and then you get to a hub world, and then you have all your mini little collectibles and little side quests and your tombs to raid and shit like that. It's almost like its own separate thing, and it never feels overwhelming. They put just the right amount of stuff in there, and I think they just did such a good job with it.
Very nice.
Just jumping here briefly, one other thing I was thinking about, and going back to what we were talking about, our awards being very subjective, I was thinking to myself, what is the game that I really enjoyed and also considered to be flawless? I don't know if that's a future award category, but I just thought it was an interesting thought experiment because my game of the year is not the most flawless game.
Right.
It has lots of flaws.
There aren't many flawless
Exactly.
games.
That's why I think, like, for me, I can think of one specific game that I find flawless,
Or
but
close
also
to flawless.
or close to flawless, but also not. It wasn't as big or as it didn't draw me in as much. So I don't know. It's just an interesting aside that something I would
It's
ask
definitely
you guys to think about.
Definitely a different category.
Yeah.
Because I love Fallout 4, but it's a deeply flawed game.
Yes. Yeah.
So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Will.
My number 5, and this is based solely on zombies, is Call of Duty Black Ops 3. The potential that zombies has for fun with friends is endless, and me and Eric never really got to experience it, which is unfortunate. 4 is Mario Maker, 3 is Massive Chalice, 2 is Rise of the Tomb Raider, and 1 is Dying Light.
Massive Chalice is one that I didn't even think about.
Yeah, I forgot about it until I was going over the games that I played this year.
Yeah, that would be one that I missed.
What kind of interests me? You had Dying Light on your list, Eric. Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, it's number 5.
That game sort of came out at a time when nothing else
Came out.
came out. What is it
End of January,
that you
I think.
think stopped you guys from playing that?
I didn't have enough money to buy it when it came out.
Oh, okay.
And my computer, I was waiting till I got a better graphics card to play it on computer, Dan's copy, and then it was over the summer, and I was really busy and never got a chance to put
just-
more than 4 or
okay.
5 hours into it.
External influences.
Yeah, but this is a game that, by all accounts, is what I would love.
Okay.
So
Did that come out on PC before it came out on Xbox?
No,
No.
I think it was simultaneous.
release, yeah.
I don't know why I didn't play it.
I'm just
I don't
curious.
remember yet.
I'm not,
You said it came out when?
I think at
Early.
the end of January.
yeah. And Dying Light's interesting for me, and I'm sure it'll come up later, but it's one of those games we kept talking about through the year,
Yeah.
which speaks highly to it
I wanted
for
to
me.
try and play it again, but
Yeah.
I just didn't have the time, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
So this year's winner for the one that got away for the 2015 Thumbies is Rise of the Tomb Raider.
2 Thumbies for
Thumbies.
Rise of the Tomb Raider.
2 for 2.
Damn.
Good start.
It won't win this one, I can tell you that much.
What's this one, Dan?
The next award is last year's Game of the Year. So this is a game that came out in 2014 that you played this year that you loved and would give it Game of the Year.
Give it its
this
props.
year for coming out last year. I guess that's how that
Yeah.
works. Yeah, giving it its props for coming out last year,
For paying its
which
dues.
was for the most part a bad year for games.
Last year?
Yeah,
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, relative to this year. Which
relative this
It
year.
was fantastic.
Probably one of the best years since we've been doing this.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last year's Game of the Year. Number 3 is a tie between the Talos Principle, Dragon Age, and Forza Horizon. Number 2, Mario Kart 8. And number 1, Super Smash Brothers
Wow.
with the win.
Okay.
I'm sad that my number 2 didn't make it.
What was that?
I actually only had 2 games on here. I
Okay.
realized that I really didn't play a lot from last year this year.
Right.
But Destiny,
Okay.
because of the Taken King.
You know, it's funny. I have that on my list, too.
Yeah, I really wish I had made it because the Taken King really added a lot to the game and kind of fixed a lot of stuff that was wrong with it. I do feel like it belongs on that list. But my number 1 was Forza Horizon 2.
Okay.
That is such a good game. Like, the Forza packages are always so nice and
Yeah.
slick and classy, and Forza Horizon 2 had its hooks in me pretty good, which has never happened to me with a racing game.
Right.
And I want to go back to it still, but I don't know when I'll be able to. If you have an Xbox One, you should absolutely buy that game. So good.
What do you got, Will?
I had Destiny at number 5. I kind of blew it off last year and hated on it, but I played it this year, and it was a game that I played a little bit throughout the year, and I loved every bit of it. And the Taken King stuff, which I haven't done yet, I'm really excited to play through it. At number 4, I had Hearthstone, because I played a lot of Hearthstone at the beginning of the year.
Did that come out last year?
Yes, it did, because you wanted to
On
make
computer. Mobile came out this year.
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you remember me and you had the discussion about Hearthstone as Game of the Year?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't. I believe you, though.
At 3, I had Sunset Overdrive, which is a game I played for 4 in February, which was really, really good, and I wish I didn't not play it last year. And then 2 is The Walking Dead Season 2, and 1 is Super Smash Bros. Wii U.
Okay.
Corey?
I had, I think this is no surprise to anybody, but I had Dragon Age as my number one. A game I liked last year. Everybody kind of got the impression that I didn't like it, but I was just the anti-you guys in that case. I
You
also
probably will be that again this year.
The wild card.
I also rare thing that I do, but I 100%ed it. And I spent probably 114 hours, I think was my total in the game. I really like Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't want anybody to think I don't. It's just one of those things that there are a couple things that turned me off to it. I didn't think it was worthy of the Game of the Year. Last year, I still don't think it is. But overall, a fantastic RPG. I know I made the comparison this year to The Witcher 3, saying as a game, as a whole, mechanics, user interface, all those things involved, I still think Dragon Age is a superior game to The Witcher. Granted, I didn't play The Witcher quite as much as I played Dragon Age, but yeah. Anyway, that was my number one. It's hard to not make it my number one when I spent 114 hours this year on it. But that was followed up by Mario Kart 8, a game that they did a fantastic job with the DLC that all came out this year. Kept me interested, kept me holding on to the game to play the DLC. Some of the tracks weren't great, some of them were a lot of fun. But they did at least a good job with the marketing of that stuff to keep me engaged with Mario Kart long past its release date. Mount Your Friends was my number 3, a game I played once with some friends drunkenly visiting on a weekend. But I think it's fantastic, and it's a great party game. It's so much fun. And then Super Smash Bros. My number 4, and Hyrule Warriors came in at number 5. That was kind of, I think I played one other 2014 game this year, so Hyrule Warriors at number 5 is just the other game that wasn't last year's game.
Gotcha. My list, last year's game of the year, this year's game of the year. Number 1, Talos Principle. Talos Principle would have been my game of the year last year if I had played it last year.
You loved that game.
It was fantastic. I cannot say enough good things about that game. It held me enraptured for the week or so that I was playing it.
If only it didn't give me motion sickness.
I know. We got to figure that out. I've read Field of View. Too narrow of a field of view can give you motion sickness. So maybe try changing that.
I did.
You nancy?
Oh, I definitely did. Yeah.
Try to. Oh, yeah,
Field of View. I turned the motion blur off. I messed with all that stuff. Granted, I only played it once.
Right.
And that one time, I started to get sick, and then I changed all the settings, and I was still sick. So maybe I just need to revisit it and have some pretzels or something while I play.
Yeah, because out of all of us, I think you'd like it the best.
I think you're right. I love puzzle games. I love the sort of science fiction-y aspect.
There's a lot of philosophical
exactly, yeah.
thought processes and stuff in it, too.
Sounds
it's
right
really,
up my
really
alley,
well done.
for sure. Yeah.
Really well done.
Thanks for buying it, Eric, so I can play it on Steam.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I appreciate it because that was one of Eric's. Eric has a pretty good games on Steam. It's a lot of stuff that I don't have, too.
And I never fucking use my computer.
So that was number 1 for me. Number 2 is Mario Kart 8 because I spent a ton of time playing Mario Kart 8 online. Number 3 is Far Cry 4.
Oh yeah.
That I played recently and really liked.
Good.
Number 4 was Super Smash Brothers, and then number 5 was Skylanders Trap Team.
Before we get too far ahead, do I still need to play Far Cry 4? Is that required gaming?
I don't think so.
No.
If you played Far Cry 3, you've got the idea.
It's just a good...
It's fun. It's
Wait
a lot
for
of
Far
fun.
Cry Primal.
Okay.
It's
All right.
it's a fun game, but if you it's not super different. The story doesn't have anything meaningful in it. No. I think the story's even less meaningful than Far Cry 3.
Just mechanically.
But there's some really cool stuff. It's very tight mechanically. Yeah.
Okay. Because that's one I keep looking at and being like, I really should play this. I really should play
It's
this.
just
I
fun.
really should play this.
Yeah.
Maybe a 4 in February or too long?
Yeah, no, that'd be a good form.
I think it took me 21 hours to beat.
long for
You just don't do the collectibles.
Yeah. I only did a little bit. The main story is not very long.
Just don't climb any towers.
Yeah, you gotta climb towers.
Yeah, because first
It
of
is a
all,
Ubisoft
That's a
game.
must.
yeah, it's a Ubisoft game, and it opens up so you can see stuff on the map.
Although you can
kinda have
fly,
to do
you
that.
can fly the gyrocopter to the
That's
towers.
See,
a
that
lot of
sounds
fun.
cool.
Which
That
is
sounds
what I
fun.
chose to do.
And jump off of them.
No, I landed it right in there.
Oh, see, mine would always tip off. I couldn't get it to sit nicely on the top.
Gyrocopter master.
I love those things. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. So the winner for last year's game of the year, Super Smash Brothers.
Which we haven't really talked about, but well deserved, I think.
Oh, yeah.
We played that a lot together.
I didn't play.
I forgot about it.
I never
Really?
played it by myself.
Wasn't on
but
your list.
It wasn't on my list.
Okay.
No, because I forgot. That was one of the only categories that I didn't come up with 5 games for.
Would it have been if you had thought of it?
Well, yeah, and simply because I played it this year.
Right.
It wouldn't have beaten the other 2 though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they supported that game with DLC
And still are.
and still are.
You know,
and
they just talked about Cloud.
yeah,
coming to-
Cloud's out.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's a good package. It's just I'm terrible at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's something I'll never play by myself.
No,
I'll play
same.
it with us together, and it's a lot of fun. But I'll never play it alone.
Yeah.
Yep.
I still play it every couple of days, so
Sure.
yeah, it's a fantastic game.
All right, next category: best competitive multiplayer. Fairly self-explanatory. I don't need to go into what best competitive multiplayer means, right?
I swear to God, you fuckers.
I wouldn't worry about it, Eric.
All right.
I think it's
This
a lock.
this is a shoe in. Should be a shoe in.
Should be, yeah. You never know.
No,
I gotta get
that's
something
right. You
sharper.
don't.
All right,
You shit-eating grin will over here.
number 9. Number 9, yeah, 9 votes. Number 3, Splatoon. Number 2, Heroes of the Storm. Number 1, no surprise, Rocket League.
Yeah. All right.
Well deserved.
Yep. Absolutely.
Well deserved.
It was actually closer than I would have thought between Heroes of the Storm and Rocket League.
Well, I
I did
mean-
not have Rocket League as one.
I didn't either.
Well, I'm not surprised you guys didn't have it as one.
Yeah.
I figured Corey and I would.
Yeah. I actually had Rocket League at 1 and Heroes of the Storm at 2. So.
I had Here's the Storm at 3. Halo 5 was my second.
Halo 5 was my 3.
That
so
multiplayer is fucking awesome.
I have it at 2. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go down our list.
Yeah, Eric, go ahead.
So at 5 I had Splatoon. Really good game. I think we'll probably be talking more about. 4 FIFA 15 makes my list every year. It would be 16. FIFA 16.
Yes.
I wrote FIFA 15, but it's 16.
Yeah, FIFA.
Uh,
FIFA.
Yeah, Heroes of the Storm. One that kind of came out of left field for me. I had never played a MOBA before, and it had me right by the short hairs for months.
That's
and
kind of
my-
that's kind of my thing too. Like I put it on my list, and even though like I would never play it now, it was really important for me because I learned how to play MOBAs. I learned what it's like to play a MOBA.
Yeah, and you understand them.
Exactly. Now I can watch like the international stuff and
Sure.
kind of know what's going on, and I think that was
You
important.
understand the
for me.
different roles
Yeah.
and what people are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an awesome MOBA. I mean, if you're looking to get into it, it's great.
Yeah. It's a little more newbie friendly than
Sure.
the other 2 main ones.
It's a MOBA light.
Yeah.
At 2, I had Halo 5 Guardians. That multiplayer is so good. Like, I love SWAT so much. And the only complaint I would have about it is that the Warzone mode that they put out didn't really deliver as well as I would have hoped. That was partly because of the requisition packs is fucking stupid.
Yeah, Warzone
Yeah.
was pretty stupid.
I think it's a good starting point.
Yeah.
And, if they put it out in Halo 6, it could be awesome.
Yeah.
A Giant Bomb described it as it sounded like they wanted to make Battlefield mixed with Halo, which sounds great.
Yeah.
But because of the rec packs, you can't just get in vehicles. Like, you can't just find a Warthog or a Ghost sitting around.
Which I think kind of takes some of the fun out of it. At the
Yeah.
same time, like, I don't know, maybe do they do that for balance reasons? Like,
I don't think so. I'm not really sure what it said. There's microtransactions with rec packs,
yeah,
so it could be monetary reasons.
yeah, to make money off the multiplayer.
Because like you get a limited number of rec packs and a very limited number. If you play like I do, every once in a while you get a very limited number of good like vehicle cards. And if I drop one of those and I get killed immediately, there goes my vehicle.
Right.
Fucked. That kind of sucks.
This
Yeah.
is before you move on, Eric, and you give us your number 1,
Yeah.
which we all know. Zooming out a little bit, I'm thinking which came first, Halo or Battlefield? I mean, I think Battlefield came
Yeah.
first.
Probably
The
Battlefield.
first Battlefield.
But I feel like there's a lot of similarity. It's just something that just clicked in my head. I feel like there's a lot of similarities between those 2 games.
No.
No?
No.
Well, maybe not now, but I'm thinking like the genesis of Battlefield and Halo are similar in terms of the vehicular combat and all that stuff.
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
I see what you're
okay, I
saying.
could see that point.
Now
a
that you
little bit.
bring up vehicular combat,
Yeah.
then I could say yeah, but,
Yeah.
but like 1-to-1, the multiplayer is different. The Battlefield's a bigger scale, I guess.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yep. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind.
All right.
No, but you're right. With the vehicles might have come from like a Battlefield type of.
And that's for me the biggest thing that made Halo so interesting for me was that aspect of it.
Yeah, it added a whole other strategic layer on top of the standard.
Which I immediately
shooting.
relate to Battlefield.
Right.
And that's the only reason why I brought that up.
Sure.
Go ahead.
And my number one for competitive multiplayer in a game that I literally play almost every day, Rocket League. Jesus. I mean, that game is just fantastic. I played it for 5 hours today. That was a free game that I got on PlayStation Plus months back. What month did that come out?
July.
Like fairly
June,
early.
July.
Right? Yeah, and I mean, they just keep hitting it out of the park with these DLCs that they're putting out. You know, like $3-4 here at a time, free maps. The free car. What's the word I'm looking for? To make your car
Skin.
look nice.
Bodies?
Skin, yeah, bodies, hats, things to put on your antenna. The cosmetics. That's the word. Car cosmetics, just stuff like that, and they knock it out of the park. And like, it's just such an addicting game, and it's perfect for me. Like, it's got the competitive aspect of FIFA. It's kind of like soccer, which is awesome. It's kind of like hockey, which is awesome. It's a game you can jump in and out of quickly. You can do a match in 5 minutes. It's got leaderboards. It's literally got everything I could want. Like, it's hard to master, but easy to get the hang of.
Yeah.
It's just got everything that you could ask for in a game.
One of the more interesting, I heard Danny O'Dwyer talking about it, and he talked about it compared to FIFA. He's like, when you're playing FIFA, it's satisfying to score a goal. You whatever you hit this kick button and you wire one into the goal. He's like, but in Rocket League, it's all you. You set up the angle, you set up the speed. He's like, it's the most like accurate to actually playing real soccer that you can get in any video game. So that's the where you get the elation from doing something awesome, or you feel like shit when you screw up.
Oh yeah,
it comes from that because it's all you.
Been there.
You know?
I'm probably going to mention Giant Bomb a couple of times because I've been listening to them a lot. But during their Game Awards, in their Best Moment category, literally one of their best moments that they brought up was scoring a goal in Rocket League.
Yeah,
that was one of their best moments. Like,
absolutely,
it's the best,
dude. I'll never forget the first time I scored a goal in Rocket League. It was
forget everything. So I already
so rewarding, but like your first overtime and your first overtime goal, like so many great hurrah moments.
Even better than an overtime goal is scoring one at the last second.
Oh yeah,
like by keeping it up in the air.
Like time has expired,
or
and
like
you're still juggling the ball.
One that you've managed to like dribble down the field and like fucking fake out the goalie, like he thinks you're shooting left, but you somehow manage to get your car turned around the right way and you go the other way. Like, it's just too good.
And just going off the competitive aspect of it, that night when we were doing the Extra Life stream and we were playing, Eric was playing and listener Tito in LA was playing, like we had such a good time being competitive with the other team where Will was just like ramming the other team and demolitioning them. Like that was just so much fun. And it got under their skin, and they got annoyed, and like it just became a very competitive game because of that.
Yeah, that's the thing. And like, I'd love to set up like a tournament or something. And like Corey was saying, like you can get under people's skins, and there's so many different ways that you can play the game. Like Will plays it way differently than anybody else I know. He goes out and he fucking tries to like get under people's skin and demo them, and he's so good at demoing. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
I can't fucking demo people. Like I just can't do it.
I have to do it on accident.
Yeah, no, that's how I do it too. I'll be
Demo
flipping and then I'll get like turbo going and accidentally hit somebody in the ass.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Will has already demoed like 6 people.
Yeah.
I just don't know how he does it. But
really
like,
impressive.
There's different ways you can play. You can play super defensively. You can play like super offensively. Kind of both, which is what I like to do. And like, it's just so good.
Yep. Agreed.
That's my list.
Go ahead, Will.
At 5, I had Call of Duty Black Ops 3. This is because I played very little competitive games that I just kind of threw Black Ops a bone.
Fair enough.
4 is Splatoon. 3 is Rocket League.
You played Splatoon?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I played and beat it, and played a lot of multiplayer.
Oh, nice.
3 is Rocket League, 2 is Halo 5, and 1 is Heroes of the Storm. Pretty much how Eric said about Rocket League, about the competitiveness of that, just apply that to me with Heroes of the Storm. It's a game that I play nearly every day still. Since February. I have like nearly 1,000 matches in the game.
That game put a fucking dent in my wallet too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, a dent. I'd hate to see how much I spent on characters and skins and shit.
I was sitting there calculating how much money, and it was over 200.
Could have bought a couple more consoles, probably.
It was over 200 when I stopped.
Yeah. I'm surprised it wasn't more than that.
It's
honestly.
probably more. I stopped because that was just based off characters.
When I was playing, like, every day, I was buying stim packs weekly. Like,
Yep.
it was like a weekly purchase for me. I was buying whoever the fuck was on sale.
Yep.
Like, oh man, that game had me by the balls.
Yeah.
And a MOBA is the last thing I would have expected.
That's why it was on my list too.
On PC, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's great.
My top 3, I had a really hard time going through between that Rocket League and Halo 5. I just went, as I said, with Heroes because it was basically my Rocket League with Eric. So those in Halo 5, as Eric said, the multiplayer is pretty awesome. It's probably my favorite like shooter that I played this year.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a fantastic game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those were mine.
Okay, Corey, what do you got?
I had Rocket League at number 1, obviously. I'm going to work backwards. Here's the Storm at number 2. Here's the Storm is interesting for me because as much as I think that game is very well made in a lot of different ways, it didn't factor into my awards very much.
Here's the Storm.
Yeah. And I'm still trying to parse out in my head why.
Right.
For a lot of people, like gaming media, Heroes of the Storm
I didn't hear anything about it.
was not around.
It was such a huge
Yeah.
part of my gaming year. though.
Exactly.
Huge part for months.
Yep.
Yep.
But when it came time to think about these awards, it was just one, like, for a few categories, I was like, oh, it's a lock. But for a lot of the bigger ones, I was just kind of like,
It leaves a
Forget about
sour
it.
taste. And I had the
Yep.
same issue with another game that I'll talk about later.
I think you're right because a lot of, like, my memories of Heroes of the Storm are very bitter.
But at the same time,
No.
I don't know about you. I don't know how much you played of it, but like playing as much as I did, I also had a lot of similar like Rocket League moments where
Yeah.
like you'd pull off a good kill or a good team fight, and it was like, fuck
you
yeah!
come
And I would
back
for
I'd
sure.
literally yell.
You come back from like almost
Yeah.
impossible
It
odds.
looks like you're getting rolled, and you just somehow you come back, and oh my god, some of those games, like such a good feeling. Like I got the last hit on a core once, I remember, and it was like right down to the nitty gritty, and the whole team went for the core. It was like do or die.
You had, like,
Everybody else
0
died,
health.
and I got it was either I was hitting the core last and winning, or I was dying and they were going to kill us, and I hit the core last. I mean,
Yeah.
what a good feeling!
Yep.
So good.
I'm with you too, and it's funny because like I had a lot of those moments too that I can think about, but still like the bitterness of
Yep.
the salty
Yep.
Heroes of the Storm MOBA
The
player.
MOBA crowd is tough to stomach.
Oh,
yeah,
it's awful.
It
And-
really is.
Yeah,
Which is unfortunate that they put that.
and
over the
really
game.
like because that flavored a lot of my thoughts
Yeah.
on the game, and even I think it's mechanically very sound in terms of a MOBA, very creative from a design perspective. I think it's fantastic.
The
but-
the character designs and the map designs are unbelievable.
And I also
Yeah.
I love how they're all Blizzard characters. That's
Yeah.
just such a cool thing. Like,
because you can recognize.
playing as Diablo.
yeah.
yeah,
That's
it's not
like-
something a lot of other companies can do.
No, it's not. Blizzard did a great job with it.
and the creativity behind the 3 dwarf
Lost Vikings.
Lost
Vikings,
Vikings,
and
yeah.
the new character,
Who's the
the-
other one
the-
that's fucking weird?
the alien guy.
Not Murky.
Cho'Gall.
No. Older guy.
A starts with an A.
Has an
Oh, or Abathur.
Abathur. Like
yeah.
they have just some wacky ass characters, but like.
Yep.
And I'll always remember playing this, and I'm sure I've talked about it before, but I got in a match with an Abathur once who, like, took the lead of our group. And it was just a perfect storm of this guy wanted to be the leader of the group, and everybody else was okay with it, which you don't find often.
Right.
So he was like, just do what I say, and we will win. And he was Abathur. We did exactly what he said, and, like, he was just sieging the shit out of these walls, and next thing you know, all 3 of the lanes are pushed, and we're like killing this other team, and it was just so good. Like
Slaughter.
Finding somebody that knows how to play characters like that is
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
amazing.
And picture him like the dude in
South
Make
Park.
Love Not Warcraft.
No,
like,
but
just,
he.
like,
See, I don't
Cheetos.
picture like he's like a fucking
somebody
wizard back
feeding him
there, man.
grapes.
He's
Yeah.
a wizard behind the keyboard
Yeah,
now.
that's
funny.
cool.
He's a fucking wizard on Abathur.
I had NHL 16 at number 3. I know nobody's talking about NHL this year, but
I mean, NHL will show up later for me, but
only because we had a few good matches at Eric's
Oh, yeah.
guys' bachelor
Did
party
I go
weekend.
undefeated?
I think
you
so.
lost
one.
one game to Alex.
Yeah, to Alex of
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Was it me and Alex or?
No, it was just Alex
It was
that
just-
beat me.
just Alex,
He beat
okay.
me, yeah.
And then Frozen Cortex, a game that none of you other guys played.
I've never heard of it.
I talked about it on one of the podcast
Wow.
episodes. It's like futuristic football, like sci-fi football game.
Yeah, okay, I remember
Sounds
this.
alright.
A lot of fun.
Like Bill Lambier back in the day, combat basketball.
A little more mechanically interesting.
Sound.
Yeah. There's a lot more going on. You set plays. You execute those plays. The enemy sets the play. It's a lot of fun. Go back and listen to the episode in which we talk about it. I couldn't tell you what episode it is, but a really good competitive multiplayer game, I thought. And then my last one was Block and Load. Shooter kind of in a Minecraft-y world where there's characters that can do some interesting things. I also talked about that on the podcast, but I don't expect any of you guys to remember.
I remember Block and Load vaguely.
I think it was free-to-play. Free-to-play shooter that did pretty well on Steam review-wise, but I don't think it took, the popular vote anywhere. So
Okay. My best competitive multiplayer, I put Heroes of the Storm at number 3. I actually went back and forth on whether or not I should put Rocket League or Heroes of the Storm at number 3. Ultimately, I chose Rocket League at number 2 and Heroes of the Storm at number 3, only because if you guys were getting together and say, hey, let's play this game, I wouldn't play Heroes of the Storm, but I would absolutely play Rocket League. I would still. I only play Rocket League with other people, but I would definitely play that with you guys if you so chose. And I put Splatoon as my number one competitive multiplayer game. Probably 75, 80 hours I played Splatoon. Probably 10 of that on the single player and the rest on multiplayer.
It's really good.
Yeah, it fits my multiplayer-ness very well. One of the things I really like about it is because I don't play a lot of multiplayer games, part of the fun for me in multiplayer games is crafting a build to suit my playstyle and my lack of ability. So in that one, it was fun, getting all the clothes to boost the stats that I knew I
Would help
needed
you
to
out
help
with,
me.
yeah.
And using the old paint bucket that ended up being my weapon that I chose.
This game is something like why I like Plants vs. Zombies so much. The
Yeah.
shooter is because it's so different.
Yeah.
And how
It's silly.
How it is. It's
Yeah.
silly, like fun, different, out there type of shooter.
It's
While silly though, it's really fucking good.
It's
Yeah.
really good, and one of the things I like about it too is you can not play for a long time. And I don't know. I think Nintendo was like a mad genius for coming up with this, but like the purpose of the game is not to kill other players; it's to paint the ground. So even if you're not
Dominate
very good,
territory.
if you're not good, if you can hit the ground, you can be somewhat effective.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can at least play a role.
Yeah, and if you're really good at splattering players, that helps you, but not as much as being good at splattering the ground with
Yeah.
paint. So
I feel like there's a lot more strategy and creativity involved in painting the ground than there is shooting somebody in the head.
Yeah, killing other
100%,
players.
yeah.
You know?
Definitely.
I traded in all of my Wii U games when I bought something.
It was your Xbox One. Your
My
Elite
Xbox Elite.
One.
That's right. Splatoon is the one that I want back most, and I'm going to get it again.
You could borrow it from me too if you.
No.
want to play it.
I want to buy that
Buy it.
game again.
Yeah, okay.
It's really good. I can definitely see why you put that at number one.
Nintendo.
You're wrong for not putting Rocket League,
Right.
but it's a good
I
option.
had it at number 2.
For Dan, that's acceptable.
Yeah.
At least at one. So
Yeah.
So yeah.
Tito said he was going to throw his niece if Rocket League didn't win number
Oh,
one.
okay. Yeah, I mean we all played it I've probably played it the least, and even I played it like 15 or 20 hours. So.
I played at
but-
least.
But like you said, like if Corey or I was to be like, hey, you want to jump on Rocket League?
I'd be like, oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Fuck
And
yeah.
we had like a week there where we were playing every night.
Yeah.
In like November.
Yep.
It's a shame that our gaming schedules are
I
just
know.
like mine is like 5 in the morning. I'm
Stupid,
up
yeah.
and playing. Like
Stupid
you're
timing.
Mine
Five-
starts at 10 at night.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame.
Because otherwise I would definitely play it more.
Yeah.
Pee break?
Can we take a pee break?
Yeah, we'll
before
take a quick pee break
I have
before
to
we
go.
do the next
Quick little break.
category.
Nico?
So yeah, we best competitive multiplayer. The winner for the 2015 Thumbies.
What's
is
up next?
Rocket League. Coming up next after the break will be best co-op multiplayer.
Okay.
So we'll be back with that in just a moment. All right.
Sorry, it can be 2 minutes. I just
No, you're
No,
good.
don't worry about it.
I wish this fucking Twitch chat would work.
Yeah, why?
Still not working?
Why?
No.
It works on my phone.
Yeah, no, I have it on my phone, but like
It's annoying.
I just want it right here because I'm also looking at my awards list on my phone. First world problems.
Did you go onto the dashboard?
Huh?
Onto the dashboard and see if it comes up on there
Will, what's he talking about?
on our Twitch chat. Ow.
Yeah.
Try that.
All right, bro.
Yeah. I actually on my tablet I have an app that I use for Twitch chat on the outside chance that I stream, because that like if I don't use it, if I don't type something, after like 2 minutes it shuts off for some reason. So
Really?
I just use that app, and it like you can type on the app or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's called T-Chat maybe, specifically for Twitch chat.
Eric, you always have issues logging into your Twitch.
Dude, I just fucking reset my password. It's...
I have like 6 passwords that I use, and then I have like variations on on that password. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of times it could be like 20 different things
Exactly.
or 30 different things.
Exactly.
Like I capitalize some letters and add some special characters afterwards.
How about Tomb Raider, huh?
Tomb Raider, I know. Two
Couple of
awards.
Winskis.
That's good.
No, different browser didn't matter.
Like I said, no. Yeah, that could be eligible next year too, because it's coming out for the PC and
I
PS4
think
in
it's
the
got
holiday.
a chance next year.
There's, at least as of now, there's not as much heavy hitters, I don't feel like, coming out next year. Although we don't know what's coming out in the fall.
I feel like we said that about the beginning of this year. We're like, it might not be too
There's some
bad.
pretty good games coming out on console next year.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Dark Souls. That'll be one. of them.
Xbox and PS4 both have some good exclusives next year.
Mhm. I keep hoping I hear Halo's coming to computer.
Campaign's not very good.
I kind of liked it a lot.
It was okay.
I will buy it on PC again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would be happy with just the Master Chief Collection.
The multiplayer was great.
Good.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, Halo and Halo 2 were both on PC back in the day.
Yeah, that's right.
Master Chief Collection don't work, Dan.
I know. As long as I can play the campaigns, I don't care about the multiplayer.
Campaigns. Could play a campaign. I don't know.
I don't have.
Fucking chat.
The
won't
time
work,
we have
dude.
like the most viewers, we can't
It's pissing me off.
yell at Sophie, Christy, and Val. Tell them to get off the internet.
I can't be.
Is that what it is?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Shouldn't be. Let's see if no dropped frames.
Christy hasn't asked me once if I needed a drink either, which is absurd.
That sucks.
That's unbelievable. You want me to go talk to her? She'd be
Go have words.
We don't need that.
She'd slay me with words.
She will.
She's pretty good.
Nah, man. Nah,
What?
she is. She holds her own with
Yeah,
me.
she really can. Holy crap.
She's funny.
Why do you think I take her side?
Peed like a gallon.
I can't believe I haven't had to pee.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Overactive bladder is not normal at any age, Wilford Brimley.
I should go to a doctor.
Have it checked out.
I'll die first.
I'll check it out. Whip out your bladder.
Will you examine me?
Yeah.
Good. Someone has to.
New browser didn't help.
Oh. What the fetch?
Do we have a lot of people in the chat?
9.
We broke Twitch.
We broke Twitch.
Thumbies 2015.
Broke
Broke
Twitch.
FTW. Ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back, everybody, to episode 232 of the Thumbstick Athletes podcast. It is our 2015 Thumbies Awards episode. Moving on to the next category, Best Co-op Multiplayer. Again, this category is self-explanatory. So, without further ado,
We should,
you know what? I'm going to get something kind of sharp.
before we get too deep into this, thank Father Bill.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
for,
yeah.
for tabulating our results.
Once again, third
dad.
year in a row.
Third year running.
Mr. Bill Murtha, who has been on the podcast before. Thank him for tallying the votes. He does an excellent job, even though he has a myriad of mistakes. But we forgive him for that.
And I'm sorry for getting my submissions to you today and then changing them when I woke up.
No, I tease, of course. We try to keep it a family business, so, you know, Father Bill's in there.
Sure.
That is correct. Okay.
Tallying the vote.
Best co-op multiplayer. Number 3, Rainbow Six Siege. Number 2 is a tie between Heroes of the Storm and Rock Band. And number 1, Rocket League.
As it should be.
That's funny. This is funny. Let me tell you something. I didn't put Rocket League on my co-op.
I didn't put any of those games on my co-op.
You know, it's funny. I put Rocket League as number 1.
Reason being, I tried to separate the co-op and the competitive online experience more than I have in years past. I tried to keep it like different games on there.
Yeah.
I'm happy it won. That's great, and I think if you use it as a cooperative game, it's awesome. But number 1 on my list was Rainbow Six Siege, and I don't. Will's the only one other than me that played it. You played 4 online matches.
Only because I didn't play it very much. It would have been higher if
Okay.
I played it more.
Yeah, I mean, and my basis for putting this at number 1 was really more of a potential than an actual.
Yeah.
I did experience a few games where like we played as a good team and stuff like that with randoms online, but the potential that game has, I feel like, with people that I know and friends that like I get in a party with and talk about strategies and who's going to do what, who's going to be which different operator or specialist, whatever it is. I think that game is just such an awesome cooperative multiplayer experience, and that's why I put it at number 1.
Gotcha.
Let's see. I had number 5. I put Helldivers on PS4. I actually started playing that last week with Alex.
Okay.
Rock Band 4. Obvious. I don't really need to talk about that. Halo 5 Guardians I put on my list because I played the last part of the campaign with Will and 2 other dudes, Johnny and Tom. Correct. Because I had a bastard of a time with that shitty boss fight.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
So I did some of the campaign there. Heroes of the Storm, I felt like was more of a co-op experience for me than Rocket League has been. So that's why I put that on there. It's instead of Rocket League.
It's funny how you and I are the exact opposite with that, because with me, I have Rocket League at number 1 because it's more of a co-op to me, and Heroes of the Storm wasn't the winner for me.
See, I play Rocket League by myself with other people. It doesn't matter any time of the day, always. Where Heroes of the Storm, I much preferred to play with you, with Will, or Alex, or whoever wanted to play. Like I just found like anytime we could get a good team together, that's when I had the most fun with it.
Absolutely.
Whereas Rocket League, I can have a great time with it by myself.
Yeah.
So that's why I didn't put it on my list.
That's a really good point, and just going off of that, when I play Rocket League, it doesn't really matter who I'm playing with.
Yeah.
I'm still in the same position, setting up the same kind of plays.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can see your point with that.
Because everybody kind of plays the same way.
Yeah.
Which actually, I wanted to shout out to Tito in LA, one of the listeners who I play Rocket League with on a fairly as regular basis as I can. One of the things I like about Tito when I play with him is he's always trying to find a way, like, I guess you could compare it to like in the NFL. You know how there's always a team that other teams are trying to copy?
Mm-hmm.
Tito always tries to find that new way to play that other people are going to want to copy. Like he when he sees that other people are, one of the things he pointed out to me when we were playing, it was yesterday or today, he's like, what he's been trying to do is, because people try to force the ball into the corner and try to have it pop up across the front of the goal, he's been trying to take more of like a direct approach and just like crossing the ball as like a direct pass.
Yeah.
Like, which is hard to do.
Yeah.
It's much easier to just send the ball up the wall.
Yeah.
And hope that it goes in front of the goal. But he's trying to actually do direct passes in front of the goal, like to another player on his team, to their car. And that's one of the things I like about playing that game with Tito. But I don't know why I started talking about that, but yes.
Rocket League.
Yeah, Rocket
Yeah,
League.
that's nothing wrong with that. Okay. I also had completely none of those games were on my list at all.
None of them.
I went for straight co-op, like no competitive element whatsoever.
Okay.
So my number one
You
was
play a lot more of those games than we do, don't you?
I played with my wife.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So my number one was Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, which I didn't play with my wife, but I played a little bit with Eric, and then I did a bunch of monster hunting like online with people, which was a blast. For number 2, I put Rock Band. Number 3, I put Yoshi's Woolly World, even though I only played briefly. That's a very, very good co-op multiplayer game. And then number 4, I put Skylander Superchargers, because briefly played that, but was also excellent co-op game. So those are my co-op games.
Cool.
Okay.
Will?
At number 5, Call of Duty Black Ops 3 because of zombies, even though I played it once. But
That's why I couldn't justify it.
see, with Black Ops being my number 5 for a bunch of these categories, it's because I ran out of things to put in.
Yeah.
So,
I played a lot of games this year,
yeah.
so I didn't run into that.
I mean, when we go over the beaten game stuff, I only played like 12, 13 games from this year maybe, so I ran out. At 4, I had Rainbow Six Siege. I wanted to have that higher, but as I said, I didn't play as much of it as I wanted
I think
to.
it would have been if we were able to find time to play it.
Oh, there'd be no doubt it'd be 1 or 2 for me. 3, Rock Band 4. Corey and I have been playing this whenever he's home a lot. Been playing a lot of Green Day
I
recently.
drunkenly purchased American Idiot,
Sure.
the whole album.
Did they not have Dookie?
They did, but I opted for American Idiot for the
You were drunk.
rock operas.
You were absolutely hammered.
Dude, the rock operas are really fun
They
to
are
play.
fun to play.
Yeah, but
They're
you
a
also
lot of
have to
fun.
listen to them.
You don't like them? I thought you
American
were
Idiot?
American Idiot proponent.
It's okay. But I'll never choose that in any situation, rock band, whatever, over Dookie or Insomniac, ever.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree for the first time tonight
All right.
because that
Probably
album
not
is
the last time tonight.
awesome. But I can see that. I
Well,
mean,
it's Steve.
Dookie's a great album.
Oh,
Don't get me wrong. I just think for rock band, I'm gonna play a 9-minute rock opera
Okay.
and enjoy the hell out.
No,
of
I see. I see your point.
it. Yeah.
I see it.
See, my favorite one to play on that is Holiday. I love how the guitar goes.
Yeah, but Jesus of Suburbia,
Well, that's fun too.
That's a good song.
dude, that's so much fun to play.
What do you play? Guitar, drums,
Drums.
Anyway, Heroes of the Storm is my number 2. For all the reasons Eric said, number 1 is Rocket League because I will only ever play this with you guys. Cause
Why
that's,
is that?
I don't have as much fun playing alone as I do with people, and
Okay.
it's one of those things where I can't really explain
I
why.
wonder why.
I'm the same
Like,
way,
what
but
is it about Will?
I'm the same way. But it's because when I have a chance to play a game, I'm gonna play like something with a story usually.
Yeah.
And
See, you, I understand.
right? Okay, I see.
I'm surprised that
Will-
Will doesn't like play Rocket League
get
more
you.
by himself.
I think there's less to gain by playing by yourself.
I know, but I do it
See,
constantly.
I get
I think you get more out of. I think you and I both get a lot more.
I know, I'm
a lot
just-
more out of that.
I'm
than-
just trying to compute why.
I get highly frustrated with the unorganization of people online.
Yeah.
If my car gets bumped by somebody I don't know, as
Somebody
opposed
on
to
your team.
just, yeah, on my team that
So
I don't know,
frustrating.
as opposed to one of you guys doing it, I get furious.
I know, and I try so hard to bear with people.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I really do. But man, no, I hear you there, Will. It can be frustrating when you're playing with people you don't know and somebody fucks up and
I'm the one. I'm one of the players that will bump my teammates a lot, and I feel like shit when I do it.
Yeah.
I always have ball cam on, and usually, like, if it's up high,
I always
see something
apologize.
Yeah.
I always say sorry.
Yeah.
And usually then it's fine.
But when I look at our extra live stream, or when I was playing with you and Christian,
Yeah,
it's
we had a
just,
lot of fun.
Just how much fun it is when I play with you guys, and
Yeah.
how I will literally play it for however long you guys want to keep playing it because
Yeah.
it's so much fun.
That is interesting that we had like such a different look
Yeah,
on Rocket League.
yeah.
Like as a co-op or a
It-
competitive experience.
It's weird because, like I said, like mine and your thoughts on Heroes of the Storm are like swapped.
Yeah, and Rocket League.
Yeah, Here's the Storm and Rocket League.
That's interesting.
So
Co-op, Corey.
Rocket League. I had it number 1, but after talking to Eric about it, I might drop it. But it's too late.
Well, it's too late.
Number 2, a game I'm disappointed that Will didn't consider is Rampage Knights as best co-op multiplayer.
did that come out this year?
Yes.
See, you know why I didn't put it? Because I didn't list it in the games that I have a games I beat category.
And I should start keeping track of games I play too,
Yeah.
because I forget about those
It's
sometimes.
easy when you got keep your
I
notes,
know.
guys.
I know.
Oh, I
Do
do.
it every year.
Temper your expectations.
right. But Rampage Knights was a lot of fun. Role-playing game / roguelike. A lot like Rogue Legacy in a lot of different ways. I had a great time playing with it. Will and I did it on our
Extra
Extra
Life.
Life stream.
We put a lot of hours into it.
Just silly, over-the-top, kind of crazy power-ups and spells and stuff like that. I had a great time with it. That was my number 2. Number 3, I had Heroes of the Storm, for all the reasons we've talked about already. Number 4, I had Rock Band 4. I don't think that game's very good overall. I really don't.
I don't either.
But you mix it with some alcohol and some friends,
Yeah.
and then it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then at number 5, I had Monster Hunter 4, a game that early on I had a great time with.
That was on my list for a while.
Right. That's the problem. Like, and this comes back to objective or subjective. It came out really early in the year, kind of faded as the year went on.
Plus,
And
it was on a
that's just-
handheld, which
yeah, and that's just the nature of the beast, I guess. I
and a
don't know.
Nintendo handheld, which makes grouping up even harder.
Right, because you gotta like enter codes and
Yeah.
get everybody's social security
It's
number.
a fucking chore.
You have
like,
to fight with it.
I gotta have Dan email me his birth certificate.
Yeah, the certified copy with the raised seal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I gotta have somebody notarize it.
Yeah, it's just stupid. It really is. But I also had a really good time grouping up with a number of people and doing the big hunts and stuff like that. Really a great memory from 2015 that sort of faded with time.
Yeah.
It's just, a victim of time.
Yeah. That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so the winner for the 2015 Thumby for Best Co-op Multiplayer Game, Rocket League. Okay, moving on. Best Handheld / Mobile Game.
All right.
This is a
Runaway
this is a paltry category this year. Paltry.
I couldn't even come up with 5.
I really
couldn't
could
come
give
up-
a shit about this
I
category.
couldn't come up with 5 either.
I said to you guys at dinner, I think I'm the one that fought to keep this one in. And then when I was doing it, I'm like, ugh, I don't have much to go on.
Yeah,
here.
I remember saying, maybe we gotta get
paltry.
rid of that one.
Yeah.
Paltry.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 3, Story of Seasons. Number 2, Lara Croft Go. And number 1, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. No surprise there. That's really, for me, that was the only good handheld game that came out the entire year.
Now, what about Codename Steam?
Not good.
No.
Okay, I thought you liked it.
It was okay.
Okay.
It'll be in another category, which I won't.
Dan
Okay.
stood up for it a little
See,
bit.
Dan, I thought you liked it.
It was okay. I don't think it was as bad as some people thought it was going to be, but
Okay.
it was also not as. I wouldn't put it on a list of
Okay.
best handheld / mobile games.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because I only ended up putting 3. Monster Hunter was my number 1. For number 2, I had Lara Croft Go.
Did you play that?
I did. I bought it. It was 99 cents. And I played it at a family Christmas party because I was bored.
You liked it?
I really liked it.
It's good, right?
It's surprisingly good.
Yeah.
It's not a great game by any means,
No.
but it's a like for a toilet game, it's fantastic.
Sure.
They did a good job with that. And then all the way down at number 5, I put Fallout Shelter. I skipped 3 and 4, only because like I really liked
didn't
it
wanna
for
give it the
like
points?
Yeah, I really liked it for like 4 days,
Yeah.
and then I was done with
It's
it.
longer than I got
So-
out of it.
Yeah, I really liked it for that brief time that I played it, and then I had no interest in touching it again. So that's my list. Will, what do you got?
At 3, I had Fallout Shelter. At 2, I had Hearthstone because I was really reaching for something
Did that come out this year?
on the phone.
On mobile, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. And at 1, Story of Seasons, which is the only handheld game I played and really, really liked. So I didn't play.
I probably would have liked that.
Yeah, I think you guys definitely would have liked that game.
Yeah.
If you want to borrow it.
I don't have a 3DS.
Yeah,
That's right.
it wasn't even close actually. Monster Hunter got 18 points and Lara
Yeah.
Croft got 8.
Not
That was-
surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine, I had Ollie Ollie 2 at number 5 for the Vita.
That's a good vote right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, I mean, it was more the same from the first Ollie Ollie.
Yeah.
Number 4 was Fallout Shelter. It was okay. Whatever.
It was fun for a few days.
I could not, in good conscience, put Fallout Shelter on
Why?
my list.
That's why I put it at number 5.
Why?
Because I've played that game 100 times already. It just happened that
You mean Tiny Tower?
this one had a Fallout skin on it.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I actually, never mind.
Okay.
Go on.
Number 3 was Hotline Miami 2 for Vita.
Oh.
Not as good as the first, but still good. Lara Croft Go was number 2, and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate at number 1.
Corey?
I had, what did I have? Monster Hunter 4 at number 1 for sure. Again, had a great time with it.
Not even close.
We talked about it a lot. We had a good time. We did a whole episode on it, I believe. My number 2 was Etrian Mystery Dungeon. I think I'm the only one that played that.
Did that come out this year?
Yes, it did.
Okay. wasn't sure.
in North America. It came out in
Oh.
Japan, I think, last year.
Of course.
But they're slowly re-releasing all the Etrian games. I think the Etrian games originally came out for Vita, and they're slowly
Coming
trickling out for
3DS.
3DS. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the franchise. But yeah, that was a lot of fun I had. But I traded in my 3DS, so I kind of gave away that one at the same time. Downwell was my number 3, a rare mobile game that
Oh, you
was
played
just
that?
fine.
Did you like it?
fine. I got it for 99 cents. It was okay.
Would
you
it
know?
be better on PC?
No.
Okay.
No. You would get nothing out of it on PC that you couldn't get out of it.
So I
out of
shouldn't
iPhone.
bother?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. Pokemon Shuffle, I had at number 4. As a Pokemon mild enthusiast, I had a little bit of fun with it, but it's also free-to-play bullshit that you have to deal with. So whatever. And also, Final Fantasy Record Keeper was my number 5, and same thing, like free-to-play bullshit. You just have to deal with it. And it's just, how much can you put up with? I don't know. I like Final
Fucking
Fantasy
mobile
a whole
games.
lot, and it's nice to, like, Record Keeper's good at, like, exploring that whole universe and incorporating all the characters and levels and equipment and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's just like, I like Final Fantasy. I don't like it enough to spend mad money on it, you know? Like, I just
cheddar.
don't care.
I hear you.
So I think it's well done if you're into that, but
Yeah.
I'm just not.
I get you, right, Eric? I covered your mobile games?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the winner for the 2015 Thumbie for Best Handheld / Mobile Game, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
Can we...
Not a ton of competition there.
No, and also
Pete Rick?
the new 3DS...
2 exclusives.
2 exclusives. 2.
2.
Dose.
Yeah. I actually read an article about that briefly. And they said
Xenoblade.
they kind of understood because they didn't want to fragment the 3DS player base, which I get. And for me, it was a worthwhile purchase because I had one of the little
Yeah,
old
but
3DSs.
I still feel like a chump.
Well, you had a 3DS XL. It wasn't that big of an upgrade for you. It was a pretty big upgrade for me.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
I feel like a chump too.
Yeah,
I traded it in.
yeah, I traded it in. I bought it and I was like, this is awesome. And then, like, I played Monster Hunter and I'm like,
Eh. Yeah, exactly.
back to the store.
I'll
with you.
go get the upgraded Xbox One
Yeah,
Elite.
exactly.
Yeah.
Silly.
yeah, I think me and Will are the only ones.
And that's it.
3DS
Like, they're not
still.
gonna put anything else out.
No, of course not. Especially with all the
Not any
NX
exclusives.
speculation.
No.
Yeah, because the NX is supposedly supposed to be a mobile.
I feel like a chump.
Mobile
I'm usually
one, too.
good at detecting that stuff.
You
too.
are. If any
Yeah.
of us are, it's you.
Yeah.
The
Like
Oya.
Chump.
Like I said, it was a good purchase for me because I was upgrading from the little one, the old one.
And you know what they said? Actually, maybe not an entire chump because the 3D in the new 3DS
Is much better.
Was much better.
It was better.
And I played
Monster Hunter?
Ocarina of Time 3D, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Right.
So maybe not a huge chump, just half a chump.
Okay. Next category: Best Rainy Day Game. This one's kind of arbitrary. Left up to our own.
I like this
Imagine-
category.
I do too, and that's what we'll give you. We'll give you those where a lot of other places won't. So best rainy day game, whatever that means to the individual voter.
Can mean a number of things.
And
I think we've argued about this category.
We have in
the
years past. Corey and I usually have a different take on this.
number 3, Fallout 4. Number 2, Until Dawn. And number 1, Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Really?
It's a good rainy day game.
Wow.
Now
Not
this is
surprised by that.
Huh?
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, me too.
well, I mean, I'll start by saying that was my number 1. Was Xenoblade Chronicles X. I freaking love that game. I
No,
will say it right now.
I get it. I forgot that you two both played it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Corey seemed pretty cool on it.
I was pretty cool. I didn't play it enough, really, for a 100+ hour game. I don't think I played it enough. I also had it.
It doesn't respect your time, though.
I also had it as my number 1, which for me, that's the rainy day. That's the sign of a rainy day game, a game that does not respect your time. And we talked about this last year, maybe the year before. What I look for in a rainy day game is something that transports me somewhere
Somewhere else, yeah.
And Xenoblade Chronicles X does a great job of that. in the universe that they put you in, that
Mm-hmm.
expansive planet with all sorts of different biomes and stuff like that.
Yeah. I've put about 35
Yeah.
hours into it so far, and I freaking love it.
Yeah.
It's right up my alley.
Yep.
I can see why a lot of people
wanna
wouldn't
play
like
it.
it, but I love it. I mean, I still haven't gotten my Skell yet, by the way.
You gotta
Still haven't gotten my mech, but I've been doing a lot of side stuff.
right.
Like I like to do. So, but yeah, I love that game. Yeah, I put The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt at number 2, Fallout 4 at number 3, Splatoon at number 4. That was my lone competitive multiplayer game. And then Pillars of Eternity at number 5. Because like Corey, I like to be somewhere, well, like rainy day game to me is putting myself somewhere else. But I played a lot of Splatoon. So
I'll just go.
Go ahead.
Since we're chatting, Xenoblade was number 1. Pillars of Eternity was my number 2. That didn't show up in 1, 2, 3.
no, I mean it was my number 5.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. Same thing. Get lost in a medieval world, fantasy RPG. Like, it's just so much going on. Sunless Sea was my number 3.
I wanted to play that so bad.
I thought you did. You never played it?
I have it installed and I just never got to it.
Okay, it's one of those 4X kind of games
Yeah.
with a really really interesting aesthetic and universe. Monster Hunter 4 was actually my number 4. Like laying down on a rainy day and going out on hunts with your pals,
That's another one you gotta kind of
with your randos.
get the hang of too.
Yeah, and then Tales of Zestiria was actually my number 5. Another game that you could just lay on the couch while the rain's
Lose yourself.
pouring and just kind of lose yourself in.
I don't
Sure.
like Corey's view on this category.
Go ahead, Eric. What do you got? For games?
Number 5, I had Witcher 3. I believe Dan had that on his list also. Just, that's one that you could sink a lot of time into and kind of get lost in some side quests. Number 4, I had Super Mario Maker. I was kind of surprised that Corey didn't have that on this one.
Yeah. Never really considered it.
Sit
for this,
down
but yeah.
and pump out a few levels,
yeah.
maybe beat a few
Play some
levels.
levels.
Yeah.
Maybe make a real hard one and spend your day trying to beat it, to upload it.
Yeah, you're right.
You're
right.
Fallout 4, similar to Witcher 3, just kind of getting lost in there. Number 2, for me, on a rainy day, I just play Rocket League. Because I can play it all fucking day.
Right.
My number 1 was Until Dawn. Because that game should be played in one sitting, if you can do it. And a rainy, shitty day is the best
Perfect
time to
time.
do it because it's a horror game, and you can sit there for 8 hours, 8.5, 9 hours, whatever it is, and just play through it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the perfect rainy day game to me.
It's a game too that didn't get a lot of love like when it first came out. It got good reviews, but I think now everyone's starting to realize like what a good game it was.
It got great reviews. It did not get a lot of publicity or
Attention.
marketing
Yeah.
from Sony.
Yeah.
No, which is surprising because it was one of their better games they put out.
Kind of
this
Funny
year.
Games talks about this a lot because they're PlayStation centric. They always talk about how they're kind of surprised that The Order was one of the exclusives that got the
Attention.
publicity from Sony that probably should have gone to Until Dawn.
Yeah.
And they didn't know what they had.
I mean, I think everyone thinks that Until Dawn is a better game than The Order was, right?
I don't.
I like The Order.
This
I do too.
this comes back into like a bigger contextual thing for me. I feel like a lot of marketing and advertising energy is spent towards people our age versus the people who are actually sitting and playing a bunch of video games all the time, and that's kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Until Dawn is a much more, maybe not. I think Until Dawn is a more kid-friendly game. I really do.
I don't think Until Dawn or The Order are kid-friendly games.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Until Dawn's kid friendly.
I think if you're a
Teenager.
7 to 13-year-old kid, you're a lot more likely to play Until Dawn than you are.
I disagree.
I kind of disagree.
Okay.
I didn't play it. So.
I gotta disagree with
I
that.
didn't play Until Dawn either, but
Yeah, I don't know. I guess looking at it from like a parent's perspective, if I'm buying the game, I would have been much quicker to buy them The Order than I would Until Dawn.
as a kid, did you rely on your parents to buy your game?
From
for you?
7 to 13?
Yeah, you would.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't have any fucking money.
I just wouldn't rely on my parents to make. I would rely on them to buy the game for sure, but not make the decision on which game it was.
I guess I'm coming from if I were the parent.
Yeah.
That being somebody who is familiar with video games,
right,
I would be making that choice.
What do you think you'd be more interested in as a kid?
Probably The Order.
Yeah,
to be
'cause that's
honest, it's got werewolves in it.
It's a shooter. Like,
Yeah. Until Dawn is like it's like a
you're-
movie almost.
You're right.
You know?
It's more marketable towards kids. Order.
Until Dawn also is like it's like a campy, shitty horror movie where 7 to 13-year-olds don't know about those yet.
Yeah.
Where people our age kind of grew up with that. Like we watched Sleepaway Camp 1 through however many.
So let's talk about the in between, the 14 to 27.
Now I'd say Until Dawn.
Yeah.
In that range.
yeah.
I don't know. It's just
No, it is interesting. I'd be interested to see why they chose The Order as the game to get behind as opposed to Until Dawn.
Yeah.
I think they just really didn't know. They just didn't know that
Didn't know
people
what-
were going to like
didn't know
Until
what
Dawn
they
that
had.
much.
I mean, I guess what I was getting at by saying that was the people who are probably making those decisions are maybe in their late 30s, early 40s, maybe not entirely connected with the audience who was mass consuming their product.
Yeah,
That's all I was getting at with that.
sure.
Out of touch marketing departments.
But,
It
yeah,
happens.
I think Until Dawn's a perfect rainy day game.
Okay, Will.
I have two different types of rainy days. So at 5 and 4, I have my more competitive flavor for a rainy day. So Halo 5 and Heroes of the Storm are at 5 and 4. Both my favorite competitive multiplayer games this year. And then at 3, I had Fallout 4, which is a great game to just sit down and play and get lost into. I mean, you guys both mentioned it. And then at 2, I had Until Dawn. For what Eric said, that is a game that is best served playing in one sitting. And my number 1 is another game that I think is best being
Life is
played
Strange?
is Life is Strange, and as little sittings as possible.
God
I knew
damn
you
it.
were going to say that.
I really wanted to play that. I really did.
By the way, me and Corey were talking about it. When we talk more about that game, we should be able to talk about spoilers.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to talk about spoilers on
Because
this podcast.
you cannot talk about that game without spoilers.
Have you played it?
It's the same thing
Yeah.
with
Played through the whole
Undertale.
thing.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Undertale?
You can't talk about Undertale without spoiling some of it.
Exactly.
That's I think when we do these thummies, we should do spoilers because it's just silly
Ooh, if
to
you're
not
talking
talk
Life
spoilers.
is Strange, I'm leaving.
You don't want spoilers?
I mean,
No.
I don't want Life is Strange spoiled for me.
I'm going to
either.
step out.
What
you're
if
doing
what
that.
if they're vague? What if they're spoilers, but if they're vague enough that you'll probably forget by the time you play it?
But I'm okay with that.
I think that's the best way to talk
fair.
about games.
It's fair.
Really,
Yeah, okay.
it's like not talk specifics, but there's a point in
probably
life.
forget anyway.
Life
Who
is
the fuck am I
Strange
kidding?
where so and so does so and so.
Because if names come at you, you're not going to have
No,
any
you won't
idea.
process it. Yeah.
I'll try to tune out anyway.
You're right.
But
Okay.
yeah, Life is Strange.
So the winner of Best Rainy Day Game for 2015, Xenoblade Chronicles X.
All right.
Shocking turn of events.
That is a surprise, honestly. I was very surprised. by
Is
that.
it? I don't know. I think it's a perfect rainy day.
That came
Well,
out of nowhere.
That's
for
what
me.
I picked for number 1 too.
Yeah,
but
me
I'm
too.
surprised that you picked it too. I guess.
So
is what
am
I'm
I.
saying.
That's
Really?
what I'm surprised
Yeah.
at.
Dude, I can't wait to sit down and
You
play.
seemed pretty cool on that game. I
Xenoblade.
thought.
I only played like 4 hours.
Fuck you, Corey. You were fucking cool on it.
It's hard to judge
played
a
a lot.
game, like 100 plus hour game in 4 hours. You know?
I thought your thing this year was kind of like you didn't care for games that disrespected your time.
Oh, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
For sure.
But in the rainy day,
in the rainy day category,
You're
that's
all right
kind
with
of
it.
what I'm looking for.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. No, I can. All
No,
right.
you won't see Xenoblade anywhere else.
Okay.
You might, but not for the reasons you'd expect.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
All right, next category, most welcome surprise.
Yeah.
Again, kind of self-explanatory. A game that surprised you the most, obviously. Number 3, Assassin's Creed Syndicate.
All right.
Yeah?
I like that pick.
Number 2, Rocket League. And number 1, Dying Light.
Wow.
Really?
That sucks.
So,
Okay.
Eric, we'll start with you.
I don't like
What
that
do
pick.
you got on your...
I had Dying Light at number 5. I don't know. I just felt like it belonged on this list. I thought it was really good, especially coming off of kind of Dead Island, which I hated. Dying Light was far
Glad you
superior.
hate it.
I've got a similar game on my list
Yeah.
that I'll talk about when I get
Yeah,
there.
so I felt like it was quite a step up. Until Dawn was number 4. I did not. We just talked about that. I don't need
Yeah.
to talk about it again.
Nobody expected that
Nobody
one.
expected it, right? Fallout 4 for me personally,
Right.
because I'm not a fan of the Fallout series like you guys and many other people are. I tried to play Fallout 3 numerous times, could not get into it. I didn't even try New Vegas. So for me, Fallout 4, the amount that I enjoyed that game was surprising to me. The city building stuff I fucking loved. Like, that's one of my favorite parts of it. Like, I was just really, really surprised by how much I enjoyed that game. Rocket League, I mean, I think if you guys remember, if you think back, when I played the beta for Rocket League, you will remember me saying I could see this game being my game of the year.
Yeah.
I'm almost positive
Yeah,
I
I
said
believe
that.
it.
Yeah,
I believe you
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah,
I
so
vaguely remember that.
Rocket League was my number 2. That game just like blew me out of the water and continues to. So I mean, we've talked about it to death. Number 1 was Heroes of the Storm. As I said, I would have never expected
A MOBA.
a MOBA on PC to take up months of my gaming year.
Yeah.
It got to the point where it ruined you trying to play things for the podcast.
No, it did. It
Yeah.
absolutely, like, yeah. I mean, Idaho Jake would attest to
He had to
like,
suffer
his
through
hatred.
many of
His hatred of Heroes of the Storm.
He's not
probably-
the only one. I feel like we had a couple.
Yeah, it probably grew exponentially
It's-
because of how it kind of took Will and I over.
It consumed us.
Yeah, I would hearken back to Dan's obsession with
Guild Wars.
Guild Wars. Me and Corey.
Guild
Crusader
Wars and
Kings.
Crusader Kings.
Crusader Kings.
Both of those games.
It was like every week for like
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Yeah, it was kind of a
Yep.
similar thing to that. So I was really surprised that that game did that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead, Corey.
I like Eric. I like your honesty on that list because I know you're a huge proponent of Rocket League, and to put Heroes of the Storm above that,
Well, I think
I respect that.
if you think about me and the kind of games that I like me being a
Right.
FIFA fan and stuff like that, like
Yeah.
I've always liked a good competitive online game. So it's not surprising that I like that game. It's surprising how much I like that
Yeah.
game, I guess.
Yeah,
You know
no,
what I mean?
that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
that's why I really admire the way you listed that 1 through 5. I'll jump in here. I had Sunless Sea at number 5, a game that sort of came out of nowhere and had a great, like I said, on the last group, great aesthetic. That whole like Dead Sea kind of thing, like Necromancer on the Dead Sea kind of thing. Fantastic. I had a great time with it. Massive Chalice was my number 4. Another game that I don't think will get its due on any of these lists, but I had a great time with it. Did the XCOM kind of thing, the
I should play that.
the strategy, the aspect of it.
Pretty damn good.
We've talked about it. That's another game we've talked about all year, really.
Yeah, I played it late,
is.
so I didn't get to play it. I didn't get to experience it when you guys did, but
That was a hit
it was
around here
really good.
Yeah.
with you 3.
Yeah, big hit with us, Mirtha Nerds here. And Invisible Ink was my number 3. Another game, like, there's so much in that game that if you like video games and you don't like Invisible Ink, I'm going to ask you, like, why?
Yeah.
Because there's so much in that game, really. It takes so many different aspects of other games and combines them into something that is so much fun to play. Really impressive product overall. I had Dying Light at number 2. Again, we've exhausted that game. And I had Rocket League at number 1 because that game's awesome and so surprising.
I'm surprised.
Nobody saw that coming.
Surprised. I'm glad you had that at number 1 because I'm surprised you like it as much as you do.
Yeah.
It's impressive. I mean, it came out of nowhere. Like,
Yeah.
nobody saw that game coming. And,
Yeah.
and you played, like, the beta or something like that, didn't
Yeah.
you? And you're like, this game's really good. And I'm like, this game
Oh
seems
my god,
stupid.
I was blown away by how
Yeah.
good it was.
Yeah,
When Eric told me how good it was for the beta, that's the reason why I signed up for the beta.
absolutely.
The other thing about it, I keep going back to the Rocket League, but anyway, the other thing about this game is, as much as I play it, do you have any idea how excited I am to play that game with my friend Jeff on Xbox One?
I believe it.
We played
He's
FIFA.
your FIFA buddy,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
He's my
That's
FIFA
right.
buddy, and we played FIFA last night, and I said to him, Jeff, you have no fucking idea how excited I am to play Rocket League with you. Like,
Yeah.
I cannot fucking wait. It's, ugh.
I have to buy it again.
But overall, this is one of my favorite categories because it acknowledges,
Yeah, something came out of nowhere.
right. In all these games, for me anyway, Rocket League, Dying Light, Invisible Ink, Massive Chalice, Sunless Sea are some of my most memorable experiences.
I gotta
of the
check
year.
Invisible Ink and Massive Chalice out
Yeah.
because I loved XCOM, and if they're anything like that,
Massive Chalice is on Xbox One.
no, I have it. It was
Oh.
free for gold.
Yeah.
I have it downloaded.
There you go. Perfect. All right, I'll go next. I skipped number 5 on this one. For number 4, I put Splatoon. I thought it was a dumb idea for a game, to be honest, when I first heard about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
But then I played the beta. It was the global test fire, the stress
when
test.
they had like an hour.
Yeah, it was
here
like
and
an
there.
hour, and I was like, "Oh, I'll play like 2 or 3 matches,
Fucking
and,
Nintendo.
and move on." And I ended
Yeah.
up playing for like 45 minutes
Yeah.
until the server crashed.
Such a Nintendo move.
It is a
For an
Nintendo move.
hour.
And I was like, "Wow, that was really good." And then I bought it and played it.
I almost
75
put that
hours.
on mine, Dan. The only reason I didn't is because like I've always kind of been into the online shooters,
Yeah.
so I wasn't shocked that I liked
Yep.
it. You
Yeah.
know?
I hear you. Number 3, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. It was a surprise that I liked it because I hated the shorter one, Ground Zeroes. I hated Ground
Oh,
Zeroes
yeah.
with a passion.
Sure.
Well, they wanted $40 for it, right?
That was part
Oh,
of
yeah,
it.
that's
That was
right.
part of it. It didn't
Ridiculous.
Oh
have
my
all the
God.
different systems and stuff that
Yeah.
the Phantom Pain had
Konami.
that I ended up really liking. Yeah. Fuck Konami. But anyway, yeah, that was a surprise that I liked that. Number 2, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I've been
Wow.
hating on Assassin's Creed
Okay.
for years now.
Uh,
So
Fair
the fact
enough.
that it was good and the fact that I liked it is saying a lot.
I had to play that.
it's unfortunate that this game isn't going to get more credit from me for how much I liked it.
Yeah. It was surprisingly good. I really didn't have a lot of bad things to say about it.
It really,
I didn't.
was, yeah.
So, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and then number 1, I put Dying Light. Dying Light mostly because it had all the telltale signs of being a shitty game
You're
when it first
right.
came out.
You're
Didn't
right.
reviews not
The
come
reviews
out?
came out like I think they didn't.
The day it
there
came
was
out?
no review copies out for the game whatsoever. I think like journalists had to like buy the game to play it.
Yeah.
And I had it pre-ordered because I thought it sounded cool. I ended up canceling my pre-order because none of, like at the very last minute because none of the review sites that I follow
Right.
like had reviews out. So I was like, this game's gonna suck.
You don't want to get screwed.
I didn't want to get screwed exactly because the whole zombie thing. Like I like you hated a lot of parts of Dead Island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was
well, it was a
there was,
shitty
there was
game.
a few good things that I liked about it, but ultimately I didn't.
Why
didn't
don't you
like
like
it that? So yeah, that was my most welcome surprise.
Yeah, no.
Dying Light.
I kind of questioned that when I first heard it, but you pointing out I had all the telltale signs of it being just an awful game.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
completely right with that.
No, I
And
didn't.
I ended up loving it. So
I don't. I wish I hadn't won this category, but no, Dan's right.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, Dying Light was the number 1?
that
Yeah.
was the winner.
That's
Will.
fair, I guess.
Let's hear your list.
At 5, I had NHL 16. I'm pretty sure. Who was this? Was it Dave in Boston who said it was pretty good?
Yep.
And for whatever reason, he said that, and I went out and got it. And I thought I was gonna hate it
Decent game.
because I've hated every NHL since like 11.
Well, they've been bad since 11.
Yeah, but this one's actually pretty good and fun. I don't really have any complaints or negativity about it.
No, we had a good time playing that at my bachelor party.
Yeah,
That
we
was
did.
good times.
We for sure did.
It's still insanely frustrating to lose to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
It's any game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like to lose.
That
either.
will persist for
Forever.
the rest of your life. So.
At 4, I had Halo 5. Now, if you guys remember, for the Thumbies last year, I played the beta, and I said on here that
I remember that.
Halo's going to be terrible this year. I am not going to like it. I get convinced to buy the game because of the podcast, Hide the Truth, or Hunt the Truth.
Hunt the truth.
Hunt the Truth.
You're welcome.
kidding.
So thank you, and I end up loving Halo, and
Cool.
it's my favorite shooter this year.
That was a
So
really good multiplayer.
Halo?
Halo,
Halo 5?
Okay.
Oh,
It's-
I haven't
multiplayer.
played it, so
The
I don't
multiplayer is
know, but-
fucking great.
it's really really good.
That's awesome.
So
Um,
it blew my mind that how much I liked it for how much I hated on it, and I don't like having to eat my words, but I had to there.
So this is kind of an aside, but in going through my notes for the Thumbies, I saw my predictions from this year, and one of my predictions was Halo overtakes Call of Duty as the most popular
That didn't happen.
competitive. No, it sure didn't.
Because Black Ops 3 was huge.
and didn't we
Yeah.
talk about it at the time? But part of it is the platform exclusivity.
Yeah.
That's a
good
big
point.
big
Good
thing
point,
against
yeah.
Halo.
Sure is.
Because Call of Duty's on even the old gen systems, multiplayer
Right.
I mean,
only.
Campaign and multiplayer are both superior in Halo. I
Yeah.
feel like.
Yeah.
In Halo 5 and Black Ops 3.
I definitely think Halo 5 is the best shooter. For
Black Ops 3 campaign was good about until halfway and it fucking fell off the rails. Fell off the fucking rails.
I want to play it just so I
Sounds
can
about
hate
right.
it.
Okay.
But 3, I had Assassin's Creed Syndicate. As I said, it's unfortunate that this game's not going to show up more for me for how much I loved it. And then 2 is Until Dawn. I knew I was going to like it, but for how much, I'm surprised. And then 1 is Life is Strange. I didn't think
Yeah.
I would like a game so much about 2 teen girls finding themselves.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't as surprised by that.
weren't.
I wasn't.
Well, I could see you liking it more than Will.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I heard about that game. I knew very little about it before I played it. But thinking about it, I was like, that sounds like something I would enjoy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So I was not surprised by it.
If I could pick one of us to play the game, it would have been you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then gone home immediately after.
Well, no, I mean, you're the most open-minded to those artistic games.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
It's a good
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Fussy. I think fussy is a good word for it.
Fussy. No, you're right. Fussy, but
You're
well,
artsy.
my big thing with this year is this is the year I discovered I don't like video games.
Right. Well, no, we've been talking about that all
Yeah.
year.
Yeah. So there's a big theme there.
Okay.
It's common.
So 2015 Thumbie for most welcome surprise goes to Dying Light. Yeah. Next category, biggest disappointment.
Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty,
Yeah,
boys.
I don't need to explain this one, obviously.
Let's get into it.
It's fairly self-explanatory. All right. Number 3, tie between Batman Arkham Knight and The Witcher 3. Number 2,
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
tie between Evolve, Codename Steam, Hotline Miami 2, and Everyone's Gone to the Rapture.
Wow.
And number 1, in Runaway, Star Wars Battlefront.
All right. Yes. That game sucks.
Oh, God. I have so much to say about this.
Okay, so I put Star Wars Battlefront as my number 1. Number 2, I put Codename Steam. That was a disappointment for me. I expected more from Nintendo, but that's all I have to say on
We
that.
all kind of looked forward to that one before it came out.
It was, a new,
Codename
it was a new IP. It was an XCOM-like game. It just wasn't nearly as good as it could have been, I thought.
Yeah.
And on paper, it sounded great. Oh,
Yes.
Oh, Abe Lincoln is
Yes.
a mech kind of
Steampunk, where you fight aliens.
Mixed with XCOM.
Yeah, XCOM, like strategy RPG.
Disappointment.
Did not deliver.
Shitstorm.
40-second turn load
Oh, that was
speed
brutal.
plus.
Brutal.
I can't believe that was a thing.
Disgusting.
Like,
disgusting.
who thought that was okay to put out like that?
I don't know, and they fixed it later, which means they could have done it.
Kinda.
I think they lower it from it was like 40 seconds to like 24 seconds or
Yeah,
something like that.
which is not
It wasn't
acceptable.
a huge change, but
Right,
it's
yeah.
Still too long.
Still too long.
Yep.
This day and age.
Yeah.
So that was my list. Will, go ahead.
I only had 2. There was only 2 games this year that I was disappointed with.
That's how I was too. Go ahead.
2 is Evolve.
It's solid 5
This game
plus. Sorry, go ahead.
This game on paper would be amazing.
Evolve?
Evolve. But it's just I don't know if it's because I played it alone a lot or
Yes, that's exactly why. That's a theme for a lot of games this year.
Yeah, you're right. It kind of is because this is the year
It's
like
something we need to talk about at length tonight.
well, okay, well, I'll start it. This like the 4v1 gameplay style is really cool idea, but it falls really short if you don't have anybody. And my friends didn't get into it or buy it. It was only one other person, and playing online with people wasn't that much fun because you didn't really have the teamwork. Then you had the occasional person trying to be a jerk to you over everything.
Right.
So it fell really short for me, and I was really disappointed because this game sounds awesome, and this on top of the DLC was pretty.
Yeah, the whole
disappointing.
DLC thing was very confusing.
Yeah,
Even I was confused by it, and I usually am decent at parsing those things out, but
it put a sour taste in my mouth
Oh.
too, right off the bat.
like I now would like to try it just to see what it's like, but I don't know like what I'm supposed to buy that I can actually play it.
I think I saw it for $10.
Yeah, but like you need this amount of you need this and this and this for DLC to be
yeah.
able to play with other people. I don't know, like it's very confusing.
The only reason this isn't a steamy turd for me is I got it for free. Thank
Right.
you, Galuzo family.
Yeah. That's a pretty good deal.
For helping me out
a
with
good
that.
I think you still should have put it in your steamy turd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There wasn't something this year that I was just like, that's a Sim City game.
Yeah.
Or,
That's next.
shit.
That's next.
That's the next
We're
award.
getting there. We're getting there, bro.
We're getting there.
But one is Star Wars Battlefront. I didn't think this was a steamy turd because I didn't think it was that bad. It was just a little disappointing with it, with how much
I
hype.
did a lot of wrestling in my head.
Well, you can go.
For my biggest disappointment, number 5 was Just Cause 3. And that's not to say it's a bad game.
Yeah.
Because it's not. But it should be better. I was a little bit let down. I felt like it was going to be better than what it was. The load times are supposed to be better now, and in all honesty, I haven't played it since they put the patch out. But they were fucking bad, like really bad on console, and that was awful. This day and age, like, people want things immediately.
Yeah.
And if you can't deliver that, then you're done. So that sucked. I don't know. It's very repetitive.
That's the biggest complaint I heard about.
It's
Just
fun,
Cause
but
3.
it's just super repetitive, and the load times are too long. So I was disappointed.
You know where Just Cause 3 succeeds for me is when I'm on Reddit and people put GIFs of crazy shit.
No, that's the kind of
where
game it is.
Starts and ends for me, really.
Yeah. And the thing about Just Cause 3 is I'm not creative as those people are.
Yeah.
So I kill everything the same way.
You can get all you want out of it by watching those
Right.
Exactly.
on YouTube or Reddit or
what
whatever.
a clever way to like throw a helicopter
Exactly.
at a soldier.
And I never think of stuff like that.
Right.
Number 4, and in all fairness, I did not play this game. But I think it's okay for me to say that Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 was a pretty big disappointment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds
fair.
it. Yeah.
As somebody who was a big fan of the previous games, I mean, Jesus Christ, I put a lot of time into 1 and 2 at very least.
Hell yeah. Superman.
So good. Like, the gameplay, the soundtracks were fantastic. Like, just everything. I put so much time in those games. Was really, like, when they announced they were doing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, like, fuck yeah. Like, it's back.
It's back, yeah. The series is back.
And I couldn't even buy it because it was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Like, from all accounts.
Yep. Everyone said it was
I
a turd.
heard with that one that they were losing the licensing to it, and they wanted to pump out...
I told you that.
Was it you? Okay, I didn't remember where I heard that.
Yeah.
But
They were going to lose the licensing.
that's sad.
Number 3 was Batman Arkham Knight. Did anybody else have that?
I would have if I played it, probably.
As a huge...
I liked Batman.
I did not at all.
I understand why.
As a huge fan of the previous games in the Batman series, and I think listening to Giant Bomb kind of helped me realize one thing about this game that I didn't even think of. I didn't need any more Batman.
Yeah.
I didn't need it.
It was done.
Yeah.
Somebody else said that on there. I don't remember who it was, but I just didn't need it. And if I did need it, I sure as fuck didn't need all the Batmobile.
Yeah. That's the thing. That game lived or died by whether or not you liked the Batmobile.
And I didn't.
Which I did.
I didn't.
You didn't. And a lot of other people didn't. I think
Yeah.
I think Idaho Jake also liked the Batmobile stuff,
Yeah,
but
I think you're right.
that was it. That was the only people that liked it. From
It was
what I
a
heard.
good-looking game, all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, it still got the combat and all that, but like, there's, I don't know. I couldn't get into like being in the Batmobile and turning into a tank. Like,
Yeah.
really? That's not Batman.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I just felt like the other games were far better
Yeah.
than that one was. So I was let down by that. Everybody's Gone to the Rapture was one that I was fucking pumped for.
Yeah,
and
you
by
were.
all means should have been right up my alley. Like, I'm the biggest Journey fan. Like, I will
Yeah, dude.
to the day I die defend how amazing that game is, and like Flower and just these weird like artsy games. Like, I think Corey and I are probably the biggest proponents of those
I like
kind of
those-
games here.
Those stupid art games. They're great.
Everybody's Gone to the Rapture is fucking terrible. That game is not a game. It's not enjoyable. It's not fun.
Yeah.
slow walking simulator.
It's a walking simulator.
I feel like they missed the boat. Like,
They did.
Like, that game should have come out like 4 or 5 years ago when that thing was big, you know?
Well, yeah, like if this was the first kind of that game,
But it's not.
Okay, but it's not.
The 50th.
and they should have learned from
Yeah.
the previous games. Like, okay, you know, let's build off this, and they made a very basic, like, shitty game. I was very disappointed by that one.
I like that. Very basic, shitty game.
Yeah, my biggest disappointment is Star Wars Battlefront. And I think it's fair to say that Will and I purchased this game this past week.
Mhm.
It was on sale on PlayStation Network, and Will and I split our games on there digitally, so we bought it. And what, $20 a piece?
Yep.
Something like that. One of the deciding factors was my friend Alex got a PS4 for Christmas, and his parents got him Battlefront. So I said, yeah, you know, I got a couple people to play it with, whatever. Battlefront is okay, and that's why it's disappointing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think everyone's agrees on that though.
It's got great sound.
Yeah.
good visuals. It looks fucking amazing on my new TV. It's like a movie.
It looks incredible.
It looks so good. That's it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
game modes are boring.
Totally, dude.
Yeah.
The game modes are boring. I don't care if there's 9 different game modes. They all suck.
Yep.
Like,
I've heard the only one that people play is Walker Assault, really,
and
right?
I don't even like that.
Yeah.
So you hate it.
Like, I don't know. The maps, I like the Endor map. It looks really cool. I like running around on tree forts. But at the same time, it's like too condensed and you can't see the players very easily, which makes it tough. I have decided that I really have a problem with these multiplayer games coming out with just multiplayer.
Yeah.
And I did not feel that way coming into this year at all. Rainbow Six, Star Wars Battlefront, and what's the other one? There's a third.
Evolve.
Evolve. Didn't have a campaign yet.
These games that don't have the campaigns, it's bullshit. And it's just like, it's so shitty to the consumer because, like Dan was saying, like, now I have to buy all these DLCs to, like, keep up with everybody else. And
The game lives or die by its player base.
it does. And they have no legs, like you saw with Titanfall. It was right there for
Yeah.
everybody to see last year, like, these games are not going to live. They're just
Yeah.
not. I'm sorry. Even with the Star Wars name, that game is just not going to live on. It's just not. It doesn't have the legs.
I bet you 6 months from now it's going to be a wasteland.
Yeah, and
if it's
the,
even 6 months.
the shitty thing is that I gave them my money, and whatever. Call me a sucker. Whatever. I'll probably get the DLC too, but I'm going to have to.
Right.
I'm going to have to. Otherwise, it makes that other $20 I spent useless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the people that are going to play that game are going to have the DLC.
Yeah, and like the unlock part of the game isn't deep enough.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, there's nothing to it to work for.
Yeah.
So like once you get all of that unlocked, like you got nothing to do, and you're just shooting people. Which I guess people like that, but it's boring and not much fun.
It's so casual.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I've heard, like, for a lot of the people that I follow, games people said that even for a shooter, like, it's a little bit erratic, and there's not a lot you can do as a player to change the tide of battle, even
There's
if you're
not.
really good.
Yeah.
I feel like I have no impact on anything I do. Like, like when I was playing with Alex, it's better playing with friends, but
Yeah.
like, usually I feel like if I was playing Heroes of the Storm or Rocket League by myself, I have a pretty good time.
Yeah.
But if I'm playing with friends, it's like exponentially better.
Yeah.
Battlefront, I have a pretty shitty time playing by myself. It's okay if I play with friends.
Right.
It's okay.
I feel like we're still stuck in the 90s with Battlefront. Really.
Yeah.
Like the ebb and flow of battle and stuff like that. It's just silly.
You have no impact. Like, there's usually 1 or 2 players in the match that have an impact. That go like 35-8 or something like that.
Because
just because they know the
Dude,
specific
and-
strategy on that one map
And
to
even that is
succeed.
silly, and that takes away from what makes Star Wars so great. Like it's what makes Star Wars so great is the feeling of being a hero, and you don't get that at all with Battlefront.
No,
It's just silly.
you don't.
No.
And I don't know. It's just I really, really wanted to like that game a lot, and I just don't. It's just such an average, casual game.
And the on-map power-ups are the worst part, in my opinion.
I like some of the power-ups.
I don't like having to walk around a map to pick up a card, to take a knee, to go into a vehicle.
No, that's stupid. The vehicle power-ups are stupid.
I wanna
They
know-
should just be sitting there.
Pointless too, right? I mean, you really
They're
don't.
hard to control.
Yeah, hard to control, and like you don't feel like you affect the battle at all when you're in them, right?
Well, you don't feel like you affect the battle at
no
all.
matter what. right?
Period.
Okay,
Like,
I gotcha.
The
Exactly,
flying
yeah.
is horrendous in the game.
it's
Oh
bad.
my god, the dogfights in
Battlefront.
Battlefront, the dogfights are terrible.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. And I just played the beta, so
It's not much
It's-
better from
No,
what you
and
played.
like Will said, the unlockable stuff sucks.
You got a good enough taste playing the beta of what the
No,
actual game
you
was going
did.
to be like.
Yeah.
You absolutely did. And like,
Which is why I felt confident in voting this one as biggest disappointment, because I didn't buy it.
Oh yeah.
But the beta was the reason why I didn't buy it.
it was my number one biggest disappointment coming out at E3. Like I thought it
unanimous.
looked awesome. I love Star Wars. Everything looked great.
the thing is it does look awesome.
Yeah.
Playing it sucks.
I believe it. Yeah. And then you play it and you're like, this is stupid. I feel like I'm playing a DOS game
Yeah.
on my
It's-
bumping PC. No, it's silly.
It's so mindless.
It's silly.
Yep. So the winner.
Deservedly.
2015 biggest disappointment. Unanimous.
I didn't get to run through my
Star Wars
category.
Battlefront. Go ahead.
Do we care?
Yeah,
I care.
I care.
Does anybody care? I had Hotline Miami as my number 2 biggest disappointment.
I thought that might have been you.
I thought it was stupid. I really did. I
Wasn't because of the first.
didn't enjoy it. I enjoyed the first one a lot.
First one was fantastic.
Playing the second one, I was not impressed by any of it, really. I was just annoyed. I thought it was...
Did you need any more?
No.
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 They
I
should have
don't-
left it.
Yeah. Should have left it alone. I get it. You know, like cash grab kind of thing. That's fine. Like, they can make some money off of it. I paid for it. I bought it.
So did I.
But just no innovation on Hotline Miami 2 over Hotline Miami 1. Like, yeah, the style and the music and everything was great, but...
Music was the great part.
Yep, but overall, like, I just thought it was worthless and a waste of my time
Yep.
and everyone else's time. I didn't get anything out of Hotline Miami 2 that I didn't get out of Hotline Miami 1. I just thought it was stupid. The Witcher 3 was actually my third biggest disappointment. As a huge fan of The Witcher 1 and 2 and a reader of the books, I was very let down by the impression they gave of Geralt in The Witcher 3. I did not feel like they captured everything that made Geralt so great in the first 2 games and the books series. It just felt like another open world RPG to me, and that offended me as a fan of the previous games. Maybe we'll get into it more, maybe not. I don't know.
Eric Kane is in the same boat as you, Corey,
Yeah.
of Forbes. He feels the same exact way.
Yeah, I thought it was ridiculous, honestly. And that was really hard for me to put that on biggest disappointment because I really don't feel like I played it enough. But based on what I played, you know, the first 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever, I was really disappointed. But I had... If my phone will straighten out here. Where are we? Biggest disappointment? Titan Souls was my number 4.
I thought about putting that on my list, too.
I was pumped for that game, and I didn't
Yeah.
play it based on your... I bought it, and you guys played it on my account or whatever, and based on your guys' thoughts, I didn't play it. I was bummed.
Yeah, no,
It was okay.
It was a good... Honestly, it was a good game. And they build it as boss battles that you can't take any damage from, and I was like, okay. But going into it, I feel like the Titan Souls 2 will be way better.
Okay. Jumping block.
Yeah, they're working on some kinks and stuff like that. But overall, I was just kind of disappointed with Titan Souls. Because it was just boss battles.
Yeah.
And the in-between was kind of annoying. Which is fine. Like, that's how they build it. But overall, as a game, I just wasn't super into it. And my last disappointment was Rebel Galaxy at number 5.
See, that's one I want to play from other podcasts I've listened to.
It's not good.
What I like
I
it,
really
though?
don't think it's good. No.
What
It's a
is
waste
it?
of time.
What is it?
It is EVE Online for people who don't have the time to play EVE Online.
It sounds all right,
Yeah. Try
but
and
it's
play
just
it.
not.
No. It's super boring. It's stupid.
Okay.
Is it the type of... Would it appeal to more simulation fans? Like...
No.
Is it the type of thing that you need to sink a lot of time into to get value
No,
out
you know
of it?
what? It appeals to people who like Firefly, like that aesthetic of the country, like cowboy,
Space Wild West.
Space Wild West. It appeals to that
I like that.
for like 5 minutes.
Oh.
Okay.
And then once you hear all the music, hear all the voice acting, you start playing the game, and you're just like, this is stupid. I had no interest in playing it. It was, I did like, granted, I only played, like 4 or 5 hours of it, but it was very basic, like, oh, take this and take it here. But it was just the same thing over and over again, like taking one thing.
Fetch quest.
Yeah, fetch quests, and the style of it was very, very intriguing. But I feel like once that wore off, the game itself was just not interesting.
Gotcha.
That's Rebel Galaxy.
Okay.
All right.
So winner of the 2015 Thumbie for biggest disappointment, Star Wars Battlefront. And we're going to take a quick break. After we come back, we're going to be kicking off with the Steamy Turd category. So that'll be a fun one. So we'll be
I'm
right
excited
back
about that.
in just a minute.
Now I have to be.
Yeah, I gotta be.
Thanks.
I should probably pee too.
We're getting down to it.
Yeah.
We're only halfway through, actually.
Are we really?
Looking through all the categories.
No, we're more than half, aren't we?
Oh wait, yeah, you're right, 'cause
Slightly over half.
We did that one in the bottom, the one that we played.
I'm gonna pee outside, then I gotta go upstairs and say hi to Sophie.
Don't go that way. Am I going to be the only one down here?
Nope, I'm gonna wait to go outside.
Corey, easy, bro.
Jeez,
Where are we?
you're crunk. You crunk.
It's one of those things where when you're sitting and you're drinking and then you stand up, you're like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Your equilibrium's a little bit off.
Choose a snowboard.
We've had 9 to 10 viewers the whole time, man.
Nice. I should bring up the chat.
I want to, but my phone's at 20%.
Yeah, we don't have any iPhone chargers here.
I brought one, but there's not one near my seat. Let's see.
There's a plug right here. I don't know if it's plugged in or not, but
If I can get some juice out of this thing. Damn, this would be incredible.
see if I can do chat only. Chat only.
Taco Bell.
Maybe I can't do chat only?
Oh my god, Dan's plugged in. You saved my life.
I had that plugged in down here when I did my
Extra?
Extra Life, yeah. Beardless. Yeah, we decided to booze up a little bit in this one. We hadn't before. We used to booze a lot when we did this podcast, but you know, jobs and kids and all that fun stuff, so. The fireball's almost gone. We're going to have to make it last until the end of the episode. I don't know if... I'm sure we have someone upstairs that can make a booze run for us. I've got a couple beers upstairs and a couple bottles of wine, but not a ton of alcohol, unfortunately. So what's everyone think of our awards show so far? And how's the audio quality? I'm actually streaming. Yeah, no problem, Jake. No problem.
Ow. It's a cold one.
Huh?
It's a cold one.
Yeah, it's frigid out there.
God, my phone's breaking.
Time to get a new one?
I'm trying to wait for the new iPhone that'll come out inevitably in October.
Oh, it was good. Okay, good. Yeah, because I brought my desktop down because my laptop, for whatever reason, the streaming audio quality is hot garbage. So I brought my good computer down for the audio quality because I wanted it to be good. I wanted to have some sort of graphic up there too. I just ran out of time. It's been a very busy week watching Game of Thrones at night with the wife. So we're up every night pretty much from 10 to 3 watching Game of Thrones. Yeah, I'm sure later on we'll have some battles on the games. We'll see. I think we used to argue a little bit more during these episodes, but I think we kind of understand each other's opinions a little bit better than we used to.
Yeah.
Since we started doing this, so we're a little less likely to argue about things. Although I kind of want to argue with Corey about The Witcher 3.
I'm assuming that argument's going to be coming for our last category.
At some point, yeah.
That's why I haven't talked about Life is Strange or anything like that or Until Dawn that much.
Yeah.
Like I figured like we're going to just fall out.
Yeah. It'll be fun.
I'm waiting for that.
It will be fun. I'm glad Xenoblade got a little love with the best rainy day game, though. That's exciting for me.
Yeah. I was at first, I was like, really? But after like hearing... You're right.
I love that game.
That is the epitome
I love
of
it.
rainy day game.
Unfortunately, I didn't put it on my Game of the Year list because I already had it planned out, and I just sent it, and I didn't put it on my... I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be number one, but...
You didn't do what I did and woke up at like 8:30 this morning and run downstairs while Dad's tallying everything. Like, wait!
No.
I need to change something.
No.
It's because after I sent it, I laid in bed and thought about... I had to like think about it again.
Yeah.
And I was like... And it wasn't even like 1 or 2.
I do too, Beardless. I'm with you on that.
Like, for me, it wasn't 1 or 2 from the thing I was switching. It was like 3 and 4.
Yeah.
I swapped those.
Yeah. No, I thought after, because after I sent my list in, I went back over and I was like, but at the same time, like when I finished the list, I was like, okay, this is my list.
Yeah.
And of course, you're going to second guess yourself like later on. So I was like, I sent it, it's good. I'm just going to leave it how it is. I don't know if we probably won't be arguing about Steam machines right now, but we'll get into that. Maybe with our 2016 predictions,
Again.
bold predictions episode, we'll talk about that a little bit. But
God,
that was always a fun
it
argument.
sucks Corey's right about the Steam machine so far. 'Cause I'm on your side, Dan.
Well, here's the. Well, I told you about the console thing with the tablets and stuff. I think that's when Steam machines could potentially become popular.
Yeah, you're right.
Not right now, but in a couple years when that's going to be the only like traditional console that you can get.
Because when you can play something on anything, like, why wouldn't you want to play your Fallout 7 on your tablet when you can?
Right. We'll see. Yeah. You know what? I'll throw that in, Jake, about Joel and the coffee, black coffee.
Oh yes, yeah, make that a good thing.
I'll wait till a little bit later on when they both had a little bit more to drink, and I'll bring that up.
Are we gonna? You want to go over the beaten games now to see?
What do you mean?
Just like want me to like tell you what I've beaten within the last 2 days, so we can.
No, we'll probably do that this week's episode. We'll do
okay.
yeah, because we're gonna record our episode on Thursday, like
Okay.
whatever episode 233.
It's funny because I had Life is Strange on there, but then Corey's like, "Well, when did you beat it?" And I was like, "You're right, I beat it last night."
Oh.
So it's this year's my first game this year.
Beaten for this year, yeah. I gotcha.
Most of my games that I beat were within the last month.
Yeah, I played some older games like over the summer. I beat a few. I beat like BioShock Infinite.
Yeah.
And I went back and beat Remember Me. A few other things. I want to play Tomb Raider again before Tomb Raider comes out on PC. You're right, Beardless. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I think we should actually have an episode where we talk about like upcoming tech. Hi, Gam. You shouldn't be down here. Come on, Gam.
Kimley, you could get something.
Go on, Gam, upstairs. Go on.
I'm interested to hear your guys' Steam turn.
Yeah. Are you gonna go back upstairs? I don't know. Gam, come on. You gotta go back upstairs?
Oh, we're Gimli.
Come on, upstairs. Boy. Eric, look what I found over there.
Oh, nice. More
It's like a quarter bottle of Fireball.
I'm not surprised by Corey.
Not at all.
Just gonna write it up as long
Oh, yeah.
as possible.
I ask him fairly frequently.
Do you?
Yeah. Pretty much every time I hang out with him in person.
You're just like, so Corey.
Corey, what do you think about getting married? He's like, oh, not even close.
Boy. Not even close.
Who knows if he's telling the truth?
He wants to put up a macho front.
Never can tell.
That's right.
Big,
All right.
Big queen. There he is. There's old Sparky.
Sparky Doodle.
think I love her.
Fight. That's not true.
What'd you do now?
I should just put my Super Smash Brothers belt on, and then she'll know.
Then she
Go
will
up,
know that you
go
are
up
the
there and
champion.
give her a choke slam.
Yeah. Pound her.
Give her the Hulk Hogan leg drop.
All right, let's get this over with so I can go to Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell. All right, here we go.
Chipotle.
5, 4, 3,
Chipotle away.
2, 1. Welcome back, everybody. Episode 232 of the Thumbstick Athletes podcast. Continuing our 2015 Thumbies episode with the 2015 award for Steamy Turd.
Yeah.
Now,
Steamy turd.
for a little explanation, this is a award that goes to a game that quite frankly, sucks.
Nothing redeeming about it,
Yes,
really.
or very little redeeming about it.
The problem with that is just going off our premise of being a podcast that focuses on the positives for the most part, is that we don't play a lot of steamy turds.
I was going to say we're also
We can't afford 'em.
we're a little more selective with our purchasing. I think.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to play like every game that came out.
Sure.
But that's just not possible.
No.
Any game that we play, like I said, we have to buy or borrow from someone or rent. So, also we don't have time to spend on crappy games.
Yeah.
You know. So, without further ado, number 3, Grim Fandango Remastered and Angry Birds 2 tie.
What?
Number 2,
Where are we?
Million Arthur
Yes.
and Star Wars Battlefront tie.
Okay.
And the winner is also a tie between Batman Arkham Knight and Colat.
Okay. I believe what we used to do, maybe a year, 2 years ago, I don't remember, but I feel like we determined live what was our winner overall.
I think we should do that.
Based on conversation.
I think you're right about that.
Okay.
I abstained from this category.
Oh, I did too.
I did not feel like I played any
Me
games
too, huh?
any games that I felt were steamy turds. Battlefront I was very disappointed by.
yeah.
Steamy turd.
Steamy turd category.
I didn't play enough.
Yeah.
I didn't buy it. I didn't play enough
Let me
to
make my
to
argument.
calculate it into the steamy turd
I can't wait to hear
category. So you
Will,
guys go ahead.
No, Will, do you have any input?
No, him and Dan
this.
didn't
Yeah,
vote.
we both
We
You both
abstained.
abstained.
It was just you and I.
I'm going to go ahead and say I'm okay with Battlefront being our steamy turd.
Well, no, that wasn't my number one.
Okay. All right, let's
Arkham
talk about
Knight
it.
on PC
Yeah.
was my number one.
Yeah, I could. That's a very fair thing because that still doesn't really work.
I would be okay with Arkham Knight or Battlefront as the steamy turd.
Let's do Arkham
But-
Knight PC.
But as the people who didn't vote, like, do you have any input?
When Eric was talking
You couldn't
about...
play it.
Yeah,
Well, when Eric...
they took it off the Steam store after it was on there for a
that
day. And they
that
took it
sounds
off.
like a steamy turd to me.
Yeah,
It
when...
took them 3 months to fix it. It's not fixed. They will never add SLI support to it, which is something that's in every game that comes out nowadays.
Yeah.
They just said they can't do it.
When Eric was talking about Arkham Knight being a big disappointment, I was going to say that the PC port was a steamy turd, but I held off in case Eric brought it up. So that's what I would vote.
I'm totally okay with Arkham Knight being the steamy turd.
That's fair. It's very fair.
But
But it wasn't.
With
It was
the
number
PC
2.
distinction.
Right. It would have to be this PC distinction.
okay.
But that was number 2.
What was number one?
Number 1 was a tie between Battlefront and Colat.
Wait, how is that possible? Did
You and I are
put
the only ones who
Battlefront on
voted.
yours?
You put Battlefront. I put Colat.
No, I put Battlefront as my number 2.
So you had it on somewhere on your list.
Oh, I must have. Yeah, must have been my second one. Yeah,
No, it wouldn't have been second. It would have been like 4th.
third or fourth. Yeah, fourth. No, you're right. Fourth and second
Okay.
versus one.
I've never even heard of the game you put.
He
what
talked
was your
about it.
one?
It's the Russian game, right? On the mountain?
Yeah.
My number 1 was Arkham Knight on the PC.
Okay.
My number,
Yeah, that makes sense then.
number
Yep.
2 was
Three-way
Battlefront.
tie, right?
Oh no, but Arkham Knight. No, Eric was right. Arkham Knight and Colat.
Oh, okay. Those were the tie.
Battlefront was number 2.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to go with Arkham Knight on PC.
I'm fine with that. I really am.
Because that was legitimately unplayable for a
is-
very long time.
But I still want to discuss my picks.
yeah, that's-
Yeah, do it.
Number 5, I kind of went to a little off the board with the steamy, well, outside the box with the steamy turd category.
Outside the toilet.
you could take it however you like.
Outside the
That's-
turdlet. I
yeah.
like that. Number 5, I picked Rainbow Six Siege.
I love that you picked that, actually.
And I like that game. But it's fucking bullshit that it doesn't have a campaign and, like, everything's locked behind all these fucking, like, renown points that I suck at that game, so it takes me forever to earn them.
It's almost like it expects you to have more fun with the game than you're ever going to give it.
That is a free-to-play game.
Yeah.
It just is.
It seems like somebody got a hold of it during its development and changed what it was. Because if you watch the trailers, it looked incredible and what they were going for.
And the thing is that I like the game, but it's a steamy turd in the aspect that people are being ripped off by it, and I don't like that.
I still say $60. It's too much for a multiplayer only game.
That is too much for that game.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have bought it if Will didn't split it with me.
Right.
Number 4 for
we
me.
split it?
Didn't we?
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah, we did.
We did? Okay.
We did. Number 4 for me was a specific part of Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah.
The insurance policy. I don't like how Konami was able to charge people money
Yeah.
to get insurance so that they didn't take your resources out of your base. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's
I
a
was-
crock of shit.
I was lucky enough because I played. I think I spent 50 hours on it and beat it. I was lucky enough to never have my base raided once. So that was very lucky for me because I did not put any time into any of that online stuff at all, and I had no intention of ever doing that. It was a pain in the balls to turn it off. You had to go into like Steam offline mode, I think, to be able to turn off the offline. There was no like option in the menus to turn off that part of the game.
But they could take your
So-
stuff whether you were online or offline.
Exactly.
What?
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's not right.
Didn't you play through it though
But don't
before
worry- don't
that
worry.
was a thing?
You can buy insurance.
no.
How much?
I ended up beating it after that whole part came
okay.
out.
Okay.
Too much.
What a bunch of
Which-
bullshit.
In itself is a conversation.
Yeah,
Really soured
Yeah.
that game for me.
I
Because that game's great.
totally understand.
Number
I was frustrated by that stuff too.
Oh, it's bullshit.
Yep.
Number 3 for me was Grim Fandango Remastered. Like, I don't know what my expectations were for that game, but I fucking hated it.
You do
I
hate that
remember.
game.
I remember.
Absolutely hated it. I just maybe I don't like point and click adventure games, but my god. Number 2 is Battlefront. And like I said, it's an okay game, but I don't like that it's basically a $150, $160 game. And that's what it is. And it has no campaign, it has no depth to it, it has no character, it has no heart, it has no soul. It's just a shitty, casual shooter that, like, I don't know how anybody could argue that. I really don't. And that is a steamy turd, because that game should have been so much better.
Yeah.
And it's just not.
Yeah.
And for them to basically charge you $60 plus the $50 for the DLC pass, which you're going to need unless you want to be segmented away from everybody else, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's steamy turd territory.
You know what the worst part of it is too? Is I read, I think it was today, that that game sold 13 million copies.
Well, of course it has Star Wars attached to it.
And they're not going to learn their lesson from it because they sold that many copies.
You're
you know?
right.
Ugh. That's embarrassing. I hate
And I'm fucking one of them.
dude.
At least you didn't buy it day one. You waited for a sale. That's makes it a little bit better.
And you only spent 20.
No.
No, Corey's right. I'm with Corey. Fuck me.
Yeah, you're a fuck.
I'm a fucking idiot.
I want to buy it. I'm just waiting for the right sale because I want to play it for 4 hours.
It's only fun with people. And even then, it's not fun.
right. Well, I remember me and Will played it together, and there was no way for us to like stay together.
No.
No.
There just wasn't.
Oh, no.
We couldn't.
You
sit-
can get a partner.
Yeah, but it kept changing.
Oh, see,
Yeah, it
I
didn't
haven't
stay
had
consistent.
See, I haven't had that experience, and you can spawn on your partner sometimes,
Yeah.
but you
No.
die constantly. So who knows if your partner's going to be up?
No, I had mine set, so I would follow Will was my follow. However it works anyway, and it kept changing to someone else. Like, and then I would just
Yeah, I
have
don't
to
know
try.
about that.
I would have to try to fix it so that it would be Will. But yeah, again,
It's not easy to
you
fix
didn't
that.
always spawn next to your partner, and it didn't matter because you just got blown up by orbital bombardments and stuff anyway.
And
So
the ATSTs or whatever.
yeah, it was brutal.
Orbital strikes,
Such a stupid game.
thermal imploders.
Really
Yeah.
stupid game, but great movie.
Yeah, I
That's
can't wait to
another
see it.
discussion.
Force
hoping-
Awakens is a fantastic movie.
I'm hoping next weekend.
I'm supposed to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
But yeah, and as I said, when you can't play a game, that's a steamy turd.
Yep, totally.
Batman Arkham Knight PC wins.
PC version.
But what's this other game you're talking about, Corey?
So I had 3 Steamy Turds, 3 games that I played this year that I felt worthy of the Steamy Turd award. And number 1 of all was the game called Kolat, which is from I believe a Russian production company, and it's based on the Dyatlov Pass incident of realistic fiction, non-fiction. Yeah. In Russia, in Siberia, Russia, the hikers who were destroyed by some strange beast that they're unable to figure out what a terrible game overall.
I remember when you talked about it.
Yeah, I love that story of they found the group of hikers without their clothes and their like chest cavities ripped open and like weird, like a very weird experience overall. And it's very unsolved, but they made a video game out of it. This game called Colat. And it's just terrible. It's a terrible game overall. But my second Steamy Turd game was Million Arthur, a JRPG played through the iOS that, I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it, but it was one of those games that was highly reviewed well.
Yeah.
That I started playing, and I'm just like, this is so bizarre and stupid. As a Western consumer versus what they like in Japan, like just the crazy like slot machine, just bizarre weirdness.
Oh, I remember this game now.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't, this is stupid. I have no interest. But it was fed to me in a way that said like, oh, you might like this, but no, it was stupid. And then Angry Birds 2 was my last Steamy Turd, which we also talked about for a little bit a while. But the biggest thing with that is just the free-to-play aspect of it consumed that game to the point where it was not fun at all. As someone who loved Angry Birds.
Angry Birds was a good series.
Yeah. They had a lot of good side story, like Angry Birds Star Wars, like that was all fun. But when Angry Birds 2 came out, I don't think anybody really liked Angry Birds 2. I don't know, it was stupid. Whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So the winner of the 2015 Thumbie for Steamy Turd goes to Batman Arkham Knight PC version specifically. So, well deserved. I think everyone can agree with that.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Steamy Turd. Yeah.
Okay. Next category: Best Under the Influence game.
This is a little more fun. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty. He's a nitty gritty dirt band.
Number 3, a tie between Super Mario Maker and Until Dawn.
God.
Number 2, Rocket League.
Wow.
Yeah.
And number 1, Rock Band.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yes.
Me and Will.
I didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, okay. You abstained.
Will abstained.
Will abstained. Who else picked
Stupid
Rock
game.
Band?
I did.
That was my number. That was all of our
Also
number
did.
1.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All of us, yeah. Of course it was.
I had Rock Band at number 1, Rocket League at number 2, Hotline Miami. I think the colors when you're
I can see that,
when you've
yeah.
been drinking.
Yeah.
Sure. Or what else? Whatever else.
Whatever else you may be doing. Splatoon was my number 4. Again, the colors and the multiplayer part of it, and then I had Invisible Ink at number 5.
All right. That's a good roundup.
Eric, what do you got?
Best Under the Influence game. Number 5, Just Cause 3, because you're just blowing shit up, and that's fun, especially when you're drunk. God damn it. I put Star Wars Battlefront at number 4.
Ugh.
Because it's just so mindless and stupid. Like,
Yeah.
you can just play it when you're drunk or whatever.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that.
That's fine.
That's stupid. That's a stupid pick.
You're right. You're right. Number 3, Super Mario Maker. Check it out.
Okay.
Get drunk, make some Mario levels.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong.
See what
Right?
I
There,
came up
that's
with.
good. That's a nice
You
night.
probably come up with some different shit than when you were sober.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Good pick. Good pick, Eric.
Number 2, Until Dawn.
That would be interesting.
Right?
Very
How
interesting.
about this? How about this? Get drunk on a rainy fucking day and play Until Dawn.
That's very yep.
Come on.
Fair enough.
Sounds like a key afternoon.
Yeah. Clutch afternoon. And number 1, I mean, Rock Band 4, I mean,
Yeah,
what's better than getting drunk and playing Rock Band
with your
friends?
butts. Yeah, totally.
Nothing.
So I kind of struggled with the Rockman 4 thing.
Why?
I nominated
This is a
it.
shitty game.
I don't know that,
You do know
but
it.
I think that.
You know it.
Yeah. What
It's
a
a bad-
shit
it's a
game.
bad game.
Yeah. How does it compare to Guitar Hero Live?
I've been tempted to purchase
yeah.
Guitar Hero.
Does Guitar Hero even have like 2-player co-op, or is it
Yes.
just single player?
I think you can sing.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
just
guitar and sing.
super confused.
I might be totally wrong, but I think you can.
Yeah.
I'm super confused. But I went with Rock Band 4 as my number 1. But I'm embarrassed by it.
Why?
I think it's silly.
It's fun to play when you're
It's
drinking
a
with your friends.
Terrible video game though. Like
It
I
is
don't
what
like
it is.
the drums. I don't think they're good.
no. I don't, like that part of like I can't even I can't even grasp that part of it. With me, it's all about like the songs that I want to play versus the cost that they are. And they need to come up with a solution that
You better have
says,
some deep pockets.
yeah, they need to come up with a solution that says like you can play all these songs, but you're not going to spend $1 million, because every
Yeah.
time I've played Rock Band with Will, I felt guilty because it's Will's credit card that's attached, and
I bought
myself.
American Idiot.
Yeah, myself and the people I've played with, we've played, and they're like, "Oh, I really want to play that one," and it's just like credit card charge,
Click.
credit card charge, credit card charge, credit card, and they need to come up with
That's
something
fair.
better. I don't know what
It's not-
Guitar
it's
is.
not-
Guitar Hero similar? Like,
It's not
do they do the same thing?
streamlined enough either. It's clunky. The menu's clunky to buy stuff.
It's not consumer friendly at all. They need almost like a jukebox
On-
feel to the thing. You
On
know?
top of the exorbitant buy-in cost of it, you're right, buying all the songs and stuff. And one of the ways they remedy that
insane.
is by allowing you to carry your previous song purchases in. Or is that Guitar Hero that does
No,
that?
it is. It's Rock Band. But
Okay.
even doing that, like
But still-
downloading them's a pain in the
Yeah,
fucking
no,
ass.
you're absolutely right. They should have like a... Do you think they should have like a pay $4.99 to play all the songs you want? Maybe like if you have,
Yeah.
you're gonna have friends over.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. That's
like a Spotify Premium type.
I
thing
don't know
one
for
month.
sure, but I feel like Guitar Hero has something like that, but I am not positive.
I think you're right. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
quote anybody on this,
Don't
but
quote anybody.
there definitely needs to be an answer to that. And I
Yeah.
think you're right, Dan. If that doesn't exist, something like that should exist. Where
I want all
I
the
have-
songs
exactly
for a week.
I have
$10.
Yeah, I have a lot of people coming over. People are gonna want to play different things. It's almost like the touch tunes.
We're
thing.
gonna get real
Like,
drunk.
We're gonna get drunk. People are gonna want to play everything. Here's my like $5-10 for the week. Just give me access to every little song that's out there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that exists or not, but it really should.
Definitely not in Rock
because
Band.
based on what we played in Rock Band, it's like $2 a song, and it's stupid. It's
Do you,
stupid.
Do you know how many
That's
songs I downloaded?
Too many.
71.
It's ridiculous. Which
Wow.
is like
It's
$140.
Because you want to know what? The soundtrack in the game's awful.
Yeah.
There was not one, many songs to begin with, and two, there was 4 songs I liked in it. I don't like playing U2.
I don't.
I
blame
just-
Well, which song is it?
I don't even care.
I hope.
I actually like some U2.
I hope there's not any Dave Matthews Band in there.
There is for DLC, but I don't think in the base game.
I don't think he's in base game.
Thank God.
But there's just
Dave Matthews sucks.
Nothing ruins your day like listening to Dave Matthews Band.
To a little crash.
Sorry, anyone that likes Dave Matthews Band. God.
It's just like I don't like older rock really. I don't get into it. So like I like more stuff from like 2000 on. I like pop punk. I like rock. I like heavier music, and none of that's in the game. So I have to buy it all to find it enjoyable.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
But that being said, pretty goddamn fun when you're under the influence.
Oh yeah, you have a few beers, you'd be a drummer for sure.
What's the rest of your list, Corey?
Rocket League's my number 2.
Mm-hmm.
I had a good time being under the influence playing Rocket League all year. Undertale is my surprising number 3. Did anybody else have Rocket or Undertale on
I
there?
didn't play that.
I had
wanted
it.
to.
I had it on other lists. Yes.
Yeah, Undertale does some really interesting things for people who may or may not be under the influence of things. Especially with the music that we'll get to in a little bit. But it's very creative, and especially when it comes from one vision.
One dude.
One dude's vision, that amplifies it a little bit. I had Axiom Verge at number 4, which I know a lot of people are being really cool on the, especially this year, are being really cool on the retro,
Metroidvania type of game.
8-bit, yeah, 16-bit kind of things. But I had a great time with Axiom Verge early on in the year. I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it, but
I wanted to play that. It's one I'd missed out on.
yeah, I had a really good time with it. And I thought the soundtrack and the overall the whole package for what it was. I think I paid like $8 or something for it.
Oh, really?
Ridiculous, yeah.
It's not bad.
Great deal overall on Steam. What category are we in?
Best under the influence.
Oh, Mario Maker is my number 5.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't have that higher.
I never played Under the Influence, honestly.
But it sounds fun, right?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. It's just one of those games. Yeah, that would probably benefit from unlocking the inner sanctum of the mind.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
with
not
some
always available.
under the influence kind of things. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, definitely.
Cool. Did I get your games
You
there?
got me.
Okay, Will abstained.
Abstained.
So we're covered. So yeah,
Next.
winner for best under the influence game, the 2015 Thumbie goes to Rock Band.
4.
Wow.
That was unanimous too.
I think that's exclusive to us.
You think so?
Yeah, because I've always gotten the vibe that Guitar Hero is better than Rock Band.
I thought it was the other way around up for the longest time.
Really?
I was
Yeah.
always more into Guitar Hero. That was my.
Bizarre.
I had the
I don't
Guitar
know.
Hero games
I,
I think-
have no opinion.
Well, I think it's
I
haven't
vote-
played Guitar Hero live.
in a long time.
Yeah.
I haven't
You know,
played
we-
Guitar Hero since I first moved into this house. I don't think.
We opted for
Oh, yeah.
Rock Band because you can play it with multiple people.
And that's the
Yeah.
one that we
Guitar
bought.
Hero World Tour had all that stuff. Had the guitar, bass guitar,
Right.
drums, and singing. And that was the last one I bought. Like when we first moved into this house, and for a while we had people over to play it.
Sure.
It's fun to play with friends. So, next category: game you are least likely to play. This is a game that came out this year that you don't think you're going to get around to playing at any point.
yeah.
So,
Cha.
number 3 was a tie between Godzilla the Game, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5,
Number 3?
Batman Arkham Knight. Number 3. Number 2, Evolve. And number 1, Everyone's Gone to the Rapture.
Oh, interesting.
Good for you
All
guys.
right.
Good for you guys. Good pick. You shouldn't fucking play that. Game blows.
We'll start with Will.
Okay.
Mine are completely off the wall. Number 5 is Godzilla the Game. Number 4 is Five Nights at Freddy's 4. I'm surprised
Why?
I don't care about that game at all.
I want to try one of
I'm
those.
It's
interested.
a random pick.
I'm interested.
It's just like,
It's not random. I'm surprised he picked
does
it.
there need to be 4 of these Five Nights at Freddy's games? Like, I don't.
Have you played
Well,
any
it's a
of them?
cash grab.
I feel like they're come
Clearly.
out every 2 months.
Exactly. Like, you're pumping them out left and right. Like,
Cash grab.
that's why I don't want to play it.
People love it.
And I don't get it. I watched a
enough.
streamer play it, and I was like, I'd rather play a real.
It didn't seem that scary to me.
No, I'd rather play a real good horror game, like
Yeah.
Until Dawn. Anyway,
Outlast.
Soma.
Soma, Outlast.
Now we're talking.
I can't wait to play Soma. God damn it.
Same.
3 is
You
PewDiePie,
guys really
Legend of the
good.
Brofist.
I heard that was good.
I didn't even know this was a game.
I didn't know until right now. PewDiePie is a game.
Yeah,
I heard it was good.
I heard it was pretty good too. It reviewed pretty well.
That's beside the point.
Great, guys.
Shut up, Corey.
Well, I'm saying that's beside the point.
I don't want to
Yeah.
hear your stupid picks for this.
Okay.
And then 2 is Telltale Borderlands game, and 1 is Telltale Game of Thrones game. I don't really care about Telltale games for
How dare
things
you.
I don't care about.
The Borderlands got a lot of individual people's awards.
And it's probably amazing, but I'm not interested.
That's fair enough.
In Game of Thrones, I don't know why. I just haven't watched it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired of the Telltale games.
I'm balls deep in the Game of Thrones universe right now. Balls deep.
If you're
Because
into
me
it,
and my wife are watching it.
because if you're into it, that would be an amazing game to play.
I wanted to play it this year before the Thumbies, and I just didn't get around
Didn't
to
get a
it.
chance to. It's just like I'm not into it, so
Yeah.
I don't get anything out of it.
Mhm.
And the Telltale games are coming fast and furious,
Fair enough.
so
Corey,
What?
go ahead. Game you're least likely to play.
Come on, Spark.
Game I am least likely to play. I had Batman Arkham Knight as my number 1.
Good for you.
As a PC guy, I don't think that game's ever going to come
I
to
think
PC.
we determined that last round.
Yeah, we really did. But I had Everybody's Gone to the Rapture as my number 2. I've played enough of these kind of games. I played, what are the Chinese room games?
Going home?
No,
I know what you're talking about.
I can't think of them now.
The Room.
Dear Esther?
No, Dear Esther, thank you.
They did another one, too.
Yeah, yep.
Vanishing of Ethan Carter?
Yes.
Was that theirs?
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right. Which I played. I played both of those. You can only manage so many of those before you're not impressed anymore.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the case with a lot of these I'm going to call them coming of age games, but there's like video games are growing up, and that's a category of game that is relatively
It's stagnant.
But once you play one of those games, you have no interest in playing another one. And I've based on what Erica said about that game, I feel like Everybody's Gone to the Rapture is one of those games that is just trying to rehash what was done in the past, but to another level. And I just have zero interest
In that level.
and that's why that was my
Number 2.
numero dos. But I have a number of, if my phone will work here. Me.
Being silly, Corey.
Guitar Hero Live is my number 3. Based on what we talked about
Really?
for Rock Band. I don't know.
You don't need
See,
two of them?
I'm interested in Guitar Hero Live.
I mean, I guess, but I've always been about, for these games, drums and singing. And I don't care about anything else.
Part of
That's
it-
a good
Part
point.
of it
Me
you have
too.
part of it you
Yeah.
have to factor in too is you can't get it for a console you own. It's not on the Wii U, right? And it's
Exactly.
not on PC.
Like, Will has Rock Band.
I factored that into some of my choices.
And I've been told that Guitar Hero is better than Rock Band. But I really don't know. Nor should I care.
It's a good
I don't
point, because
know.
I've always been the drums and vocals myself.
I still think there needs to be some sort of give for that kind of game, like the licensing of that kind of music within one of those games.
Yeah.
It's silly. And my number 4 is Evolve.
Yeah, don't play that.
Console game that Eric talked about. And I was
No,
just
Will
like,
talked about.
Will talked about.
Close.
Eric talked about. Zero interest for me for Evolve. And in number 5, a game I actually came out of E3 very impressed with was Rainbow Six Siege. That actually
Least likely to play?
hit my number 5. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's sad because that's a game I was super excited about. I thought it was awesome. I thought it was beautiful. The terrain kind of
good.
manipulation.
Steamy turd.
But I'm never gonna play it. I'm never gonna play it.
No, you're not.
There's no reason for me.
No.
Like at this point,
There's not.
I'm not gonna touch it.
For you specifically, there's no reason.
Yeah.
You're right.
Fair enough. I had Evolve as number 1 on my list. I will never touch that game.
I forgot about Evolve.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's interesting to me that you chose that as your number 1.
Yeah.
Like a game you will never touch.
Never touch. Nope. Number 2 was The Order, 1886. I don't own it. 30 frames per
I
second.
refute that.
30 frame per second shooter. I can't do it.
No.
I can't do it.
It's not a shooter.
I'm sorry. It is a shooter.
It is an interactive story.
It's third person shooter,
It's
isn't it?
kind of a shooter sometimes.
Cover shooter? Is
I
it like Gears?
refute that argument.
Is it like Gears of War? Is it third person like cover shooter?
Third
It's
person
third
cover
pers-
shooter, but not much.
Right. Okay.
like 5 minutes here. and
I
there.
liked The Order, and I will stick by that.
Fair
I
enough.
like
I
it.
thought it was a good game.
As somebody who doesn't have a PlayStation 4 or like 30 frames per second games, you're not gonna like it.
Right. 30 frames per second for that type of game, I
Yeah.
wouldn't like. Number 3, Everybody's Gone to the Rapture. I watched Eric play most of it, so I don't feel any need to play it. So that was number 3 on my list. Number 4, WWE Immortals for iOS Droid. I'm never going to play a WWE game ever.
Ever, yeah.
And especially a mobile one. Maybe good. I don't know. That was my random pick. That was kind of a joke pick. And then number 5 is Battlefield Hardline.
That came out this year?
Yeah.
That game sucks.
Wow.
Which is, I know you didn't give it a glowing recommendation. I'm not huge into shooters. I also feel like a lot of the charm from the Battlefield games, which is the military weaponry, is not in Battlefield Hardline. So
Hardline was weak.
or Battlefield.
It just
Hardline.
wasn't very good at all.
Yep.
Is this the category we needed to pick?
What do you mean?
Excuse me?
We needed to settle on something?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Corey.
He's talking about Steamy Turd.
Oh, Corey.
We had to settle on Arkham Knight PC. 'cause
Yeah.
we had a
All right.
tie.
Yeah.
okay.
No, we
Sorry.
didn't have a tie on this one.
I'm sorry.
The winner of this one was everyone's gone to the Rapture.
The runaway winner.
No, it was close.
You drunk?
The kind of winner.
It beat out Evolve by 1 point.
The kind of winner.
So, Will, did I cover you?
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't get mine.
All right.
Okay, Eric, go
Fair
ahead.
enough.
I only had 4, Dan.
Okay.
4 was Devil's Third on Wii U. I've heard nothing but terrible things about
I've heard
that
that's
game.
bad. I heard the multiplayer is good, but the whole game other than that is bad.
Afro Samurai 2 apparently is supposed to be terrible.
Heard that's bad.
Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer sounds god-awful. And Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, we already talked about.
Yep.
Let down.
Why are you hating on Animal Crossing?
I'm not, but Happy Home Designer sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, you're right. Can't even joke argue on that.
Sorry.
As Giant Bomb said, they took the worst parts of Animal Crossing and made it into a game.
Out of it. That's funny.
I've never even heard of Giant Bomb.
Yeah. Me either.
Okay, I covered everybody, right? If I forget, you just let me know
You hit everybody.
because I'm likely to forget.
You
Everybody.
good, you good.
Someone. All right. So the winner for the 2015 game least likely to play, Thummy, goes to Everyone's Gone to the Rapture. Oh. God damn it! I'm out of here. All right.
Nah, that's a good one.
Best new IP I want to
That's
see
a good
more
one.
of. This is fairly self-explanatory too. We don't need to get into what best new IP I want to see more out of is. Number 3, Splatoon.
Stupid.
Number 2, The Order, 1886.
Okay.
And number 1, Pillars of Eternity.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You guys are dumb.
That's a good one, you guys.
Go ahead, Corey.
So
Take it
weak
away.
pick.
Yeah, so Pillars of Eternity was my number 1 for sure. I thought they did a great job of, mechanics aside, creating a universe. That, as somebody who is mildly into Dungeons and Dragons, is mildly into all the offshoot universes that Dungeons and Dragons created, Pillars of Eternity was great. And I think that was also my number 1, the one that got away. I really need to get back into that universe, and I'm really curious to see what they create from here on. So that
Number
is my number 1.
That was also
POE.
my number 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you
what a
two
great
guys
choice.
ruined this category.
Bloodborne was my number 2, a game I had a great time
Wait a
with.
minute, that was my number 2 also.
As a Souls fan, Dark Souls and beyond, Bloodborne was a great game. I have very fond memories of Bloodborne, but I'll talk about that a little more specifically a little bit later on. Rocket League was my number 3. I'm curious to see what happens with the Rocket League cars. I know it was just a stupid little aside.
I'm interested in the lore of it. Whether
Yeah.
people in the cars
Dare
are,
call it stupid.
or they're using the, or if they're people controlling remote control cars.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's very interesting. I agree
Because
with that.
because somebody asked the question to Psyonix, the developer of Rocket League, what's the deal with the cars? Like, who are they? What are they? And they said, oh, we're keeping it a secret for a very specific reason. So they have something in mind for the intellectual property of Rocket League.
Or you know what I would have done? I would have been like, I never even thought of that. Let's create something now
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
They may not have done that, but that's what I would have done.
Sure. Yeah. That's very exciting to me, and that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Invisible Ink was another one. I thought they did a great job creating that silly little spy universe, and I'd be curious to see what they do next with it. But my last one was Dying Light, which only edged out Sunless Sea because Sunless Sea was based on a previous intellectual property, which I didn't realize until I actually researched
What
it.
was it?
I can't remember the name of it specifically, but it was based on like an old RPG book or something like that. I was really into the Sunless Sea world, but Dying Light for a zombie kind of thing, I thought was really well done. And
some
I would
more of
like
that,
to
huh?
see Dying Light number 2.
And see what they do with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric, what do you got?
A better list than Corey. Number 5, Super Mario Maker.
Eh.
Doesn't have to be Mario though.
That's not
What
really a new intellectual property though.
Yes, it is.
No, it's Mario.
No, but it's you making games.
Okay.
There's a
What
lot
if you
of,
could make Zelda, or what if you
I
could
was
make
gonna say,
Metroid?
There's a
or
lot of demand for Zelda Maker.
Yeah.
I want to see that.
I mean, if that's how you're looking at it, yeah, I totally agree with
people
you.
can make cool shit.
Yeah, sure.
Not
Sure.
me, but other people.
No.
Splatoon. I think it was a really cool shooter, and I think they got something to build off there. You know,
That's a good one, too.
Until Dawn, and not necessarily the same characters. Obviously, they die, so can't be the same characters necessarily,
Or
but
some of them die.
something
maybe.
similar to Until Dawn from the same creator who's done it better than other people in the past. You know what I mean? Same kind of game. Bloodborne was my number 2. Such a good game. I think, you know, as fans of the Dark Souls series, and as Bloodborne now, I think Bloodborne is my favorite game of anything that From Software has done. And I would love to see what else they can do from here. And I know Dark Souls 3 is coming out, and they said it's the last one of the Dark Souls series, so I'm anxious to see, are they
could
going
still
to do a
more
Bloodborne 2? And I'd be day one. That's definite buy for me. The last one, The Order 1886. I said this when we did our review of this game.
That was your number 1, right?
That was my number 1. I feel like this is a great jumping off board, like I did with Destiny last year. I think this is a great place to start. It may not have been the game that everybody was hoping for this year, but it was a great looking game. I think the characters were pretty cool. I thought Galahad was awesome, and they set it up for a second one at the end. So I'm really excited to see where that goes from here. I liked that game more than a lot of other people did, so I'm excited to see where that game goes from here. That's it.
Will, what do you got?
Number 5, I had Rocket League. Number 4, Story of Seasons. 3, Splatoon. 2, The Order 1886, and 1, Until Dawn.
Okay. Mine's, I guess, somewhat similar to Corey's. I didn't have a number 5. Number 4, I put Codename Steam. I think it's a good stepping stone for I think they'll learn from their mistakes for the next one. Hopefully, they may not continue it. It didn't do that well. I don't think it sold well.
Which
It
one?
didn't review a Codename Steam. But I would like to see more in that. I really was interested in the world and the characters in the world. I think if they polish the mechanics and stuff and make it more, give it a little more depth, I think it'll be a good series. Number 3, I put Dying Light. We talked about Dying Light enough already. Number 2, I put Splatoon. Love Splatoon. I think Splatoon 2 could be even bigger than Splatoon 1 was. And then for number 1, I put also Pillars of Eternity. I freaking loved Pillars of Eternity.
Yeah.
It was a very, very unique and interesting world.
I didn't play this game.
Like you said, built off of old D&D, you know.
Well, from square one, it's not based on anything else. It's
No,
just,
absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's in the line of the old Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights type of games, and that's what I really liked about it.
In playing it playing through it the first time, you felt like it was a fully realized world that has existed for
Very
ever.
long time, yeah.
And it wasn't.
It's
know,
got
it
a
was
very
recently realized.
Very well planned out lore.
Yeah.
One of the games too that can take vastly different paths based on how you play it too, which is also interesting.
Yep.
And they can do that with that type of game because it's a very reading heavy system of dialogue, and it's very, very well done. So the winner for the 2015 Thumbie for best new IP I want to see more out of is Pillars of Eternity.
Woo! Finally, I agree with one.
Weak.
Okay. Now, Console Wars Award.
Yeah, we're getting
for
into
the
it
most
now.
valuable console.
Xbox. Woo! Xbox.
Number
Xbox
2,
One.
Wii U. And number 1, tie between Xbox One and PS4.
You've got to be kidding me.
So we gotta hash it out.
Yes, we do.
So I'm
Really?
assuming Dan and Corey picked Xbox.
Yes,
No, I didn't.
I picked Xbox.
I picked Xbox.
I picked PlayStation.
You picked Xbox?
I did.
What the fuck? You're a heel.
This is why.
Will turned heel.
Go ahead.
Well, I think PlayStation is my preferred console.
It's your floor, Will.
But
Take it.
the Xbox did the new dashboard update and fixed a lot of the things, the crummy dashboard, which was huge.
I mean, the new one's okay.
It's better.
It's better.
They're
It's okay.
ta-
It's okay.
They're taking steps in the right direction for that. 2, backwards compatibility.
Who cares?
I do.
Honestly, who cares?
I do.
You want
A
to play
lot of people
old?
do.
Yeah.
I don't think they do. I think that's a misnomer. They
know.
think they care, but do they really care?
I like playing old games.
I
So
do too.
that matters to me too.
Because I have
Yeah,
fabled...
but I don't think the majority of people actually care about playing old games.
no, but it might attract people that just have an Xbox 360 still, don't want to trade in because they don't want to get rid of all their games and not be able to
it
play
may
them.
attract them, but they're probably not even going to play those.
You never know. You never know. I like to play old games.
I disagree. Because I already downloaded Fable
You guys
2
are
and 3.
different from, I think, a lot of the
I think
majority
if
of
you're-
gamers.
I think if you're waiting to upgrade, you have an Xbox 360.
Mm-hmm.
Xbox One comes out and say you can play a lot of the more popular Xbox
I think
Xbox 360 games on Xbox One. That's a reason to trade in your system, but keep all your games.
it's
still.
a nice thing to have, and I think at first I was excited about it, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, I don't need to play these games.
Right.
I have a new console with new games to play. Why do I need to play these games?
That's fair.
And you guys always play old games.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm the different one at this table
Right.
in terms of that kind of thing. And I think most gamers are more like me in that.
I don't know.
I think so.
That's fair.
I do. I just do. I think console gamers want something new on their console. Who wants to go fucking back and play Dirt 3
Yeah.
on their Xbox 360? Like, why?
I don't think that's a good example of a backwards compatible game.
Pick one out. What's a good example?
Halo Reach, Fable games.
There's like 2 good ones on there.
I'm
There's like 2 good ones.
I'm kind of with Eric on this one.
Gears of War.
As someone who just has a,
They just put out a remaster. Why would you go play the fucking 360 version?
as someone
3 was the best Gears of War game.
Okay, as someone who just has an Xbox 360, right? I don't have a newer console. If I'm getting a new console, it's not to play the games I have on 360. It's to
Yeah.
play the games that are new to whatever console I'm buying.
Right.
Granted, I think there is a very small audience of people who have very specific old gen games who would like to play them on their new console. But if you're
Small.
if you're upgrading, I really, really feel like you're upgrading to play new games, not to play the games that you've
Well,
That's
Yes.
already had.
yeah.
It's a nice option to have. I'm not
Right.
arguing that.
Right.
it gives you more value for your purchase.
Sure.
Yeah.
I agree that it does, but like at the end of the day, I'm not going to play them.
No.
I took the prospect of like Xbox One gave me like I was this close to buying an Xbox One this year.
Why?
It had the better exclusives.
You think so?
Bloodborne was the only good exclusive.
What were the good exclusives on Xbox One?
Halo.
It's okay. It's okay.
Gears, I know, but I love Halo.
Yeah. And Rise of the Tomb Raider.
As a
Rise of the
Halo
Tomb
guy.
Raider.
For you, fair enough.
Gears of War, I love too. That's
Gears of War Remastered, you count as a great exclusive?
I love Gears of War. I always
You
have.
count a remastered
But-
game as a great exclusive?
But and you know next year too.
Come
like
on.
PlayStation did nothing to convince
Next-
me that I felt like I needed to buy one.
And plus, next year they've got, I mean, Fable Legends if you care at all. Some don't.
Nobody does.
Quantum Break. Is
I
another
care about
game.
Quantum Break.
Scalebound, which, if you care, yes or no.
Platinum. I
Eh.
love Platinum.
Yeah,
So.
Platinum games. So Dan is another one.
Dan and I are different gamers.
That's true.
My as someone who does not own a console, my
What was your thought process when you went?
my thought process, as it was last year,
Right.
and I caught shit for it, was games.
right.
And Bloodborne to
yeah.
me was the one of the best console exclusives. And for
I agree
me,
with that. It was the best
It was
console.
the best console
exclusive.
That's
I agree.
why-
by far.
yeah, that's why I put PlayStation 4 as my number one.
See, my favorite exclusive was Until Dawn, but I liked the exclusives overall on Xbox.
Until Dawn
more.
and Bloodborne are arguably then the 2 best exclusives of the year.
See, I didn't play Bloodborne.
Okay, but 3 of us
I also-
did, and I've agreed that it's the best console exclusive.
That one game though.
I
One
know,
game.
but I'm saying, and Will likes Until Dawn
Yeah.
as his best, and I agree with him that Until Dawn is good. Halo 5 is an okay shooter. The campaign is meh. The multiplayer is great.
Mm-hmm.
Gears of War is a remastered game that we've played.
Yeah.
Forza is a racing game, which is very specialized, that not everybody likes.
Yeah.
What else?
But what game am I going to go back and play repeatedly? Halo 5 or Until Dawn?
Bloodborne. And
No.
Until Dawn. You said you wanted to play Until Dawn repeatedly.
I
you
did.
said that.
I would only do one more playthrough. I'm going to get way more playtime out of Halo 5.
Really?
Yes.
You think you will?
Yes.
I argue that you will not.
I get, what, a total of 16 hours total out of Until Dawn?
You're going to
when
go back and
everything's said and done?
replay the Halo 5 campaign?
Multiplayer, are you kidding me?
How often do you play it?
I play it whenever my friends play, but
Which
I've been
is how often?
a lot. And I've been doing
I
Thumbies.
argue that.
I've been doing Thumbies work for all of December, so I haven't gotten a chance to play it. I've been only playing new things.
I argue that you're actually going to go back
It's
and
my
play
favorite
it.
shooter of this
I know,
year.
but I really don't think you're actually going to go back and play
You
it.
are completely
Xbox-
wrong.
Xbox One
I disagree.
for me also added the feature to stream games to your PC, which is important to me as someone
where
who
we
has to
differ.
share a TV.
Which is where we differ.
I cannot monopolize the TV 24/7.
Dan and I literally could not be more opposite gamers. Schedule-wise,
Sure.
games that we like-wise, and things of that nature.
Yeah.
But if somebody asks me what my recommendation is, I'm always going to say PS4. Always. I mean, Grant, Xbox had some good exclusives this year. Great.
Yeah.
Halo 5's okay. The multiplayer's great. Maybe Forza's great racing game, but like it's a racing game at the end of the day. Gears is a remastered game. Your Tomb Raider's coming out next year on PS4. You had plenty of shit to hold you over till next year. Like, I don't know.
I think
was it
it's
as good as it was built up to be?
It's
I
the
don't
type
think
of,
so.
It's a type of situation where if you only have a console to game on, you're probably better off with the PS4 because it can handle better graphics, all the multi-platform stuff. I'm not gonna play any multi-platform games at all on a console.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it on my PC. So that wipes out all
Take
multi-platform games.
PC out of it.
Yeah, take PC out of it.
I don't even. PC shouldn't even count in this.
That's where I think we go back to.
But it factors
PC
into my
counts-
decision making.
If PC counts in this, we shouldn't even have this category.
Well, it has to factor into my because
Then-
I
then
don't.
we should get rid of
but
this
I don't play
category.
anything multi-platform on any of
He's
these
talking.
consoles.
He's going.
Which is, I know, and I understand that. But that being said, I don't even think we should have this category. If PC factors into it at all, we shouldn't have the category of most available console.
So why should it affect Dan when he's talking solely about the exclusive games because he's not going to buy the multi-platform games for the other console?
I'm just saying, I don't think the PC should factor into it because PC is not a console. I don't think it should be any part of the argument.
But it doesn't matter regardless because he's talking exclusive games.
No, and I get that,
Strictly.
but he just said that the PC does factor into it, and if it does, we should scrap the whole thing.
I see Eric's point because I have always based this category on the fact that I have a PC. So with me, it's not come down to features. It's not come down to anything other than the games that come out for the various platforms.
Yeah.
You don't think what Xbox has done
You
has
can't-
been impressive at all?
I also don't think you can't
it's okay,
analyze.
but the system was shit when it came out, and the
Even-
dashboard is okay now. It's not like any
Yeah.
great thing.
yeah, but
and-
everything they've done, they've improved on it so much.
Yeah,
and
they've
Sony
been-
has stayed stagnant.
because it was already good.
And
Yeah.
that's why if we're
So this year, how is Xbox not more valuable than
I don't think-
PlayStation?
Because they improved doesn't make it better. It just means it's better than what they had, which was shit. You had shit to build from, and the new dashboard is better, but it's not anything like earth-shattering.
This is where we completely differ because I feel like everything that they improved upon to make it better, make me use it. First of all, is impressive.
yeah, it's impressive, but it's not any better than the PS4.
So would you say it's the same? At this
No,
point?
I would argue that I would tell somebody to buy a PS4 if they asked me, which should I buy? I'd say,
See-
Xbox, unless you are a big Halo fan, like a fucking huge Halo fan, then you should buy a PS4.
But
Halo's the only reason.
A game like Halo appeals to way more people than a game like Bloodborne.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess for me it doesn't. And we'll just have to agree to disagree.
yeah.
That means we're not going to come to a winner for this category.
I also don't think you can analyze it
Is
in
there
a
a tie?
vacuum because we're not We're not.
Yeah.
It's a tie.
There's just time we need to decide.
Yeah.
We're not going to.
It's on.
I'm not budging.
It's on.
I'm not budging either.
Um,
I would absolutely buy an Xbox.
Well,
over PS4.
that's where Eric's point about do you factor PC into it?
You
I think-
can't.
I
You
think
ki-
really matters.
Yeah, but you also kind of have to.
No, then we should get rid of the category.
Do you,
completely.
Corey? Do you?
Give me a minute.
You do.
Let me suss it out
Best
here.
console. PC should not be involved. If it is involved, we get rid of the
But
category.
multi-platforms are on everything, so that's
Eric's-
not a factor.
I realize that,
Eric's
but then
right.
we get rid of it.
I
Done.
agree with Eric in that the best platform category, and we talked about this last week or whatever week we discussed it. It's an argument for the whole fan gamer, like
Yeah.
the console war kind of thing. And you're right, Dan. I'm with you that when I evaluate it, I base it on the fact that I have a PC and that, I can play all these games on PC. And what's most impressive to me, based on all these things, features aside, is games. But maybe that's not the best way to evaluate the best console.
Well, as I said, one of the huge features for me and a selling point for the Xbox One was the fact that you can stream it to your PC. Steam and PC gaming aside, like that's a big factor for me because I cannot monopolize the TV 24/7 to play video games.
Yeah.
Streaming to PC is a great feature that I can use.
I agree with you, and I think I told you the ability to push a video to like Xbox 360 was revolutionary for me, which is fucking ancient to most people at this point. But to Eric's point, that to me says we're not.
Well, that's specific. That it's specific to me.
Right.
I base it on me, on my needs as a gamer, not what everyone else may
I
need.
can't stream it to my PC.
Right.
It won't
Yeah,
work.
your internet's not good enough.
Right.
Your router's not good enough.
Right,
But that's a huge factor for me.
and
that was huge.
That to me kind of
and playing old games was also huge.
it kind of.
But you're in the minority there, and I will not concede
That's
that.
fair. That's fair.
It defeats the spirit of the award to
What
me.
does?
I think we scrap this for next year. This category
I
should
mean,
be
if you're
scrapped.
arguing exclusives alone, Wii U, even this year, when it had weak exclusives,
No.
as compared to last year.
No.
Bloodborne's pretty good.
I agree. Bloodborne is really
Bloodborne.
good.
No.
But in a weak year for Nintendo, they came out with Splatoon, Mario Maker, and Xenoblade. Mario Maker is huge.
Yeah,
If you look on Twitch,
I just don't see it.
if you look on Twitch, it's always in the top 10. That's not an easy game to stream. That's not you can press a button on your Wii U and have it streamed to Twitch.
Yeah.
That's that's buying extra hardware. It's a complicated process.
No, I know.
So people are
It's-
playing it and people are watching it.
For me, I don't buy Mario Maker.
I mean, I didn't get into the hype either. Like I played it for like 10 hours and then I was done. But to say it's not popular, it's super popular.
No, I'm not saying it's not popular, but I don't.
It,
The Wii U is not the most popular or the most available console. It's fucking done. It's done. Like
The issue, you're right. The
Yeah, I
issue
agree
with
with that.
me is, as somebody who is almost exclusively a PC guy,
Yeah.
the console argument means relatively nothing.
Same here.
And it's one or
The-
two
the-
games
the-
versus one or two games.
Exactly.
And
That's
for
what it is for me,
For
too.
me, this
Yeah,
year,
Bloodborne.
It's Bloodborne.
That's fair.
And that's all it boils down to.
That's fair.
And it's really, like, to Eric's point, it's really hard to sit here and compare 1 to 2 games to 1 to
I
2
think
games.
that last
and
year,
I think it's silly to have that agreement on
I
something.
think last year this category maybe was more necessary.
easy.
This year it's probably not as necessary.
Yeah.
I think we just scrap it.
Yeah.
Agree to disagree.
Like you said, it's hard to evaluate a system. You know, they're almost identical
Well, as
in
as
games,
And
There's
PS4
a-
runs every multi-platform game better.
right? But like half as good as a computer.
Well, I know, but that's
So-
why we should get
Right.
rid of this.
Well, right.
category.
That's why all the like because I agree to your point. Like if you're suggesting a system to someone, you say PS4 because it runs games better.
Well,
There's
that's
no
not the
question
only
there.
reason, but that's one of the reasons.
There's no question there. But that argument, like Corey said, is irrelevant to us because
it's really hard for me to sit here and objectively compare.
well, yeah, it's all like you said. It's all based on the games that you like better.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, Bloodborne was
Which-
a great game and I loved it. But one game to like
Right.
probably 3 or maybe 3 on Xbox is
Which
a tough sell.
I can't. I just don't.
well,
What 3 though? What are the 3 games?
I told you, Gears of War.
How?
I love Gears of
Well,
War.
it was-
I
it
love
was-
it.
Average. It's a fucking remaster.
it was easier last year because Wii U had
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
4 or 5 games.
Absolutely.
Whereas this year, it's honestly it's Bloodborne Until Dawn versus your Xbox flavor
Yeah.
of the week.
Your Halos, your Gears of Wars. Rise of the Tomb Raider would have been one for me. I definitely would have bought that.
Halo is so fucking beat now too. It's so beat.
It's and that's the problem is like I'm with Eric on this one. I
It's
think
so fucking beat.
I think Bloodborne is such a fantastic game compared to anything Xbox.
At least
Microsoft put out
PlayStation's
this
doing
year.
different things. Fucking Bloodborne and Until Dawn and the Order. At least they're fucking doing something. Like you're putting out a remaster and counting it as an exclusive. And fucking Halo is so beat. It's fucking beat. It just is.
Okay.
I say we scrap the category.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that idea.
Yeah,
We're not going to
that's-
come to any. I'm not going to concede Xbox. I'm just not.
I'm not going to concede Xbox either.
Right. So I say we scrap it and don't do it again.
Fair
It's
enough.
a
Then
draw.
where
I
are we
guess.
going to
I don't know.
argue?
It's a draw.
Who cares if we argue?
It's a draw. Really.
Everybody says that on here. Oh, it's always good when we argue.
I just think okay.
What's the point of sitting here all night and arguing that?
The Xbox
We
argument
gotta
for
have
me.
argument.
Yeah, you gotta have
arguments.
arguments.
All right, but
We
we're
just have
just
to.
gonna go all night. Like it's,
No.
It's 11 o'clock.
The Xbox argument for me is comes down to features more than games. The backwards compatibility, like all that stuff. I feel like there's more of an argument there than there is for the games.
Which
that
is
they have.
exactly what I said.
Which I don't understand how you can
Right.
dismiss that.
Because nobody wants to play it. It's a great option, but
I
who
do.
the fuck play? I know, but you are in the minority.
But I'm a person.
I
that
highly doubt
I have a voice in this.
that we're in the minority.
I would
for
almost
backwards
guarantee you're in the minority
Yo.
of people that actually would use backwards compatibility.
Disagree.
Almost guarantee.
People
it.
don't have their 360s anymore.
No,
Nobody
but
has
nobody,
it.
because nobody wants to play
I
those
do.
games.
Well,
I have
because you don't have a next-gen console
Nobody
I
plays
have a
those
PC.
games anymore.
or a
though.
current-gen console.
I'd love to see some data of people that actually use backwards compatibility on a consistent
I would
basis.
too.
I would
on an
play
Xbox One.
I would play Fable 2 in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I know, but you are the minority.
That's
I know
fair.
you would, and
But that's-
but you guys all play fucking Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy Tactics every year. I don't think a lot of gamers
No,
are
you're right.
like that. I don't think they are. I just don't.
I'm
Not,
with-
I don't
I'm
think
with Eric
the
on
I don't
this
think
one.
the younger
How
ones.
are you with that?
I think
Because
the
I'm
older,
right.
I
You
think
are
the older
not
ones
right.
do. I think the older ones do. I don't think the younger ones do.
No.
I don't know. I've never like purchased a next gen console with the
intent of saying,
intent
"Oh,
of
I need to
playing,
fucking go
like,
back
the
and play
old
Halo
games.
Reach."
Yeah, because
It's
I'll just
something-
play that.
Nobody
on my
does
old
that. You're
console.
right, but it's
It's-
a great option for people.
It
and
is,
guess
but
what?
you're not gonna
people
use
do
it.
actually use
Yeah.
it.
No, yeah, like for an hour or two, but it's not something consistently that
It's-
you're going to
Well,
get use
where,
out of.
where am I going to go play Fable 2, Fable 3? The only place I can
Fable-
do it is on my
Here,
Xbox.
Here's your answer. Who the fuck cares?
Me.
Who the fuck cares we're gonna play them? You don't need to. You've
It-
already
it's-
done it.
It's something that here's the problem I have with it. It's something that should come included in the console. It should have been there from day one.
Well, I agree with that.
Nintendo Nintendo's been doing that. You can play GameCube games on your Wii U,
Sure.
and people do because why not? Like if I had GameCube games, I play them.
And that's the exact thing,
I've got
because-
some Wii U games that I play on my Wii U.
The answer is-
Wii games on my Wii U.
Why not have the option? But I don't necessarily give a shit.
Right.
Well, I mean, for me, it comes back to the whole PC thing. Like, I have a PC because I can play
Old games.
old fucking games
Absolutely.
forever. If I'm buying a next gen console, it's not to play old games. it's
That's
to
fair
play
enough,
new games. And that's just where I come from.
So
with
here's the
it.
thing: should we add Steam, maybe specifically, into the most valuable console?
No,
thing?
because
No, we get rid of the. I'd much rather just. Get rid
I don't
of it.
even. I would prefer a tie, honestly, because for me the like most valuable console argument comes down to the whole like console wars thing. And
Yeah.
it's like, which one do we think is most valuable? And I guess maybe it's a tie this year, and there's no way around
consensus.
it. Yeah, you guys aren't gonna cave.
I'm not gonna-
Eric and I aren't gonna cave.
I wouldn't move PS4 up over the Wii U for
Yeah.
me on this
Yeah.
year.
And
That's-
and like I said,
that's
you
fine.
are
You have your
in a
weird little
bubble
thing.
of a gamer.
I don't know.
In my opinion, Dan,
know.
are you honestly telling me more people are going to pick Wii U over PS4? That sold how much? Are you really
PC
thinking that?
Wii U is a big thing. That's what a lot of people are going with
Take
for
the
generations.
fucking PC out of it. It's
I know.
not a console.
But it factors into your decision.
It shouldn't.
But we're like we said, we're not playing in a vacuum.
Then
here.
we fucking erase
That's
it.
what I'm saying. We should
Done. I'm in.
totally.
Nah.
I don't like the idea.
I
of
don't like
erasing
that
it.
either.
But
Why we're going to sit here next year
If
and
you-
the same
if-
fucking argument?
and I hope we do.
If,
Yeah,
you know
I
what?
really
If
do.
you're going to do most valuable console, I think you have to include everything that you play games on. Isn't that fair? Everything that you play games on, because
PC
I
wins
can't.
every year. We
Yeah.
may as well say, okay, PC.
I
Not
can't-
true.
I- well,
I would
I-
not pick PC.
I
would
can't
not.
look at most valuable
would pick
console
I know you
every
would.
year.
in a complete vacuum, like I said, and
You're
pick
right.
it without factoring in
Yeah.
what I already game on.
Yeah,
I'm
I just can't
I'm
do
not
it.
willing to do that. As somebody who does not like playing on a PC, I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think you're both right in this. Honestly, you're right, Dan. I can't evaluate consoles in a vacuum. I can't because 90% of these games I can play on PC. So it just comes down to which exclusives. Features aside, like, oh, you can stream. Oh, I don't give a shit because I can stream on PC, no problem.
Yeah.
I don't evaluate the consoles based on that at all. It's just games.
Yeah.
That's all it comes
I
down
just
to.
don't think you can look
And-
at it in a
and
vacuum. I really don't.
Then most valuable console should not be in a category.
I agree. Honestly, at this point, I'm with Eric. Like, I think it's silly to sit here and argue about it because we can't evaluate it objectively.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean, a lot of our categories are arbitrary, but
Right.
That's a hard one.
But that's one we specifically decided. It comes down to the console wars.
yeah.
And if we can't sit here and base it on that, if we can't evaluate it based on, like, in a vacuum, then what's the point of even arguing about it?
Yeah.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel. I don't know.
Sure. We'll reevaluate when next year comes. So. All right.
PS4.
So,
Yes.
most valuable console, 2015 Thumbie
This
goes
is,
to
I
a
just-
split between Xbox One
Can
and
I
PS4.
just point out that Will's the guy who told me he didn't want to buy too many games for his Xbox One? I just want to point that out.
I'm not gonna argue because you're just not gonna see my point, and then you're just gonna make
It's
ridiculous
You're the one
arguments.
that
Honestly,
said that. You said that.
Last year
It's-
or
You
early
You said
this year.
it 3
Honestly.
fucking weeks ago.
That's not true.
This is one we argued about last year.
That's
not
bullshit,
true.
Will.
And-
We
You're
argued
trying
about
to
number
bring
2.
out- you're trying to bring out points from last year.
You said it like a month ago, dude.
Not true.
You did.
Well,
What have I played most of my games on within the last 3 months? Guess what?
I
My
asked
Xbox
you to.
One.
I asked you to split something with me, and you. I don't remember what the game was, but you assumed I wanted it for Xbox, whatever it was, and you said you didn't want to get any more games for your Xbox One.
But here's
That
the
was
thing:
your
if
answer.
he's gonna
That's
play,
not true.
if he's gonna play a
100%.
console game,
You're the one who's-
I just made it up.
You're the
Let
one
me,
who says you
if
never
he-
remember anything anyway.
hang on. If he's gonna,
This is high school.
if he's gonna play
Are
a
you
console
kidding
game,
me?
PS4 has better graphics, better resolution.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he wanted to play it. It
Let
doesn't
me-
necessarily mean it's a more valuable console.
Dan, you know it's
based on
bullshit.
options.
You
No,
know
I
that
know.
is not the way he said
Eric,
that.
I don't know how you can sit here.
Didn't you say
and
your
argue
Xbox
that.
One is full too?
My what?
Xbox One is full.
Full of what?
Storage.
Hard
Yeah,
drive.
I had to buy a solid or not solid state, an external
Okay,
hard
well,
drive.
now what we're arguing is, like,
Semantics.
semantics and silly
Yeah.
little arbitrary
High school.
hardware
Eric's
issues.
bringing up arbitrary arguments.
Well, let me
It's
jump
all
in
Eric's
here.
fault.
Because it sounds like this is more interesting conversation than anything else we've hit tonight. Let me ask Eric. Eric, if I come to you and say, I like the PlayStation 4 because I like Bloodborne,
Okay.
is that enough for you to be like, hell yeah, man, jump aboard?
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I just think it's better overall.
Is it better overall, or is it better because it has a better game?
Oh no, to me it's better overall.
Okay.
As
See,
somebody who
and-
doesn't have cable and doesn't care about cable TV, so the TV stuff's out for me.
And
The exclusives on Xbox are weak this
Okay.
year. I mean, Forza, honestly, is probably the best one. Halo is fucking beat.
play it.
Halo's
Okay.
beat. Gears of War's a remaster. You're getting Bloodborne, Until Dawn, and The Order. And I don't know if I'm missing anything. The Uncharted
Free
collection.
Rocket League.
If you want to get into free Rocket League, if you want to get into remasters, how about the Uncharted collection 1, 2, and 3?
Okay. The only reason I bring that up is because, like, I'm on your side because of Bloodborne, and that's it.
Okay.
I don't. That's what I'm trying to say. Is just like it comes down to one game for me.
But you're also considering that you play everything on PC,
exactly.
which is why
Which
we
is-
should just get rid of the fucking
And
category.
that's why I'm on your side, because it's silly to evaluate the consoles based on the fact that I own a PC and I play everything on PC.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm in the same boat. It's hard for me, like I said, to
I don't give a shit.
to evaluate this. Yeah, I'm not going to get either one of them.
Yeah.
But
Like, I borrowed a PlayStation to play Bloodborne.
That's what I did, too.
loved Bloodborne. I had a great time with it.
As did
and
I.
that is the reason why I'm choosing PlayStation 4 over the other two.
yeah, see, I took
That's it.
I took it more as we can move on. But what would I buy if I was going to buy a console right now? What would I buy? And it would be the Xbox
In
One.
my opinion, you are the minority gamer.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You specifically.
I guess. I don't know.
Okay, moving on.
Let's move on.
Best indie game.
Oh my
Self-explanatory category.
God. What did I do?
Independent game. Number 3, Soma. Number 2, Undertale. And number 1, Rocket League. Rocket League is the victor. I'll go with my list first. I had Hotline Miami at number 2. I know you guys didn't.
What?
I liked Hotline Miami a lot, actually. I had a lot of fun with it. I know you guys didn't care for it, but
No, I like.
I thought it was fun.
It wasn't as good as the
Corey
first one.
didn't care for it. No, and I agree. It wasn't as good
Stupid
as the
game.
first one, but I did really like it. I had Rocket League at number 4. Invisible Ink at number 3.
Rocket League at number 4.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't play it that much. And only with you guys. Number 2, Massive Chalice, which I loved.
Does
Number-
that count as an indie game?
Yeah, Double Fine.
Double Fine?
Double Fine's indie.
Produced and distributed.
Published by
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Number 1, Undertale. I know I was cool on it at first, but I ended up fucking loving
I
Undertale.
never got the Undertale love.
I
really
loved
didn't.
Undertale.
I liked it, but I
So
just
good.
didn't. It didn't. I don't know.
That's fair.
Maybe
I can
we can
see
talk about it,
I can
but
see it
I
not tickling everyone's fancy, but I by the end of it, I was blown away by it. I loved that game.
Wow.
Really good.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Will, go ahead.
3 Her Story, 2 Undertale, and 1 Rocket League.
What do you got, Eric?
What?
Indie games.
I only had 3. Hotline Miami 2
What?
was my third. I didn't play many indie games this year. It was
Okay.
okay.
I liked Hotline Miami. How dare you?
Yeah, I
Corey?
know you guys liked it a lot more than I did.
I put
was
2
really cool
as
on it.
Ori and the Blind Forest, even though I didn't play all that much of it, and 1 was Rocket League.
My number 1 was Soma, a game I wish more of you played. I absolutely adored Soma.
I cannot wait to play Soma.
And while we're on the subject,
Excuse me.
when I asked you guys earlier about like most flawless game of the year, I think Soma is my number 1 flawless game of the year. It's not my game of the year.
Well, there's a lot of other factors that go into.
It might be in my top 5. But
It's fine.
in terms of like solid experiences delivered without flaw, Soma is right up there. Probably my number 1. It was a fantastic game, very well crafted, especially from an independent developer. Beautiful game to look at, beautiful game to play. Great story, very intriguing. I wish somebody else played it, but nobody else did.
I wish I had played it.
I kept
really
trying
did.
to
Bought it, brah.
I kept trying to get Dan to play it as somebody who really supported the Fallout 4 narrative, the theme of Fallout 4. I think Dan would have really enjoyed it and would have gotten a lot out of it.
Soma.
Okay.
Okay.
But
Yeah, because I see a lot of kind of similarities in the Last of Us story. Some of the not in the story, but in the what?
Watch it, Corey.
No, I see some. There's one specific thing in
Will-
that game that I'll talk about at another point. But
we can talk about Last of Us
Joel-
when we talk about Life is Strange.
Joel drinks black coffee, by the way.
Joel drinks fucking
Yes.
green
Dan-
tea.
Someone
Dan
told me to bring
nailed
that
it.
up in chat.
Dan nailed it.
Joel drinks green tea and then
He
rubs
drinks the
himself off.
The most Italian
It's-
roast black coffee.
Fucking pathetic.
Go ahead, Corey.
But no, like these last like 4 categories
Yeah,
mean more to me than anything else we've discussed all night.
that's fair.
Soma was such a good, awesome, fantastic game. Like one of those games that I'm still like reading articles about because the idea of like
How long is this game?
minor spoil like 8 hours.
Okay.
It's super short.
Oh, I'll
It's
play
like
through
a
that.
very solid like played experience. Like a
Couple sittings.
yeah. couple
It's one of
settings.
those well crafted. Like
was this
Oh
on
my
your
God,
rainy
it's
day game?
Genius. No, it's not because it's not a rainy day game. It's just a
Right.
short little adventure game.
Yeah, but maybe a good 8-hour rainy storm.
But such a good story, and I'm still reading articles about it. Like I'll still see the headline, like, "Oh, I played Soma, and my mind is so blown," and I'm like,
I love that.
I'm gonna read all about that.
That's what I liked about Pillars of Eternity.
Yeah, yeah. No, I
Not
lost
Pillars
my
of
thing.
Eternity. I'm sorry, Talos Principle.
Yep. So that's my piece on Soma. We might talk about it a little bit more. We'll find out.
Okay.
But The Beginner's Guide was my number 2, a game that nobody else played. Another one, The Beginner's Guide. Who was the developer?
David something?
What did he work on that was like a big deal?
I'm not going to be able to come up with it off the top of my head.
David
If someone-
Henry?
If someone doesn't look it up, I'm not going to.
It's from a guy who did something. But anyway, he's friends with this developer who made like games that nobody ever played, and he walks through a number of these games that this guy developed and narrates them. He's like, "Oh, my friend Charlie did this when Charlie is, I'm just making a name up. My friend Charlie did this when he was super depressed, and this is where he was at in this point when he sent me this game to try for him." But he narrates it in a way that's like really, really interesting and meaningful. And there's like some big twists at the end. The Beginner's Guide was a really, really good game,
I want to play that.
and I would like for all of you to play it.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about the Beginner's Guide.
It explores a little bit of game design, but it's also like super. Like I have a acquaintance Eric might know my acquaintance who is super creepy and weird, who might, you know,
It's a little general.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get into it.
Yeah.
Rocket League was my number 3. Wow. And here's my thing on Rocket League. As much as I love that game and had such a good time with it, and this goes back to the whole, like, a couple of years ago when we were talking about Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Like, that was a game I had infinite fun with, and Rocket League's another one of them. But when I'm, like, wrapping up my games of the year and thinking about what I'm going to take with me, like, through the future, Rocket League falls a little bit lower for me for that.
That's why I battled with Heroes of the Storm or Rocket League for my competitive multiplayer.
Yeah.
I struggled with that because I definitely took more from Heroes of the Storm.
Right.
But as I said, at this point, if you guys were to say, hey, let's play Heroes of the Storm, or hey, let's play Rocket League, I'd be like, no, I don't want to play Heroes of the Storm. But I absolutely would play Rocket League.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love those games. And, you know, I still play Rocket League. But when it comes down to, and this is what I talked about when we talked about Black Flag, is like, it's what I get out of a game. It's not what I get when I'm playing it. Mm-hmm. It's what I take home with me and think about afterwards. Yeah. And Rocket League, don't get me wrong, is probably the best multiplayer,
best sports game in a long
sports
time.
game I've played in
a very long time. Yeah.
Maybe ever, really. It doesn't feed into what I use to evaluate the best games I've played in the year. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I think about is like, okay, if I can take 5 experiences from the year, which ones am I taking? And in Rocket League, for me, I kind of like set aside for that, because it just comes down to it's a super good sports game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I want to take that home with me.
You should stop now and pick
we
this
can,
back up.
Yeah, we can pick it up later.
I feel like this chat deserves a different category.
Yeah, Eric's right. But indie game was huge for me, and that's honestly where I'm at with. Did I do my number 5?
Why were you cooler on Undertale?
Oh yeah, Rocket League was my number 3. Undertale was my number 4. I didn't get it like everyone else got it. I thought it was cool and interesting, but like,
that game got better the more you played it, I thought.
That's how I felt about it too.
What did you guys take out of it though?
Did you beat it, Corey?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's hard to talk about it without spoiling any of it.
Let's spoil it. I don't care.
I don't know.
I don't give a shit either.
I'm not
if
gonna
you
spoil
want
it.
Come on.
You can't evaluate these games without spoiling.
I think the reveal,
Yeah.
if you know what I'm talking about at the end, was super interesting to me.
I didn't think it was interesting at all.
I know.
How could you
like,
not?
That's
Like,
what you thought.
it was interesting, but like, what did you get out of it as a human being?
I don't know. I just like that the
It was
whole time
stupid.
the game had you feeling one way about things, and then it completely turned those things on their head
That's
when you get to the end of the game.
creative and clever, but what do you take out of that experience? Nothing.
And the
Well,
thing,
it wasn't just that. It was the music I took out of it. I still hum the music
Oh, sure.
when I'm just thinking about
Don't
it.
get me wrong.
I mean, as a package,
But
as a
Not to-
package, I got a lot from Undertale.
not to
A
mention
lot.
that the game was funny, well written for one person, wasn't
and
it?
that's don't get me wrong. I agree with you guys. I think it's funny. I think it's clever. I think it's creative.
And
also encourages multiple
when it comes down to
playthroughs.
what's the quote about, give me something, give me truth. I don't feel like there's any truth in Undertale. It's just like clever and creative and funny.
Well, this
and that's
game,
it.
this game turns that game, like that combat, like you can spare things and show mercy, which plays a huge role into it, and that's not something that those games do.
I like the mechanic
but that's
of all
where
that stuff
that's
too.
where it ends with me.
And I'm not sure why.
It's like, oh, that's clever. Like, I don't have to kill anybody, but I don't get anything out of it. You know?
You don't have a soul.
You have no soul.
Yeah.
I think I have a soul.
I don't know.
Because there are some games that do a really good job of taking like that kind of thing and putting it into a mirror that reflects real life versus just a silly little indie game like Undertale.
I got a lot out of it.
Yeah, I can't explain why I did and why you didn't.
I think it was clever. I think
I
it
was
was mechanically
tickled by it by the end.
mechanically sound, like mechanically. Oh, this is clever. This bucks the trend of video games. But that's where it ended with me.
Yeah, but that's
was
a lot.
Video games.
That
Bucks
is-
the trend of video games
games?
is pretty high praise.
And
Listen-
maybe you guys get more out of that than I do.
As somebody who didn't play this game, You're making a pretty good argument for Undertale, Corey.
Yeah. I don't know.
You're like it's clever, it's funny, it's interesting, and then
Music's
you're like, but that's
unbelievable.
all I got out of it. It's like
no.
That's
It
a
doesn't.
lot
It doesn't.
of good things.
It doesn't. It really doesn't take it to that next level.
that's fine. I really liked it.
Like it doesn't take it to a human level.
But if it bucks the trends of video games, doesn't that take it to the next level?
No, that's where it stops with me. It's like, oh, this bucks the video game trend. I really don't know why that's so funny. Like that's honestly
You're
where I'm
being
at with
silly,
it.
I
Corey.
think that bucking the trend of video games is like the highest praise that it can get.
That's fine. So do like stupid movies. You know,
Gone Home.
like oh yeah, Gone Home bucks the trend of video games, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything to me on a personal level.
Yeah.
Okay.
Undertale did nothing for me on a personal level.
Yeah, okay.
I just thought it was clever and creative.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you not get as much out of clever and creative as the rest of us?
Do you
Maybe? I
enjoy
don't know.
killing little bunnies?
Do you like video games? Is what I'm asking you.
I think you guys. We're going to talk about a game that I got a lot more out
I
of.
wanted to hate Undertale. I really did.
I'm
With how
starting-
much praise it was getting, I wanted to hate it.
I'm
Oh,
starting to,
don't be the hipster.
I wanted to hate it.
Corey, I'm
I
starting
really
to
did.
think that the game
But I didn't. I really loved it.
that you've been referencing is the same game I've been.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are giving me such a hard time over Undertale.
I'm not. You're giving us a hard time about Undertale.
No, I'm standing up for myself and saying I didn't get anything out of it.
Right, and you're yelling at us about it.
No, you guys are yelling at me about
I'm
it.
not.
Nobody was yelling.
I'm just like,
We were
okay.
yelling 5 minutes ago.
Here's my thought as an innocent bystander
Let's
here.
hear it, Eric.
We have a winner in this category. We might just move on.
Wait, what was the winner?
Rocket League.
I don't know.
Rocket League. It was Rocket League.
What category are we in?
Best indie.
It's Deboo's
Oh,
talking.
okay.
I don't know. I just thought right off the bat when Flowey said that EXP was experience and the LOV was love, and then it turned out to be
Something completely different.
extermination points
Oh,
and then level of fight. Like
That's so clever.
Well, it is.
And that's
because,
where it ends with me.
No, because the whole game, you're taking that into consideration, and then at the very end, that's not the only time that the
But-
game
but-
pulls the
but-
rug out from
yeah,
underneath you.
exactly.
But my thing is that's fine and that's clever and that's creative and that's a good video game. But I don't take that beyond that into my own life.
Did you
That's
think
fine.
the characters were good?
No.
Really?
I really like.
I really liked the
characters,
characters.
Oh, they're clever and creative for video game characters, but you don't take any of that and take it into your own life and reflect what that game means on a greater scale. Like, look at a game like To the Moon. You know, you play that and...
I will agree that it doesn't compare to the Moon in any
No,
way, but
no.
I really did enjoy Undertale.
That's fine. And I think it's a great video game, honestly. I really do.
Well,
but
we're
when,
talking about video games.
Yeah, but when I'm personally evaluating video games, I really don't know why that's so funny.
I'm
having to
confused
win.
by your.
I'm laughing at what Dan said.
I'm confused by your arguments here.
My argument here is when I'm evaluating video games on a scale.
I know, but you're saying it's clever and creative and good for good characters for video games. That feels like it's a slam. That they're
It's
not
not a
as,
slam.
They're not as meaningful as characters from other forms of media.
No, it's not a slam.
All right.
But when I'm personally evaluating video games, especially for like Game of the Year and beyond, and don't get me wrong, Undertale made my top 5 indie games. When I'm evaluating games for this, it needs to mean more to me than what it means as a video game. And Undertale does not hit those marks for me. And that's all I'm saying. Laugh all you want. Maybe it's hysterical to you guys.
What's your last one?
I don't
That was
even
number
remember.
4, right?
I don't even remember.
Was it her story?
Why are you yelling at me?
Oh, Rampage Nights. What a great
Okay.
game.
Oh, that was an indie game?
That was a fun game.
Yeah, of course it was an indie
Yeah.
game.
So I left off 2 indie games that I should have
Yeah,
had
you
on
left
there.
Rampage Nights off both the main categories, Will, and you really let me down.
How
That's fine.
dare you?
That was a really good game. But fuck you guys, really. Like, fuck you down to your core.
Not me. I'm no part of this.
Who
Thank
did I-
God.
Did I get you, Eric?
What's
Indie
that?
games. Did we talk to you?
Did Eric even go?
I don't know who went and who didn't.
Yeah,
I'm
you
so
got me.
Okay, Will,
Rocket League.
did I cover you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand.
You know
Guys
what
are
you
the
need,
worst.
Corey?
Best indie game.
Yeah.
2015 Thumbie Award goes to Rocket League.
Dear God.
That was good.
I hate you guys.
That was a good follow-up to the most valuable console, I felt.
That was a
like.
little more comedic of an argument.
Exactly.
A little less heated. Okay.
It's just because you're
I don't get it. Like, is it really that hysterical? I don't understand.
Well, you were yelling at us about Undertale, and when we weren't arguing back.
Oh, you were telling me.
I started to.
You're like, oh, I don't understand what you're saying.
First of all, that wasn't the tone. I was like, I asked why. I don't understand what you.
I hate you guys. I hate you both.
What's the next category, Dan?
Am I crazy?
No.
I don't know.
Oh, are we gonna do music now?
Best Ambassador Game.
Oh, okay.
Category for Best Ambassador Games for the Thumbies 2015. Best Ambassador Games, obviously that can mean different things to different people. So,
Can it?
take that-
Because based
yes.
on the last category, I'm not so sure.
yes, it can. Number 3, Super Mario Maker.
Wow.
Stupid little game.
Number 2, a tie between Undertale and Rocket League. And number 1, Life is Strange.
Yeah. Woo.
So
All right.
go ahead, Corey.
Oh, let Eric go.
No,
Yeah,
I want you to
I
go.
He
kinda
seemed like he had something to
I don't
say.
have a big horse in this race. Go ahead.
It's tough. This is a category I base mostly on what I would recommend to other people.
Yeah.
People who
Draw in people who maybe don't play games.
people who don't play games, people who consider video games as a taboo hobby. And I think Life is Strange is one of those rare games where you could almost introduce it to anybody, and I feel like they would get something out of it. I could get more in depth. Maybe I shouldn't.
I think
at
we
this
should
point.
wait 2 more categories.
I want to
Okay.
argue this.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Don't you feel like somebody that doesn't play video games would get bored?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Who said
I
yes?
forced-
he said yes.
I
We all
agreed
said
with
yes.
you. I agreed with you.
Here's the reason, though. Go ahead.
I forced my girlfriend to play it on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
She was working, and we had a plan. When she came home, I would have her play Life is Strange, and she came home and she played it, and I totally expected her to love it. And within like 30 minutes, she's like, "This is boring. You can't even jump or shoot or anything."
Right.
I love
Exactly.
As someone who hates video games, she was looking to be able to jump and shoot and stuff,
Exactly.
which didn't happen.
Which leads
However-
me to my number
however-
one pick.
However,
What's that? However, damn it.
you don't have a however?
However, I love it. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I know,
Well,
but I'm asking
what-
ambassador-wise.
What's redeeming about it for someone who doesn't play video games necessarily?
This game goes deep.
Because obviously, one
I get that.
one person isn't a good test.
No, but
Yeah.
I get that. But I feel like that would be the overwhelming majority of people that don't play video games playing this game.
You're right. Like maybe it was a bad pick for ambassador game, but
I feel like it isn't.
Why?
It goes into relationships with best friends and like.
which is something.
Hear me out. I
Okay.
get your argument
Yeah.
there, and this is a game that I like and want to play.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Did I put that on my list? It was in my number 5.
Okay.
I didn't put it higher because I thought to myself, if I'm going to give somebody that doesn't like video games a game to play to try and get them to like video games, they're going to need to get hooked like that.
Yeah.
Life is Strange
Needs
is,
to be
not,
immediate.
is not that game.
The first episode of Life is Strange is the worst one because it's setting everything up. So
And it-
yeah,
and
you're
it
right.
is not that game. And that's why I picked Mario Maker.
yeah.
Okay.
That was my number 1.
That's a really good point. If you think of it like that, like what are people going to get hooked on? It's obviously not Life is Strange. But if you're handing somebody a message, I think it's Life is Strange.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but
You're
I
right,
guess
you're-
we look at it a little different.
Exactly, and maybe I think honestly after talking about it and making my girlfriend play Life is Strange, I think Eric might be more right.
Yeah.
Like, what is the
Yeah.
game that people are actually going to think about? Maybe Mario Maker's
See,
a better choice.
I played part of episode 1 with Christy, my fiance.
Yeah.
I think she liked it a little more than your fiance did.
Okay.
I don't think she was bored with it. I'm
we're
sorry,
not- we're
your
not-
girlfriend. Whatever. I'm drunk.
No, it's, it's fine. I was just.
Yeah, I think she liked it a little more than your girlfriend did.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is weird. I don't know why.
That is weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd actually like to talk to her about it. But I think I'd like to continue playing through it with her and see what she thinks. But I picked Mario Maker because I feel like, A, Mario is something that almost everybody of any age can relate to.
They know who Mario is.
Right.
Yeah.
There's infinite levels for them to play. They can learn how to make video games on there.
Yeah.
It's literally got anything you could ask for.
Yeah. You're making a really good case for Game of the Year.
No, I'm definitely not. Making a great case for Ambassador game, though.
You're right.
That's a good point that I never thought of.
That is a good
Mario
point.
Maker.
It's just, like considering the critics of video games, I feel like Life is Strange answers a lot of those kind of calls.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I feel like there's a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Help me out here, Will. There's kind of like a lesbian aspect of the two characters, which I feel like a lot of people latch onto. What's the word?
Which you can go for or not.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
I didn't at all.
What's the word? Oh, there's this very specific word I'm looking for that I can't think of that is really important to the conversation
argument?
I'm talking about right now.
Run the sentence by me again.
Like the whole lesbian aspect of the two main characters.
Yeah.
It's what's the word?
Is that where that game's going? Because you just saved me a lot of time if that's where it goes.
You don't have to go that way because I didn't at all.
I totally blew the argument I was making. But anyway, Eric's kind of right.
Yeah. No.
I just could give two fucks about being gay. Like, I don't give a fuck if somebody's gay. Good for you.
The game actually isn't about that.
I hope not,
It
because
isn't.
I'll be really disappointed.
It's not about that,
No.
and even if that's what you're thinking, what's most interesting to me about Life is Strange is that it challenges that aspect of it.
Yes.
Is it almost knows that that's what people are looking for, and it turns it on its head a little bit.
Good, because
And asks
I don't
you
need
to
that.
really question it, and then move on from it, and go from there. I don't know. I think it's really well done. You guys haven't played
Fair
it.
enough.
No, I want to though.
I
I'm
do
really
too.
looking forward to it. I just don't know as if it's the best Ambassador game.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
that's-
I could see your point.
Okay.
'Cause when I picked-
especially based on what we just talked about.
Because a lot of the ones I picked were message based, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
Or
and I-
story-ish.
right.
I hear you. I guess I was
So-
just going more for what game is going to get people hooked.
And
Yeah,
you're
and
right.
that's a really good point. Mario Maker is a great example.
Number 2, Corey.
Soma.
Soma?
Definitely my number 2. Another game that maybe people wouldn't get hooked on because it's kind of boring. But as somebody who plays a lot of video games and is looking for a little bit something different, it tells a great story. It's really entertaining. There's no killing for the most part.
sad.
There's a little bit of killing, maybe depending on how you play, but it's a very well told science fiction story in a universe that is really interesting and well crafted. I love Soma. I can't say enough about the game. I wish somebody else played it so we could have the conversation, but
Yeah.
it just doesn't happen. I kept trying to push for it, but and also the Beginner's Guide, another silly little stupid game that tells a great story and hit all the emotional beats for me. You play somebody else's created little stupid video game levels, and somebody narrates it and explains to you what that person was going through in their life while you're playing them, and it's really
That's cool.
emotional and interesting. And there's a huge twist, and the game isn't what you think it is, and you're reading about it afterwards, and it's great. Absolutely love the Beginner's Guide. Her Story is another one. Unlike anything else I've ever played ever, you're just searching through a archive of interview footage of a woman who may or may not have committed a murder, and piecing together.
Game of the Year.
Fuck Polygon.
I
by
guess
the way.
the
Did they-
difference
is that who they picked?
Yeah. It's
the
stupid.
difference between your list and my list, I think, Corey, is you're picking like the artistic games that you want people to see.
Yeah.
And I'm
See, my list,
It's
I
not-
have specific personalities of a person that I picked out my games for
It's not so much
that I think someone would like.
I'm not basing my decision on artistic games. I'm basing my decision, which maybe not be the correct way to do it,
Well,
but I'm
whatever.
basing my decision on the games that I would like critics to play to see. This is a very normal artistic endeavor that people
Yeah.
are engaging in, and that tells a very important story.
I
Yeah.
guess, but at the same token, and I'm not even saying I don't like any of these games because I haven't played most of them. But
Yeah.
like, at the same token, as somebody that plays a lot of video games, I don't even know if I would consider a lot of those video games.
Right. Yeah.
Her,
No, I
her
see your
story,
point.
her story specifically
Yeah.
is very light on the gameplay.
That's the one that I was specifically thinking of.
Yes, definitely.
right. Light on gameplay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not
Very
criticizing your pick. I'm just saying that
No,
that's
you're,
one
you're
that's
right.
specifically
Yeah, you guys are.
super light on gameplay.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys.
Yeah.
This is just if I envision myself going to like a congressional hearing of like, do video games matter? What do they mean? And like, what are the games I would take from this year to deliver to
Yeah.
that congressional hearing, saying like, no, there's very interesting stories being told, meaningful, creative, like step forward.
Interesting visual
Yeah.
things that might draw someone in that
Exactly.
might,
Yeah.
might not otherwise appreciate.
And my last one is Rocket League.
Mm-hmm.
I think honestly, soccer car. I think that holds up.
Yeah.
I really do.
For
I'll
everybody.
piggyback off you, Corey. I picked Rocket League as number one.
Okay.
Soccer, biggest
Wow.
sport in the world. Biggest sport in the world. I think if you were to take a game, for someone, if you sat someone down, a soccer fan, maybe someone that didn't play video games, and had them play Rocket League for 10 minutes, don't you think they'd be hooked on it?
On that
You're right.
game, yes.
I think
I
that
guess I was
kinda-
looking broader picture.
Well,
Yeah.
that kind of goes to your point, though. Like, what are people actually going to play, right?
Yeah, but I guess with mine, I was trying to get them into video games, not a video game. Where Dan's saying if they play Rocket
I'm
League,
taking specific
people.
people.
They're going to get hooked on Rocket League. I want them to
Well,
get
I
hooked
think
on video
I
games.
think Rocket League would be.
I see what you're saying.
It could be a.
I can't see somebody
gateway,
jumping
a
on.
gateway.
See, I can't see that. Rocket League it's a very specific. It's a competitive. It gets your competitive juices flowing. Like
Right.
if they get hooked on Rocket League, then they're just going to get hooked on like FIFA or like competitive
Heroin.
shooters,
Video
and
games.
that's it.
Cocaine.
Video games.
I can't see them getting hooked on Witcher 3 because of Rocket
Well,
League.
no, but I'm saying games games in general. Like if you're if you're going to someone that's to sell them like, okay, this is because it's a video game. Like this is what you have the opportunity to play as a video game.
Rocket
And
League's so shallow though.
Well, I agree, but like if you're like I said, soccer is the biggest sport in the world. If you take Rocket League to someone who's huge into soccer and they play it and they like it, like I just don't like if you were to buy a PS4 say to play. I don't think you're gonna just play Rocket League. It might be a gateway to other things. I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
I guess
you're
I
right.
just disagree.
You're right. The Witcher 3 probably wouldn't be one of them, but FIFA, possibly competitive shooters. You never know. But that's one that I think you could get someone into video games with.
All it takes is one game.
I just don't see Rocket League as that game.
Number 2, Splatoon. For families that maybe haven't gotten any games yet, it's a very family-friendly shooter game. It's fun. It's easy. Even if you're a noob, you can be effective in the game and you don't have to worry about someone shitting on how bad you are because there's no way to communicate with the other teammates. So that's one. This one I'm kind of questioning. I put The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. That's specifically for people who like fantasy and fantasy stories. I think that would be their type of thing. Maybe someone who loves Game of Thrones, but at the same time, it's got some meaty RPG elements. I think that may not scare someone away. So I'm questioning that decision a little bit. Number 4, Pillars of Eternity. Now I picked this specifically for someone who played point-and-click RPGs back in the day, maybe fell out of love with video games, because that's a genre that a lot of people thought had died. That's why I had it at number 4. A lot of people thought that type of genre had died, the point-and-click RPGs. Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale, none of that stuff has come out in 15 years.
Yeah.
So that would bring someone back into the fold
Okay.
for video games.
All right.
See, I think you were going a little more specific than I was.
Yeah, I was going for a specific personality type, definitely, no doubt. And number 5, Skylander Superchargers. The child in me, the kid in me, if I had a toy when I was a kid that you could put into a video game and play as in the video game, I would have shat myself.
Do you know how
every day.
bad I want to buy Lego Dimensions?
Exactly. That stuff is crack for children, I think.
Yeah.
Crack for 32-year-olds.
Well,
too.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but
Turns out.
but I think back to like if I was maybe 6 or 7 and I didn't know anything about video games, and someone showed me that they could take their toy, put it on this thing, and play with their toy in a video game, I would have loved that.
Yeah.
I like I'm torn between really liking the way you took this category and really wanting to argue with you a lot.
That's fine. I mean, as I said, I went for very specific types
Yeah.
of people
Yeah.
that I wanted to attract
Yeah,
to the video game.
I could see both sides of it, so that's why I'm just gonna.
I definitely didn't go generalist.
I went generalist with mine, Dan. At number 5, I had Life is Strange, and after arguing about it, I don't even want that to be on my list. Actually, number 4, I had Witcher 3, and after thinking about it,
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one
the
now.
only reason I would take it off is because if I'm introducing video games to somebody, Witcher 3 has shitty controls.
Yeah.
And that would probably turn them off. But it's also got, like, relationships and stuff like that that people can get into.
Interesting characters.
Sex.
Yeah.
Characters. Like,
Sexiness,
yeah, it's got stuff
yeah.
like that.
Humping and stuff.
But I feel like my list really, 3 to 1 is where I really put the games I wanted to. At number 3, I put Star Wars Battlefront. Because if I'm introducing video games to somebody, Star Wars Battlefront is the most casual fucking game that came out this year. It looks fucking great.
Yeah.
It sounds fucking great. You can play it with your friends. Like, what more do
It's
you
Star
want?
Wars. Who
As
hasn't heard of
as
Star
a
Wars?
And it's got Star Wars. I left out the biggest thing. It has
Who hasn't heard of that?
Yeah, it has Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like, what more do you want to introduce to somebody to video games?
I see your point, and maybe this just comes to how we interpret the category.
Oh, definitely.
But I don't think a shooter based on Star Wars
Well-
does anything to buck the video game stigma.
No,
but
you're right.
no, I'm just saying, like,
If he's
it's-
trying to draw people in to play video games who maybe
which is
don't
how
like,
I took this.
don't like video games, I agree with Eric on this one, definitely. Star Wars is
Star
probably
Wars nerds.
maybe the
That's
second.
a casual gamer's game, like 218.
It's very casual.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
very, very.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
My number 2 was Rise of the Tomb Raider. That game is very accessible. It controls well. It's got amazing graphics. It's got a female lead character, so you could bring in the female population as well as the male population. It's damn near a perfect game from what I've played from it. I can't see any reason that somebody wouldn't like playing that.
Yeah, there really isn't anything to
It's got
complain about.
it's got action, like
Yeah.
it's got kind of relationships building. Like, I honestly don't know if that shouldn't be my number 1, but like I said earlier, Super Mario Maker was my number 1. I feel like you could get people invested in making their own levels. You could say, here, I'm going to set you up. You play 10 levels of Mario. Oh, you thought that was cool? Here, try and make your own
Build
for
it. Yeah.
people to play.
You can even download it and then change it how you want to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like Mario
Sounds
Maker
like a
is
great
such
game.
a good such a good introduction to video games.
And a great video game overall.
No, it's a good video game. Yes,
Fantastic.
it's not a game of the year. You're right.
Okay, Will, what do you got? Ambassador games.
I'll be quick. So 5, Rocket League. 4, Her Story. 3, Undertale. 2, Until Dawn. And 1, Life is Strange.
Give us the Until Dawn argument, because I don't think anybody has made that case yet.
Tito in the chat agrees. Will
Okay, so Until Dawn is a game. There's a lot of people who like horror out there, and I feel like that this is something that they would love to a T.
even if they don't like horror, I wish I had switched Until Dawn and Life is Strange. It's something like that game will keep you on the edge of your seat.
Exactly.
You're making a lot of choices, which I think is something that people are drawn to.
Yeah.
Like having an impact.
Because no matter, even if what you choose doesn't have that much, because you basically decide who lives and who dies and
Yeah.
how you play. Like, that's something that everybody can get behind. And some of the characters in that game are really, really good.
And really killable.
Emily.
Some people
Yeah.
you don't mind letting them
Right.
get strangled by
Some people die.
or gored by a wild boar.
Exactly.
I don't know what.
Because, like, characters like Mike, who, in my opinion, went through the most
Don't be like Mike.
story arc of the game, who became this jock D-bag who ended up becoming the, like, Nathan Drake-like character. Like, it's just, watching those characters go through that, it was just awesome. And I feel like this is something that everybody would be into. And horror is something that people can get drawn into pretty quickly, because you're all going up to a cabin, and from right off the bat, like, stuff, like, happens.
It's a pretty relatable game too. Like people can relate to all the different kind of stereotypical characters that are in there. You've
Yeah.
seen it all before in different movies. Like,
even if you're older like we are, you've seen that type of character in a movie.
exactly, and if you're younger, like you probably know somebody.
yeah,
like
know
that.
someone in school
You
who's
know,
similar.
dickhead jock guy.
Yeah.
like you know that guy.
Yeah.
You know, bitchy girl that's probably dating him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Probably a miserable see you next Tuesday.
yeah. I think Until Dawn's a good option.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Best one ever, though? Still Journey. Moving on.
I played that this year. I was confused if I could put that up for anything.
No.
I
Yeah.
didn't.
I
we
don't
didn't.
think so.
We decided not. I think we decided
No
not to
remasters.
do remasters. Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. I like that rule.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll have to see what games are coming out next year, but next year might be a good remaster year.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. I mean, Dragon's Dogma is popping into my head because it's
Final
coming out
Fantasy
in
9.
15 on the 15th.
Yeah,
of
Final Fantasy
January.
9.
Yeah. Eric. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, boys, you know?
Eric's
do
all
it.
in.
I'm in.
Eric's all in.
No, I actually want to play Final Fantasy 9.
Let's
that the
do
one
it.
you like?
Yeah.
That's
let's
some
do an
people's
episode
favorite.
on it.
I want to
I like
play.
that.
I
It's like
don't
my
think
third
you
or
guys
fourth
understand my dilemma. I want to play Final Fantasy. It's such a time commitment.
It is a time commitment. Yeah, and I think that one's like, if I remember correctly, it's like, I want to say 35 hours to beat it. It's a commitment, no doubt. And it's an older game.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's remastered, it's still those
Yeah.
don't always hold up very well.
Yeah.
So anyway, so yeah, best ambassador game, the 2015 Thumbie goes to Life is Strange.
Should we take a quick break before we do
We
the
can take a
last
quick break. We got two more categories
Two more
to go.
categories.
categories?
Yeah, we'll
Just
take
quick
a
and then
quick
Yeah.
break, and we'll come back with best score / soundtrack in just a moment.
I love how that's one of the last categories, by the way. The score.
Sophie's ready to go home.
I know, I can tell.
We don't have that
She-
much longer.
Kristen
texted
just texted me and asked how much longer.
Yeah.
Women.
Should we go up there and?
No, I don't think so. I think we pee and we get right at it.
Yeah, we pee and we hit it home and we go home.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm hoping to get an episode of Game of Thrones in tonight. I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Dan.
Nah, I will.
Before I get to the fucking.
That was an exciting segment, huh, boys?
Yeah, that was fiery. Good.
That was good. I'll call up the chat while we're on break here.
Oh, boy, my legs.
Maybe if it works. There we go. I'm glad it's not frigid down here too. I mean, I have the heater, but
I was actually really cold when I was arguing for consoles.
Yeah.
That's why I was shaking. I was like, oh my god.
and you were angry. You were ready to have roid rage, weren't you?
No, I was
No.
angry, but I wasn't ready to come to blows.
I honestly thought Xbox was gonna win.
I did
I
too.
really did.
I was blown away that it didn't,
Yeah.
to be honest with you. I didn't think there was any refutable.
I mean, I see that. I definitely see their points. But it's hard because, like I said, you know, I factor PC in.
This is how I look at it.
What's up, Tito?
This is how I look at it, dude. It did.
Yeah, Jared. Will didn't wear a suit. He didn't. He actually thought we were joking when we said we were going to dress up and all wear suits to the thing, right?
Yeah, I didn't think we were really gonna do it.
So when we all showed up with suits, he was like, "Hey." But go ahead.
because I didn't bother getting one. The way I looked at the console thing was, PlayStation stayed stagnant all year.
Yeah.
While the Xbox changed for the good,
Sure.
and that was my basis.
Yeah, fair enough.
Boy,
But that's what's fun about it.
that's why I like having.
That's why we have the discussion.
Because I like at least one thing we argue about.
Yeah,
Passionately,
sure.
and it's gonna happen next year.
What's up, Jake?
We still have like 9 people on there.
Yeah, there's a fair amount
We've
of people.
had 9 to like 12 people the whole time.
It's awesome.
Yeah, people been sticking with us here. That was a good piss.
Drain the man
There's
base.
nothing like draining the minnow after you've been drinking.
The old minna.
Are we famous yet? We're not.
What's that?
Corey goes, "Are we famous yet?" And then goes, "We're not."
Not that I know of.
It's all right. We're getting there, right, guys? We're getting there. Now the real conversations start.
Best score / soundtrack and game of the year.
Queued up.
Christy's coming to grab my keys. Real quick.
Yeah, we'll wait.
Go.
Hope the kids were awake for that argument that we had.
She texted me and said, "Will you be quiet? The kids are sleeping up here."
They actually they don't usually hear it too much because we put music on in their bedroom at night, and we have a little heater in their room that makes noise too,
So it
which is
drowns out.
good because when we watch Game of Thrones, for whatever reason, dialogue is really quiet on my TV. I think I need to get a sound bar. But dialogue is really quiet, so we always have to turn it up. And then all of a sudden, there's like combat, and it's really loud.
See, that's how my computer is with everything.
4
Because I don't. If the
ibuprofen
speakers are on the
2 pints
monitor.
of
Yeah.
water.
So everything's like quiet until action.
It's almost
happens.
like it's designed to be. I know there's like settings and stuff, but it's almost like it's designed to have like multiple speakers.
Yeah.
And it's like we just use our shitty TV speakers. What do you want from me?
Yeah.
Tito said we're all dead to him.
Oh, what did we?
What do we do?
I'm not sure I asked him.
What's up, Tito?
What's the problem, bruh?
I'm just interested. I mean, I
I'm
understand.
just curious. Just bi curious.
Your regular life is stranger, aren't you?
I don't want you to get the impression that it's about that.
It better not be.
It really isn't.
All right.
See, I played it and it wasn't.
He said he was kidding.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
What's the clicking?
Sexting. I'm
Oh.
sexting.
Corey's sexting.
His-
Let's
well,
go. Let's
just-
get this over with
hold
so I can
on,
go to
We're
bed.
waiting for
She's
Christy to
coming to
come
get
down
the
to get her
keys.
keys.
Oh,
Get Eric's keys.
He's texting his fiance.
fair enough.
What was I gonna say?
So Eric's gonna be able to come to Taco Bell.
Taco.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Sounds good to me.
Right.
Nice. Nice.
What game should I play tomorrow, guys? Should I play Soma tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, I'll play Soma.
Please do.
Well, here's the thing. How much time do you have in the next few days? Because, like Corey said, is it one of those things that you can?
I have time tomorrow.
You probably. Oh, do you? Okay. Yeah, because that's one you want to play like lumped together,
Two
right?
sittings.
It's like an 8-hour. Yeah.
I'll play it in 2 sittings. I'll get 4 hours in tomorrow.
Yeah, that should.
What if you hate it? No, I don't feel bad.
If I hate it, I hate it. Whatever.
Okay.
You know? Still got the banquet.
True.
Maybe I'll take my keys up there. Should I do that?
Yeah, if you want to.
It's probably gonna be faster speed.
Tell Sophie when you're up there. Tell Sophie I can't stop thinking about her.
I will. I will do that.
Score some points with the lady.
She's gonna say so much so that he couldn't come upstairs.
She's on
Well, it's not like It's not like you didn't prepare her for what this was.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was up. I told her. She knew. She's stupid.
We probably have another 20 minutes, maybe.
I feel like Game of the Year.
I could get into it.
This is gonna be a battle.
I could really get into it here for a few minutes.
That's fine. That's entertaining, you know.
Fuck all y'all.
Corey, if our Game of the Year is the same, I'm gonna be so happy.
I feel like if it
We'll
is,
see.
then these two are gonna start thinking it's a conspiracy.
Probably.
I don't know. I disagree. Because me and Corey had two that we pushed to the winner because we had the same games.
Yeah.
When?
Two. Pillars of Eternity
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
and Xenoblade. That we
Yeah.
both picked for number one on two completely random categories.
That's true.
None of the women seem happy up there.
Nope. Nor should they.
I totally said, Sophie, Corey said he's thinking about you, and she goes, oh my god.
All right, here we
They were
go.
complaining about how loud we were.
Oh. Sorry.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yamokes.
Welcome back, everybody. Episode 232 of the Thumbstick Athletes podcast. We are continuing with our last two Thummy categories. The first being Best Score / Soundtrack. I really didn't come prepared.
It's okay, Dan. Do you want me to
tape
start? Oh, okay.
No, he's gonna not see winner first.
He's got to open the envelope.
All right.
Do you want me just to tell you?
Number 3, Metal Gear Solid 5.
That's a good one.
Number 2, Life is Strange.
Another good one.
And number 1, Undertale.
All right. Okay.
Corey, why don't you get us started?
Well, I would like to give you an audio cue.
You got something pulled up?
So what I'm going to do, I think I do have something pulled up. One of my favorite bits from Undertale was the Snowden song.
Now, in a game filled with great music.
Completely.
You picked one specific one out.
One very, very specific tune. And I was doing it. I was kind of playing along in the car today with Will. I put the Snowden song on, and I was playing along with one of my favorite moments of the game, which is something I would like to do next year. Is favorite
moments category.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Okay, so this is Undertale's Snowden song,
Jim's proposal award for best moment.
I was gonna say that.
number 22 from the OST.
Maybe.
If it loads.
Played from an iPhone.
Dan's Wi-Fi is notoriously
It's a little bit stressed out right now.
Notoriously
stupid.
It's very earthboundy.
It is.
Give it a minute. It's just that over again.
See, some of the battle music was my favorite music in that game.
And yeah, I could totally see that. I think what's most impressive from that game is the fact that it was all created by one guy.
Mm-hmm. Everything.
Yeah.
Toby Fox did it all. And that's really impressive to me, especially for something, and that's what really stood out for me is playing that game and hearing the Snowden theme song was like, this is great. This is awesome. I feel like I'm in that.
Are you gonna get this segment muted?
No.
No, I don't think any of the Undertale music is under that.
No.
That
It'd be hilarious.
takedown on YouTube.
It could be. Yeah.
Well, whatever.
Who cares? Stupid little YouTube.
Yeah.
Our lawyers will take care of it.
We'll have our lawyers get on it.
Lawyers will call their lawyers. They will
But
laugh
anyway,
at us.
that's really what sold it for me for Undertale. And that was that my number one, Dan?
I don't know.
Where are we?
Best score soundtrack.
Well, the problem is if you use Evernote on the iPhone,
Which I do.
you never really know where it's going to go.
When
But actually,
when you bring it back up.
right, my number one was actually Life is Strange.
Okay.
There were some really good tracks.
From as little as I played of it, there was one really good bit of
Yeah.
music in there.
What a great soundtrack. Anytime there's Alt-J in a video game soundtrack, I'm
What's
like,
Alt-J?
yeah.
Oh my god. Will, what is Alt-J?
I don't know. But my number one was Life is Strange. So
Oh, wow.
Wait, Eric, I'll play a little Alt-J.
You gonna get us muted?
Probably. This will get us muted on YouTube, but
Alright,
that's
pause
fine.
it then.
we'll play it after.
Well, no, we can, as long as we talk over it while we're playing it, I don't think we'll get muted.
Alright, I've heard enough.
This is Alt-J as performed in the video game Life is Strange by Don't Nod Entertainment, published by Squeenix. This is Alt-J. Published by Squeenix, Don't Nod Entertainment. But anyway, this is my number
pause
one.
that shit.
There's a number of really good tracks. This is one of my favorites, followed by Bright Eyes, Lua.
Corey,
Yeah.
you know the part in. Thank you. You know the part in episode 5 when Max is driving the car to the Two Whales diner
Uh-huh.
when everything's hitting the fan. And
Yep.
she got the phone message from Nathan, who is apologizing to her and saying that he's about to be killed.
Not sure I got that message. Well, that's bizarre.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember when she was driving to the Two Whales diner with everything's hitting the fan?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't get the message from Nathan.
Yeah.
Okay, that music, that bit where she's looking around and seeing the tornado and everything like that and
Yeah.
people running in fear with that music playing,
Yeah.
it was my favorite video game moment in years.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting.
Since the year Final Fantasy VII came out.
Final Fantasy VII isn't one of my favorite Final Fantasies.
Yeah. Get it together.
6, I'm sorry.
I'm Tactics, Eric.
Tactics, I'm sorry.
But anyway, Life is Strange is my number
Battle
one.
of Kafka.
The Bright Eyes, the Alt-J, the whole soundtrack is right up my alley as somebody who listens to that kind of shit that you guys probably don't really care for and think is stupid, and that's fine.
Hipster music.
Undertale is my number 2. I played You Snowden. That little piece right there is what convinced me to put Undertale at my number 2, especially considering it's composed by one guy who also made the entire video game.
Talent.
It's really impressive. Good for him. I had Xenoblade Chronicles X as my number 3. Dan and I talked very briefly about it.
That's one I wish I had put on my goddamn list.
The like hip hop.
It's weird, but it just fits so well.
It's really weird. It's like futuristic sci-fi hip hop.
Yeah.
But
It's very weird.
Yeah, it fits in very well.
I don't
Sounds
think I would like it if I listened to it on its own,
Oh,
but
no.
it fits in so
Of course
well with
not.
what's going on in the game.
Right,
that-
yeah. You go into New Los Angeles, and it's
Yeah.
just like this, like, ambient hip hop, like ambient science fiction hip hop going on in the background. And you're like,
Right.
yeah, it's cool.
And then there's some like orchestral music, and it's really like weird when the music changes and kicks in. It's very strange.
And I know
What
a lot of
else you
people were
got?
really critical on it.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it though.
but I
I'm
was
with
into
ya.
it.
I
I
wish
had-
I'd put that on my list.
I had Axiom Verge
Dang
as
it.
my number 4, a game I played really early on in the year, but really hooked me with its kind of retro thing.
Sure.
And then I had Metal Gear Solid 5 as my number 5. Play Hollow Notes on a helicopter, and that's pretty cool. There was a
You
lot
didn't
of
even
good.
name the best song.
There's a
you
lot of
played.
good, like Rebel Yell.
Take on me.
Yeah.
The Man Who Stole the World.
Yeah. The Cure.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really good tracks in Metal Gear Solid 5, and the fact that you could kind of play them when you wanted and where you wanted made it even better.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure.
What do you got, Eric?
Dan, this is one I don't really care about, to be honest. But number 5, I had Ori and the Blind Forest. 4 was Bloodborne. 3, Hotline Miami 2. 2, Metal Gear 5. And number 1, I had Splatoon.
Splatoon's music was good too.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Very fitting.
The multiplayer song, like is immediately when I hear it, it just brings me right back into
Yeah.
the multiplayer. It's really good. Go ahead, Will.
5 is Rocket League. For every reason, it makes me really want to play Rocket League. When
Tito loves the Rocket League soundtrack.
And it's not even my kind of music at all, but it just like makes me want to hit a ball around in my car. I don't know why. Number 4 is Splatoon. 3 is Undertale. 2 is Fallout 4. I'm surprised nobody else had that. I don't know if you had that, Dan, but
No, I tended to skew towards original music.
Fallout 4?
how could you not like Fallout 4 soundtrack?
I really
didn't-
did like it.
I feel like I heard it in Fallout 3.
Classical channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I feel like I heard it all in Fallout
Some of
3.
it is in 3, but so there's new stuff.
Are we ready to argue Fallout yet? What the hell's
No, it's not time.
And 1 is Life is Strange. Great music, and as I said, that moment with that music playing, listening to a depressing message while the world is ending.
May I share my musical moment in
Yeah.
Life is Strange?
Yeah.
When Max and Chloe do their messed up stuff at Blackwell Academy
Yeah.
overnight,
Yeah.
and then they spend the night at Chloe's house, and they wake up the following morning, and there's Bright Eyes playing Lua,
Yeah.
and they're in bed, and it's such a great moment in that game, and that game does such a good job of capturing nothingness. And Max, like, she's running through commentary in her head, and you're just sitting and just like looking around at all the characters acting around you, and she's delivering her narrative while the music is playing, and then you can just sit there and just keep listening to the music, and she doesn't say anything, and it just follows around all the other characters
yeah.
around you, and you're just like watching.
Yeah.
It's great.
It is great.
And there's a handful of those moments in that game. It's fantastic. It's moving.
Nice.
Really
It,
is.
it really is moving some of the stuff in that, yeah.
And the soundtrack really helps it along.
Just do your whole list, Will.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, I had Pillars of Eternity 5. Love the music in that game. Very atmospheric. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Again, all original music. Very well done. Number 3, the Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. As I said, I skewed more towards original music in this one, but that had such a good soundtrack and such a fitting soundtrack that I couldn't leave it off my list. It was really
Plus,
well
you could
done.
play in the helicopter.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
You could play the
That
songs
was-
you wanted.
Yeah.
Number 2, I had Hotline Miami 2. Really dug the music
Oh,
in that
fuck
one.
yeah.
Number 1, Undertale. Love the music in Undertale.
Undertale's music is...
Give a
Specifically,
specific-
the song you hear when you're fighting the spider.
Okay.
yeah.
I just love that song.
There's-
and I actually like listen to the music on
And
occasion.
it's that for me is almost more impressive because one person did all of that.
yeah.
Like the battle that you're fighting, the same person composed the music that
Yeah.
you're doing it to. It's
Yeah.
incredible, amazing. Yeah,
Totally.
good pick.
So yeah, the winner, best score soundtrack for the 2015 Thumbies is Undertale. So,
I'll take it. I'll take it and run with it.
and now the main event,
Mario Maker.
Thumbstick Athletes 2015 Thumbie Award for Game of the Year. Do you want me to just read the winner?
Yeah, just read the winner. Who
Go ahead,
cares?
Dan.
Who
What is
even
it?
cares?
The winner, number 1, Life is Strange.
God, this is so depressing.
Max fucking Caulfield.
So I'm guessing, you picked it. It was
Time Warrior.
I gotta say, I hate that you guys just played this game because I feel like sometimes you need to marinate on games, and
This game is powerful, though.
You're not wrong. Eric's not wrong.
that's depressing to me.
Eric is not
Can
wrong.
you read the rest of them?
Sure. Number 3 was Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Number 2 was a tie between Bloodborne and Fallout 4.
Oh man.
I thought it was going to be Fallout 4 or Rocket League.
Rocket League didn't make the top 3.
I didn't even have it on my list.
I didn't either.
I'm not surprised you didn't.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, you are. Oh, wow.
Life is strange.
That's depressing.
May I say, because I knew Will was playing it, I did not. Did I sell it to you at any point? Like I was very quiet and polite and very nonchalant about the whole game.
I'm pretty sure the only time we talked about it when you were home was after I played 3,
Yeah.
and when what happened to Chloe, when all you're trying to do is help her and her family
Yeah.
happens. And
Yeah.
I was like, Corey, that moment was unbelievable.
Okay.
And you're like, yeah, the game's messed up, but
right.
so good.
All right.
That's all you said.
I'll take lead here.
Yeah, I was gonna say before we get too much further, let's hear your specific list. Your game of the year was
Okay. My game. I was convinced my game of the year would be Mario Maker. Probably for the last 2 months, honestly.
since it came out.
That's how. That's how strongly I felt about Mario Maker. I think for Nintendo to take something that has meant so much to video gaming culture for the last 20 plus years and to basically turn the keys over to those people in the way that they did, I think they did a great job of it. Granted, had its flaws, like it was really hard to find good levels.
But like at least they're working on it at this point, and they've made some significant progress since the game came out 3 months ago.
And that's a huge boon to Nintendo. Like they've done such a good job of listening to the community, which is something they haven't really done in the past.
right.
With Mario Maker, yeah.
No.
Mario Maker blew my mind. I really I can't remember. I've never done what I did with Mario Maker in that I was constantly refreshing the Mario Maker subreddit on my phone.
Yeah.
To just see what's the new levels?
Yeah, what people
are
were
people
doing.
talking about? What are the little mini hacks that they're doing in Mario Maker? It was really. There were some really good games to come out before that, but for them to take something that was so ingrained in video game culture for so many years and to just say we're done with this. This is for you guys now. And to hand it over, I don't know. I thought it was.
It was one of the things too that, when they were probably designing the system, they may have had this game in mind. It's one of the few games that makes good use of the touchscreen controls on the Wii U.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
maybe the only game that makes good use of the touchpad controls on the Wii U.
Zombie U.
I haven't played that. I don't know.
Last year, 2 years ago.
That came out when that was a
least
launch title.
3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, I think it was 3 years ago.
That was a launch title.
Yeah, Eric's right. So yeah, Mario Maker was my number 2. I had Life is Strange as number 1, but we can come back to that. I had Bloodborne at number 3, and as much I loved Bloodborne. I had a great time with Bloodborne. My biggest issue with Bloodborne was that there was no, unlike the Dark Souls games, there was no there was no focus on your build. It came down to you could start with basic equipment and level up that equipment through the whole game, and you were good. which is what I did. Especially, I had the threaded cane. I just leveled it up through the whole game. I never swapped out the weapon, which for me kind of took away from
fat loots.
like fat loots and like spending time to like farm a monster to get a certain drop or kind of, it kind of took away from the longevity of the game, because once you played through it, like, you had the best equipment no matter what. Like, you just leveled up what you had, and that was the beginning and the end. But what also sold me on Bloodborne, this is a very silly thing, but I talked about it when we did our Bloodborne episode, or maybe
no, you didn't play it until a lot
You're right.
after.
Yeah,
a ways after.
there was a moment playing Bloodborne where this gentlemanly knight showed up in his shining blue armor and walked me through the
I watched that part.
witches.
I watched you stream that
It was
on
a
Twitch.
whole zone. Yeah, Dan saw it. It was a whole zone, like the witches something or other.
The hat, the witch's hat.
But we were in like a hay barn and everything, and he was running me around.
I know what you're talking about.
Silent, and that's what I loved about Bloodborne more than anything, is that there was most of the time there was no music. It was just silence, and it used that to such a good degree. And I was following this like much bigger, like handsomely dressed soldier, like marching me through this building and like slaying all the monsters for
pointing
me.
out all the
Yeah,
secrets.
and I was just standing in the background watching him, and I think I commented at the time that it was one of the most romantic experiences of my life.
Nice.
But yeah, that's like that moment is one of the big things that sold me on Bloodborne, and I think it's a great game anyway, which we've talked about. I also had Soma as my number 4. That's the hipster pick in me. When I brought up earlier, like, flawless games of the year, I really feel like Soma is flawless in a lot of ways. I cannot think about that game and pick out anything that I really didn't like about it. It was smaller than a lot of the games that I really did like. I mean, it didn't do all the things that, like, Mario Maker did. It didn't do all the things that Life is Strange did. I had a lot of problems with Life is Strange, by the way.
Yeah.
But Soma is just one of those, like, straightforward games that told a very interesting story. That was flawless, in my opinion. There's nothing for me to sit back there and say, well, they could have done this better.
Yeah.
It was just that. And Rocket League was my number 5. A game that, again, like, for the most part, is flawless. Fantastic multiplayer. But for me, and this goes back to the whole, like, Assassin's Creed Black Flag argument. What do I take out of that?
Yeah.
Rocket League is a very fun game to play with friends. Very competitive. Like, I have a great time with it, but, like, what do I get out of that? And for me, it doesn't compare to a game like Life is Strange. It doesn't compare to a game like Soma for the category of Game of the Year.
Yeah.
I think, like, to the future, what am I going to be thinking about when we come out of 2015? And, again, Rocket League is a lot of fun, but I'm not going to be having interesting conversations about it beyond what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Eric, let's hear your list.
All right, so number 5 for me was Metal Gear Solid 5. It wasn't higher because of all the jank that happened, like,
With the
shortly
multiplayer
after the
stuff.
release. Yeah, the stuff I talked about earlier with the insurance policies and all that bullshit.
I don't think a lot of people liked that portion of the game. I saw
It
more.
makes me never want to play it again.
More often than not, I saw people criticizing that.
Oh,
There was
I'm
only
sure.
for every like 8 or 9 complaints, there was like one person that's like, "Hey, I really enjoy that part of the
Yeah.
game."
Otherwise, it could have been higher on my list. Number 4 for me was Witcher 3. Based solely on the fact that the Bloody Baron questline and the Crones was one of the best things I've ever played in a video game.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
One of the
for
other
me.
podcast awards too talked about that being the best character,
Yeah.
and that whole quest line being the best
Dude.
thing from video games this year.
I wasn't as big on the Bloody Baron, but the Crones I thought was fucking
Bloody Baron
brilliant.
was
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just hugely into the Crones, like the characters, and I don't know.
Well, they're more fantasy than the Bloody Baron.
Right.
And I think
that's
you're
why I
more of a
liked it.
fantasy guy than I
Yeah,
am.
for sure.
Number 3 for me was Fallout 4. I wasn't sure whether I would put Witcher, Fallout at 3 and 4, but I think overall I enjoyed my time with Fallout 4 more than I did with Witcher 3. For its bugs and everything. I mean, whatever. I just thought that the world was more interesting to me. I'm not really into fantasy as much. So I got more out of Fallout 4, and I liked the base building shit. Was really fun for me. So, number 2 was Rocket League. That game is, we've talked about it too much. That is the thing that I will remember, even more than my number 1 game from this year. Rocket League is the game I will remember from this year.
Yeah.
Number 1 for me was Bloodborne. That game is just so good with the atmosphere that it creates and the difficulty and the overwhelming feeling of like joy and glee when you finally beat a boss
Yeah.
that has been kicking your ass.
Touche,
For me, it was the Blood-Starved Beast. I know other people it was like Father Gascoigne or whatever his name is. I didn't end up beating that game, but I did put over 30 hours into it, so I do feel like I played enough of it. It's just such a good exclusive for the PS4, and it's just fantastic. Like, I think it's my favorite. Like I said, it's my favorite of the From Software games. I don't know. I really couldn't have asked for anything more out of Bloodborne, I don't feel like.
Mm-hmm. Bloodborne was excellent.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting for me, though, because I think back on Bloodborne, and I'm like, well, why didn't that score higher on my list? And the problem with me is that I can't help but compare it to the Dark Souls games. Yeah. And where the only
Dark
place...
Souls 1, specifically.
Right, and the only place it falls short is in the longevity category. You know, it's the, like, working on your build kind of thing, you know? As much as I loved that game.
I don't see why that would be important in Bloodborne though.
Well, it's just it comes, like I said, like it comes down to the longevity of the game. It's
why does that prevent you from wanting to play that game? I don't.
Because I'll never play it again. Because there's no reason for me to.
Did you play any of the Chalice dungeons or anything like that?
No.
Well, that's something you missed out on.
Well, maybe, but there was nothing calling me to play that. You know, there was no. I think I actually did. I did play the first one a couple times, but
as
somebody
I don't know. Who didn't play Bloodborne, what is in this for longevity?
Does it need Does Life is Strange have longevity?
Absolutely not. But Life is Strange also tells a way more personal, interesting story than Bloodborne does for me.
No, fair enough, but I really hate that was our game of the year. I really do.
It happens, man. Like, there's been times.
I think it's because you guys just played it. I really feel like that's why it won.
Well,
I think you're right.
The last episode just came out not that long ago, right?
Yeah, it came out in like November or late October.
And I'm not even saying it should be Bloodborne, because I didn't expect Bloodborne to win. But I sure as fuck didn't expect Life is Strange to win.
I didn't either.
And
that's why I was really careful to talk about it. Ask Will. I was really careful to talk about it around Will, because I didn't want me to influence his opinion of the game at all.
You started to walk into my room to watch me play, and then left immediately.
Yeah, I was like, I'll let you handle this.
Better go.
Yeah. And even when you texted me, you're like, Life is Strange is so good, I'm like, yeah, it's all right. Like, I was like, yeah, it's pretty good.
This is another category where 2 first-place votes are enough to carry the category. Me and Corey had 2 of those earlier in Xenoblade and Pillars of Eternity. But I think that's because there are so many good games that came out this year, we all played a lot of games.
I just can't believe Life is Strange is the one that won.
We might as well be Polygon.
Which is what I said in the fucking chat. I said all of a sudden we turned into Polygon.
I'm not anti the decision.
Don't get me wrong.
I didn't get to play it.
I'm fairly anti the decision.
Don't get me wrong. I really like
just
Bloodborne.
based on what I played of Life is Strange, which was fine. I cannot imagine it's better than those games, no matter what happens.
I agree with you, Eric, and that's what I was trying to kind of explore a little bit early on when we were talking about objectivity versus subjectivity. Like, I think
Game of the Year is especially the way we categorize it, is a very subjective category.
I think, honestly,
because again, I picked my favorite games from this year, not necessarily what I think is the best games that came out this year, which is a very different thing.
Yep. And before, we didn't talk about what your games are, but before
me and Will have to go.
Before we do, like, objectively, I think Life is Strange is bad. Honestly, it has a lot of flaws.
Right.
I was very annoyed with a lot of things, but it spoke to me on a more personal level than any other game I played this year.
Yeah.
And that's like when you're comparing what we do versus what video game journalists do when they kind of have to remove themselves from the equation a little bit. I know they do, they keep themselves in to a certain extent.
Yeah.
We have, I feel like we're able to be more subjective in our personal opinions, whereas they have to evaluate games from a distance a little bit more.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you're talking to somebody whose top 3 favorite game is Journey, who appreciates an experience like that.
Sure. Yeah.
It blows my mind that Life is Strange is
Well, you
going
didn't
to
play it.
forever be. I mean, I played some of the first episode. Fair enough, I didn't play the whole thing.
Yeah.
I cannot, for the life of me, imagine it's better than those games.
I get that. I 100% get that because the first episode when I played, I was like, meh, too. And then it really picks up steam from there.
Well, that's funny because the first episode for me, I was like, this is my game of the year. And this is
Really?
This is coming from somebody who decided Mario Maker was
crazy.
their game of the year 2 months ago.
Yeah.
And where it almost lost me was the end of episode 4 into episode 5 a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. It really lost me. It got way too convoluted and silly, and I was like, where are they going with this?
I didn't think it got convoluted.
And it was really close, and it just barely pulled me back in.
Really?
I thought it got really silly. I really did.
I don't know. Corey and I are going to argue over our game of the year.
No, it's the game of the year for this reason. You want me
I
to
don't
go?
know. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Number 5, I had initially put Undertale, but at the last minute I'm going to make a change because I think Xenoblade Chronicles is more deserving as my number 5 game of the year.
Okay.
I love that game. It may be my 2016's, 2015's, 2016 game of the year. I don't know. But I love that game. Number 4, Metal Gear Solid 5, Phantom Pain. Blew me away. I love that game from the very first minute I started playing it. I got a little angry with it towards the end when the forced stealth stuff, but the game I thought controlled so well that wasn't as big of an issue. That was actually kind of my turning point too on stealth games because as everyone's aware, I've not been a big fan of stealth games, but I think playing that and figuring out the methods in a stealth game, I think Metal Gear Solid was kind of the turnaround for me for that. Number 3, Pillars of Eternity. I loved Pillars of Eternity.
I like that.
It was fantastic.
That's a good pick.
Cannot wait for more Pillars of Eternity. I will get the DLC at some point. Yeah, I loved it. Number 2 was Fallout 4. I had a hard time with number 1 and number 2.
Fuck that game. I'm gonna stand my ground on
I
that
thought
right
that
now.
would be your number 1.
That's
Dan.
fine. No, my number 1, I called it when it came out, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Fallout.
I loved Fallout.
Not a
fan.
I did not have a single. I didn't have any jank. I didn't really. I didn't dislike the story. I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I just played it for the experience. I sat back. I explored the wasteland exactly how I wanted it to. And like a lot of people are like, well, Bethesda. Yeah, we talked about this before, but Bethesda gets a free pass on their buggy games. But like, my personal experience with it was I had very few issues with it. So I can't really factor that into my analysis of the game because I had one like repetitive problem that was fixed early on with the patch. So
And I'm torn about the bugs thing because if their vision for the game is gonna have bugs,
Yeah.
making games that scale, so it's hard for them to like scale back to make sure it's not buggy. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So to me,
I just didn't have the level of bugs that some of the other people were having.
And
Nor
at
did
all.
I.
Yeah, same with me.
I had a very bug-free, very smooth experience. I keep the frame counter on the top right-hand corner of my screen, and when I sense a frame rate drop, I always look at that first thing. I only had a few frame rate drops indoors, and that fixed itself relatively quickly. I actually played Fallout 4 a little bit in the past 2 weeks,
Yeah, same here.
just to go back to it and relive it a little bit.
And for me, I'm not somebody who's gonna get mad when dog meat's floating through the air.
That never happened to me.
That happened to me a couple
You
times.
guys, I don't know. I'm gonna put my foot down on Fallout right now and say it's not a very good game overall.
That's fine. I don't
I think
I think you don't like open world games, for one thing.
Well, we briefly talked about it a little bit early on this episode, but I'm at the point now where I don't like video games anymore. So.
Right. Well, no, you like video games, but you're looking for more specific, streamlined experiences.
Which is the opposite of what
Fallout 4 is,
and
what The Witcher is,
and what I thought I liked in video games.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, because all of your games of the year were all, for the most part, just directed.
Yeah. Life is Strange, Mario Maker, Bloodborne,
Soma.
Soma.
And
I mean,
League.
Rocket
all
League.
my games were big games. They drop you in the world and they let you go your way. All 5 of them. Because, like I said, I put Undertale, but that was kind of a mistake. I wanted to put Xenoblade.
Yeah. I'm just not impressed. I honestly, as much as I like Fallout 4, I'm not impressed with it at
That's
all.
fine.
I think it's...
And then The Witcher 3, obviously, I said it when it came out.
Right.
That was going to be my game of the year. Sure
Yeah.
enough, I had a hard time between Fallout 4 and The Witcher 3. But ultimately, like, I really liked a lot of the characters a lot better. I'm definitely going to take more from The Witcher 3 story. I'm the same way as you, Corey. I like to have something to take with me from a video game, and I definitely got more out of The Witcher 3 than I did Fallout 4.
I think that's
So.
where my next trip is down, like, playing through Witcher 3 again.
Yeah, me too.
But Fallout 4, you know, I played through all of it, and I just was not, at no point was I like, this is a great game. I was just kind of annoyed with it.
I'm also
honestly.
not trying to say that it was a great game. I just loved it.
Yeah.
It's a completely different thing.
It was fantastic up until the hunt for Dandelion. Then it fucking fell off a cliff.
Are we
for
talking
me.
about
Fallout.
Fallout?
Oh,
We're
I'm
talking
sorry.
That's okay.
about Fallout. That's okay.
I got thinking about Taco Bell. And
Yeah, Taco Bell's coming soon, so that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I would not put it as one of the best games that came out this year.
Well,
But I would put it as my favorite, one of my favorite games that came out this year, definitely.
Let me, before Will goes, let me jump back to my question, most flawless game of the year, because for me it's Soma, honestly. Like, what's your game that you found no issue with that you also really enjoyed?
I would have to go back and look at my list.
Splatoon?
Probably
You
Splatoon.
seem like a Splatoon kind of guy.
Was that not in your top 5?
I thought that was going to
wasn't-
be your game of the year.
I
It
thought
wasn't
so
on. It
too.
wasn't even on my top 5.
I had
no.
you pegged for Splatoon as game of the year.
No. No, because again, I didn't take anything from it. It's just a fun multiplayer
Rocket
game to
League.
play.
Rocket League's
Rocket
a
League's
good
a
choice.
good choice.
Will?
I think Splatoon technically is
Life is Strange.
flawless.
Well, I haven't done
Rocket
my
League's a
list
good
yet.
Yeah. I'm asking, right, like, off the top of
Flawless.
your head, flawless game.
I mean, Life is Strange is definitely not flawless.
No. Has a lot of
No.
issues.
But
That whole nightmare sequence was stupid silly.
most of it
I
was
hate shit like that.
most of it was silly until Max talked to Max.
That's my biggest takeaway is I'm gonna miss Max Caulfield's like commentary on
Yeah.
everything. You know,
And when it was Max versus Max, I was like, everything that the other Max was saying to me,
Yeah.
I was like, she's right, but she's also wrong.
yeah. So just minor spoilers for Life is Strange. We've all played the Telltale games, which.
Do you
Life
want
is
me to go over
Strange-
my list before we talk more Life is Strange?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Get up
go
your
ahead.
game of the
Go
year
ahead.
list, Will.
Go
What
ahead.
do you got?
5, I had Splatoon. I thought the single player aspect of the game was actually pretty solid.
Yeah, I
And
was
it
surprised
fun.
by it because it felt a little bit like Portal
Yeah.
to me. It was
did.
a puzzle platformer, and it was a lot better than I thought it was going to
Yeah, because you told me I could skip it, but I played it, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
The boss fights were fun. It was like a fun little small side game to it, to the multiplayer,
Yeah,
which
it's
is also very, very, very fun.
Nothing to write home about, but it was a fun puzzle platformer.
Yeah, I think this was one of my... I don't want to say underrated. It's an underrated game to me. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did
Yeah.
for it to crack the top 5. Beat out Syndicate, which is another game that, as I said, was very absent on my list, and I feel bad because that game was really good. At 4, I had Fallout 4. This game, I had no issue with it like Corey did. I didn't have any issues with the bugs. I wasn't expecting them to... I was expecting Fallout 3 in a different area, and that's what I got, and that's what I
Did
wanted.
you just get tired of digging through junk and fighting raiders?
No,
Never.
because now you can use it to build.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Because I think they took
I don't know, guys.
they took the junk part of the game and made it to have worth.
Yeah, it has value now.
Yeah.
Hardly.
Well, if you didn't enjoy the building part,
Then you-
or crafting even, then it had no
I did a
meaning
lot
to
of
you.
crafting.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah,
and a fair amount of building.
I
And
just
you
got
need that
so like nauseous digging through little
Corey, I
fucking
see your
stupid
point.
chests.
I
don't
see
know,
your-
I thought it was
I
so
see your point.
Stupid. I can't tell you how many stupid little towers I walked through and had to like go up elevators and stairs and dig through garbage. It just got so old to me. I'm like, I'm so over this.
Yeah, see, I didn't really do that much dungeon crawling. I mostly walked around and talked to NPCs to get quests. I didn't do any dungeon
And
crawling.
their quests were
Some of
crawl
them-
through the tower. And
No,
go,
some of them were really well done, really well written. Did you do the one with the robots and the pirate ship?
No.
I didn't do that.
That was
No.
fantastic.
I don't know, man. I spent a lot of time with that game. I really did. I gave it its everything, and I was just underwhelmed in the fact that they pitted you against the faction that you had built relationship with the entire game. It's just stupid.
That's just depending on what you chose to do.
It was
in the game.
stupid.
that a
It was
spoiler?
stupid. Minor.
A little bit.
It's stupid. It was really stupid.
I mean,
yeah, but
really think it's stupid.
I thought it added to the
It kind of
story.
telegraphed that from the beginning of the game. In fairness to Corey, it's not a huge spoiler.
Yeah, but it didn't. I don't know.
You
like,
have to pick a
I
faction.
guess I didn't catch it.
what made the Elder Scrolls game so great is you could build a relationship with a faction and do their quest lines and then move on.
That's definitely true.
Whereas in this one, you build a relationship and then, you have to go back and kill all your buddies that you
That's
built a
based on the
relationship
choice that you made in the game, though.
with. But
I didn't make that choice, and I didn't have to do that.
95% of the
Easy,
choices
gentlemen.
led to the destruction of another one that you had a relationship with. Depending on how you played the
Yeah,
game.
that's fair. But I actually never ended up having that. I somehow messed up my main story because my faction was supposed to fight against the Brotherhood of Steel.
It just
and
wasn't interesting. There
it
was
just never
no
happened.
role
Wait,
playing
it
in
didn't
Fallout.
happen?
No role
No.
playing in Fallout.
Really?
I know. I had the one like weird handicapped playthrough. Like I don't know what happened. It just didn't happen for me.
Stupid. I don't know.
why.
There was no role playing in Fallout 4.
See, personally, I prefer. A lot of people complained about the voice acting and how that limited things. I personally like that. It made me
did
like
too.
my character better.
I liked the voice acting. Don't get me wrong, but there was no role playing.
That's fair.
I didn't feel like I role played anything in that game. I don't feel like I had any influence on the world.
Hey, you're certainly not the only one.
Yeah.
That's a fairly common.
And don't get me wrong, I love that kind of game. I had a good time with it overall, but for what I expected out of a Bethesda Fallout game, it totally let me down.
No, it was exactly what you expected, and what you expected from a Bethesda game.
No, I expected something more, considering the last time we had a Bethesda game was 4 years ago.
Skyrim. You honestly, I think you have a problem with what you were expecting. I think there's a disparity between expectations and the final delivered product.
I think that's it for a lot of people.
I
with
mean,
that
that's an easy criticism to place on me.
It's not a criticism.
It kind of
just-
game. There's nothing wrong with having expectations.
Yeah, you're
for
okay.
your favorite developer.
okay. What were my huge expectations? Because that game was nothing more than what we've seen in the last
Right,
handful of Bethesda games.
you were expecting more.
I feel like
I was just expecting.
I don't think that's unreasonable, considering
I got exactly
the
what I was
last
expecting.
4
from it.
Bethesda games.
No, we're not saying that's wrong.
Yeah.
Because you and a lot of people were expecting them to make a. Better is not the word I'm looking
It
for.
was worse.
But progress more. It's definitely not worse.
I thought it was a step back. I really did. I really did.
I do not think it's worse.
While I disagree with you there, Corey, I do hear your argument.
I thought.
And I see your point.
And I think you could reasonably expect more than what you got.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying for me because I expected Fallout 3 in a different area, and that's pretty much what I got.
My expectations were met to a T.
Snooze
in that game.
fest.
They were just met.
The glowing sea was cool. I thought that part was cool.
Yeah.
When you go out there and you have to put some kind of hazmat suit on or whatever. That
Power
was cool.
armor.
Power armor.
And there was the worshiping people. I thought that was cool. What was the other cool moment I talked about on the podcast? I can't remember now.
The
Brotherhood of Steel, the
When they
Perdwin,
arrive.
the Perdwin coming in.
Yeah, there was like 2 or 3 cool moments, but otherwise, I'll just go back and play New Vegas and be happy. I don't care. It's stupid.
which, by the
You
way,
can do that on Xbox One backwards compatibility.
Oh, I can. Nice. I like what you did there.
is that console argument going to come back up now?
Nope. Taco Bell's too close.
So, I don't know. I just think
Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Fallout. I just felt like this was the opportunity to get it all out there. I don't think it's a very good game. I really don't.
Fair enough. I don't.
Each their own.
And I don't. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it got any accolades really.
No, it didn't.
It
anyone.
didn't.
I'll take Metal Gear over new Fallout. I'll take
Yeah.
The Witcher
And
3
I
over
can
the new
totally
Fallout.
see that.
Yeah, I was not impressed. I really wasn't, and I played
fair
it.
enough.
I beat it. I put a lot of hours into it.
I probably would have taken Metal Gear over Fallout if they didn't just
Screw it
turn
with the
into such a
multiplayer.
shitstorm of a company.
Yeah.
That's Konami for you. They really burned a lot of bridges this year.
They really did.
I was going to buy Pro Evo Soccer, and I refuse to do it now.
Good.
Anyway,
I bought,
Hit us with your
I bought
list.
Battlefront, though. Go ahead.
We all
Will.
have our things that we do.
at number 3, I had Heroes Heroes of the Storm. I had Fallout 4 as 3, but I figured a game that I've played almost every day since like middle of February and sunk so much time and money into, and still play to this day, had to definitely be on there and pretty high. I love that game a lot, and I never thought I would love a MOBA so much.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Blizzard knocked it out of the park, and I'm really disappointed to see that it got nothing this year.
Well, even from us, and that's what I was getting at earlier when I said, like, as much as I admire that game, I just couldn't bring myself to put it anywhere.
But did you see it?
On my list.
Did you see it for anything for like best competitive game, like people's
No.
top tens? Like it
No.
was nowhere to be found, and I was
No.
kind of surprised by that.
Yeah. Because for
'Cause-
me, it was one of the more important games I played all year.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, when you look at gaming websites or journalists or something, like, the amount of time you have to put into a game like Heroes of the Storm to truly appreciate it, none of them are going to do that.
True,
Yeah.
and I feel like, but this has the best chance out of any MOBA. Forget
It does, but I don't think
overall.
it's
You're definitely
probably
right
not
with that.
possible.
Because I know the only person that I know that really likes it was Yannick Larock on Kotaku and Chris
Yeah.
Carter on Destructoid. But those are the only two people that I know that ever wrote about it.
Yeah.
So it just disappointed me to see it get no love.
Yeah, that's
because
fair.
I think it is the best MOBA.
Mhm.
And then number 2 is Until Dawn. I've talked about that game a ton. I think that game's incredible. It was my game of the year until I played Life is Strange.
Nice.
And I'm a guy who takes a message out of a game, and Life is Strange hit me hard.
I feel like Until Dawn would be on my list if I had played it.
I think you both would have loved it.
Might have been
I really
on mine
do.
too.
But Life is Strange.
Life is Strange.
That's good
I
stuff.
think Bloodborne probably would have been on my list if I had been able to play more of it. I didn't feel comfortable only playing 4 or 5 hours of it and
could've
putting it on my list.
You could have taken my PlayStation.
I mean, I look back at my gaming time and I didn't have a lot of extra time to play it, and I didn't want to borrow your PlayStation for any length of time. You know, I think I had it for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
so. If
So
we
you're
can just,
saying we could have changed this list.
if we can
maybe.
give just Life is Strange a
Yep.
couple minutes here because we did choose it as our game of the year, much to the chagrin.
If
of-
we have to.
I mean, the voting is in.
I can start the car and turn the heat on.
Yeah, that's
Could you
true.
please?
Sophie!
Start the bus.
One of the things I really like about Life is Strange, and it's a small moment that's not a big deal, but we've played a lot of these kind of games that like Telltale, make decisions along the way that influence how the game plays out. But one of the things that Life is Strange does that's great is how it gives you the ability to, and it's a like small science fiction element that it inserts into the game, but you can make a decision and see how it plays out and then rewind to go
And
back
change it?
and to change it. And not only can you change it, but if a character says to you something that's important information, you can rewind and use that information in the conversation again.
Yeah.
So if a
Oh.
character says, "Oh, my mom's really sick, leave me alone," then you can rewind and be like, "So how's your mom?"
Yeah.
and use that
That's interesting.
in the game, which
It's made by the Remember Me people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yep.
Which makes sense because
It looks
there's
like
an interesting mechanic in Remember Me.
Yeah.
The one redeeming thing about that
Yeah.
game
Which is
that
really
I replayed this year.
is really quite brilliant. So, I mean, that's a mechanical thing that I think was really intelligently done.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about the story that it does. It's, teenager coming of age kind of thing. I constantly feel like I'm having a quarter life crisis, so it spoke to me in that regard. But there's a moment in episode 4 where you take all the evidence you've collected as a character, put it on a cork board, and the game asks you to find out what's interesting based on all the information that you discovered. Do you know what I'm talking about?
yeah.
And it's really well done, and it's something I wish that all like the Walking Dead games that I played, I played the Game of Thrones game, the Wolf Among Us, never did. that this game did really well is it took everything you had explored in the last 3-4 episodes, put it on a cork board in front of you, and you had to pick out what was the clues within all that information. And yeah, you could figure it out by trial and error, but if you were paying attention to all the facts and figures and everything, you could suss it out earlier, and the game would move on from it. And I thought it was a really clever moment, and a great way to take that kind of game and suck you into it. I don't know. It was fantastic.
And that game got me to the point when I would receive a text message in the game, I was excited to read it.
Right.
I was just like, oh my god, Warren texted me?
Yeah.
Or, like, Victoria texted me? What's going on?
Your bromance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's... And I like how in that game that my favorite moment of the game was something Corey didn't
No,
really
I really
have.
don't know what you're talking about. I didn't experience that.
Which is crazy, because that moment was so unbelievably well done.
My favorite moment in that game, I think we talked about it a little bit already, but they give you time to just let the scene marinate in front of you.
Which is something that doesn't happen very much in anything.
No, it really doesn't.
Game of Thrones.
Yep.
That's about
exactly.
it.
I think I said it already, but you do this kind of like heist with this other character, Chloe, which is the core of that game, is the relationship between your character, Max Caulfield, and her old-timey friend, Chloe. You kind of do some behind-the-scenes stuff, and you spend the night at her house. You're like a teenager. You wake up the next morning, and you're just in bed, and Bright Eyes Lua is playing on the radio, which is a great song, and you're just like sitting there. And you can do nothing for a little bit.
Which I would do.
And just let the scene marinate, and you're like in this teenager's room, and the camera's just panning around, and you're just chilling. And I'm like, how can this not be my game of the year? I don't know. I just thought it was...
It just had the moments that got me with the message
Yeah.
in the game at the end that it would just like... It's going to be in my top 10, probably. That's how much I liked it.
Yeah.
I think this is the best interactive story game that I've played.
I agree.
But I think it trounces The Walking Dead, in my
Sure.
opinion.
Absolutely. I agree.
And like I said, it gets into some really like heady topics, like when you're trying to save Kate from jumping.
Yep.
Like
I did. Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a character where you have to... There's a time where you have to talk a character down from jumping.
Yeah.
And it's really good.
Yeah.
And if like your decisions leading up to that situation play into it, but you can also like in that moment influence things. Oh my god.
And in that moment, your rewind doesn't work, so you have to do it right. And if you don't do
I like
it right,
that.
yeah.
Then you have to live with your the consequences.
Yep. And at the end of the game, it makes you make a really hard decision.
Yeah.
Which I literally looked and stared at it for literally like a minute or two before I could decide.
It kind of lost me, and I was kind of getting at this a little bit earlier, but like I said, there's like that lesbian, like will she or won't she kind of relationship that's going on throughout the entire game. But the game is really smart in that it challenges that aspect of it, because at a certain point, your character discovers it's very butterfly effecty. Your character discovers the ability to travel back in time and manipulate things.
Hence the rewind.
Leading up to it, and she kind of gets a little carried away and discovers an alternate universe where things are real wonky, and that's the point where you stop, like, I don't know, you stop thinking in terms of, are we going to have a relationship or aren't we?
It's just I want to make sure you have a life, like a good life.
Yeah.
Because Chloe's life is pretty messed up, and you go back in time and you try to fix it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, everything like I played the game, I was just trying to make everybody like me and like help everybody out as well as I could, and I was really nice to everybody, even the characters that didn't deserve it. I was nice to them, and like I had the best intentions, and it just everything fell apart at one moment. And
I actually really like that when that happens in video games.
And there's a moment where another character is giving you a lot of crap about it, and it's just like you're just doing this till you're popular and stuff like that. Like
The Witcher does that sort of stuff really well too.
Yeah, they're just trashing you and everything you made. Like, well, I was honestly just trying to help everybody. Like, I wasn't trying to be a bad person. And like, this is the mess you made. That's why this is all happening.
And the game also kind of pokes fun at itself a little bit because it has the luxury of releasing in episodes.
Yeah.
So early on, like episode 2 or 3, you have to collect bottles. It's without getting into too much description. You have to collect a bunch of bottles in a junkyard, and they're kind of a pain to find.
Ugh, I had to look it up.
But later on in the game, like Max is having like a nightmare situation, and she's like seeing bottles, and she's like, "Oh no, not bottles again." So you can kind of see like the developers reacting to their consumers' response to the game and being like, "Well, let's have her be annoyed by the bottles because that's how all our consumers felt."
That annoyed our players.
It was really cool.
One of my biggest complaints is the use of hella. I could have done without that every.
Yeah. Well, that's what we talked about earlier when we were at dinner. It's like, is it actually how teenagers talk and interact, or is it how some 40-year-old thinks teenagers talk?
I think for the
and
most part,
discuss?
they do a pretty decent job at it. It's just
Yeah.
some of the dialogue is kind of cringy.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, ugh.
There's moments that are real.
Well, I mean, if you were to listen overhear a conversation between high school kids, you probably would cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
you're right.
Is that what you're talking about? Like it's fitting, and or
yeah.
Maybe, all right, you brought up that point. I didn't even think about that. That overall, just like high school conversation can be cringy.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a good point.
I'm really gonna miss Max's commentary on things because
yeah.
there's so many things you can just press the button on and she'll be like, "Oh, I remember when blah 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 blah." It's just like,
And they do a good job redeeming some characters too.
I'm gonna miss it.
Well,
Yeah.
I look forward to playing it, no doubt. I will get to it
Yeah.
this year. Hey, it may be my 2015's 2016
Jesus,
game.
I hope not.
I hope you guys like it.
I don't
Could
even want
be.
to play it.
At least it wasn't her story.
That's not much of a game.
See,
from what I
no.
hear, so
Is us being
as neat as it is,
us being Polygon, this is way better than her story because her story is literally an hour and a half of doing nothing.
watching videos.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have enjoyed Life is Strange if I hadn't played the Walking Dead games, the Wolf Among Us,
Yeah, 'cause
all
you got an
those
appreciation.
adventure games where your dialogue choices influence the story. Because I think this game does it so much better, so it's
Right.
good to have that foil of
Okay.
this is what else you could do with.
Maybe I'll play a few of the others before I play Life is Strange.
Yeah.
Because I've got to play Game of Thrones. So, all right. Thumbstick Athletes 2015 Game of the Year will go down in history as being Life is Strange.
What was the runner-up?
Runner-up was a tie between Bloodborne and Fallout 4. And then The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was number 3.
Okay,
So,
I'm good with that.
I'll take it.
all right.
So shitty.
Shall we call it a pod?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Call it
that'll
a
do it
pod.
for episode 232 of the Thumbstick Athletes podcast. I'm your host, Dan.
I'm Eric.
Well.
Corey.
Thanks for listening, and get out of my basement.